माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री भारत सरकार श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी एवं महानुभावगण का पदार्पण हमारे बीच हुआ है। करतल ध्वनि से हम स्वागत करें महानुभावगण का और अनुरोध करेंगे मुख्यमंत्री जी से, महानुभावगण से कि दीप प्रज्वलन करते हुए इस कार्यक्रम की शुभ शुरुआत करेंगे। हमारे बीच पधारे हैं गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी और महानुभावगण।
नमस्ते शारदे देवी, नमस्ते शारदे देवी, सरस्वती मते प्रदे, वसत्वं मम जीवाग्रे, सर्वविद्या
उन्नत शिक्षा की ज्योत से प्रकाशित होकर भारत की नई पीढ़ी राष्ट्र को विश्व फलक पर दे दीप्यमान करे, यही अभ्यर्थना के साथ दीप ज्योत को नमन, विद्या की देवी माँ शारदा को नमन और सभी महानुभावों का मंच पर सहर्ष स्वागत है। सहर्ष स्वागत है गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी का, केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का, माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री गुजरात श्री ऋषिकेश पटेल जी का, माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री गुजरात श्री प्रफुल्ल पानसीरिया जी का और सभी मंचस्थ महानुभावों का हम हृदय से स्वागत करते हैं। शिक्षा वह नींव है जिसके ऊपर व्यक्तित्व की इमारत निर्मित होती है और राष्ट्र निर्माण में प्रदान करती है। शिक्षा के इसी महत्व को समझते हुए भारत की नई पीढ़ी के उच्च और सर्वांगी व्यक्तित्व विकास एवं राष्ट्र उत्थान और नए भारत के निर्माण की दिशा में केंद्र सरकार का अहम कदम यानी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020, जिसके विविध पहलुओं पर विचार विमर्श और मंथन से उत्तम निष्कर्ष प्राप्त करने हेतु आयोजित इस एक दिवसीय वेस्टर्न जोन वाइस चांसलर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस में पधारे महानुभावगण का हम सहर्ष स्वागत करते हैं। गुजरात में ज्ञानवर्धन, कौशल्यवर्धन एवं व्यक्तित्व निर्माण पर केंद्रित शिक्षा प्रणाली को स्थापित करने हेतु जो अपने अविरत प्रयासों से कर्तव्यरत हैं, ऐसे गुजरात के माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री उच्च एवं तकनीकी शिक्षा माननीय मंत्री श्री ऋषिकेश पटेल जी से अब सादर अनुनय करते हैं स्वागत संबोधन के लिए।
नमस्कार। ज्ञान के इस महाकुंभ में उपस्थित हमारे राज्य के आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्रभाई पटेल जी, आदरणीय धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, केंद्रीय शिक्षा प्रधान भारत सरकार, मेरे साथी मंत्री भाई श्री प्रफुल्ल भाई, हमारे शिक्षा के सलाहकार, हमारे पूरे गुजरात के अंदर आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से शिक्षा और कई बाबतों के एडवाइजर हसमुख हटिया जी, जगदीश कुमार जी चेयरमैन यूजीसी, टीजी सीतारमन जी चेयरमैन श्री एआईसीटीई, हमारे प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी मुकेश कुमार जी, कमिश्नर श्री टेक्निकल एजुकेशन बंछानिधि पानी जी, हमारे डायरेक्टर पीबी पंड्या जी और जिसकी यजमानी कर रहे हैं, ये समग्र कार्यक्रम की यजमानी जिसके हाथों में सौंपी है, ऐसे बड़ौदा यूनिवर्सिटी एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी के विजय कुमार श्रीवास्तव जी और वेस्टर्न जोन से पधारे हुए आप सब, युवाओं का भविष्य बनाने के लिए दिन रात लगे रहते हैं, ऐसे सब अध्यापक मित्र, विशेष और न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी NEP 2020 को लागू करने के लिए दिन रात प्रयत्न करने वाले आप सब विद्वान हमारे विशेष और अध्यापक श्री, आज के ये समुद्र मंथन होगा, ज्ञान का समुद्र मंथन होगा। और समुद्र मंथन में वर्षों से जो हमारी शिक्षा नीति अटकी हुई थी, अगर सुधार भी होता था तो बहुत छोटे छोटे सुधार होते थे। लेकिन अपनी संस्कृति, अपना भौगोलिक विस्तार, अपना साहित्य, अपना कल्चर के साथ दुनिया के साथ मिलने के लिए, दुनिया के साथ मिलाने के लिए, जैसे हमारे यहाँ तक्षशिला थी, नालंदा थी, वल्लभी थी, बाहर से लोग आते थे। ज्ञान जिज्ञासु यहाँ पर आके अपने ज्ञान की प्यास को बुझाते थे और यहाँ से ज्ञान लेके दुनिया तक फैलाते थे। कम भाग्य से कुछ समय अपना ऐसा आया, गुलामी काल, सब आक्रमण होते गए और करीबन 900 से 1000 साल तक हमारा ज्ञान और हमारी जो विद्यापीठें थी तहस नहस कर दी गई। और हमारी जो संस्कृति थी, हमारा जो कल्चर और हमारा ज्ञान का भंडार था, वो कहीं न कहीं दुनिया के सामने सब लोग तो ले गए, लेकिन यहाँ पर अंधकार हो गया। लेकिन आज, और जब से अंग्रेज भी आए, तो अंग्रेजों ने भी यहाँ जो शिक्षा नीति लागू की, तो उन्होंने अपने हिसाब से अपने लिए काम करने वाले लोगों की फौज इकट्ठा करने के लिए की शिक्षा पद्धति बनाई। लेकिन दुनिया के साथ हमारे युवाओं के सामर्थ्य को साथ में उनको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, उनके मन में पड़ी हुई आशाएं, आकांक्षाएं जगाने के लिए पहले तो जो शिक्षा नीति थी उसमें बस अपने विचार थोप दिए जाते थे। बच्चे का कौन सा कौशल्य है, बच्चे के अंदर कौन सी विविधताएं हैं, उसको देखे बिना उसको डॉक्टर बना दो, इंजीनियर बना दो, बस ये दो ही बाबतों में हम सब लगे रहते थे। लेकिन ये शिक्षा नीति 2020 आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब ने लागू कर दी। वो केवल युवाओं को केवल रोजगार देने के लिए नहीं, लेकिन रोजगार दे सके ऐसे युवाओं को तैयार करने के लिए जो शिक्षा नीति बनाई, हमारा गुजरात भी आज बहुत अच्छी तरह से उसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करने के लिए लग गया है, जुट गया है, पूरा देश लग गया है। NEP लागू की, नई शिक्षा नीति लागू की। बहुत सारे देश के अंदर भी कोई बात नहीं लागू होती है तो बहुत से सवालिया निशान खड़े हो जाते हैं। लेकिन ये शिक्षा नीति में आज भी पूरे भारत के अंदर, कश्मीर से लेके तमिलनाडु और गुजरात से लेके अपने 7 सिस्टर तक कहीं पर भी कोई भी आवाज नहीं उठा, क्योंकि ये युवाओं के मन में पड़ी हुई जो जिज्ञासा थी, उनका जो बिहेवियर था। कई बच्चे कई बार ऐसा भी होता है कि कोई संगीत के अंदर अच्छा कर सके, ऐसा उसका बर्तन है, देखाव भी है, वो स्कूल से पता चलता है। कोई पेंटर भी बनना चाहता है, कोई खेल कूद में आगे जाना चाहता है, किसी को मैथ्स में रस है, किसी को साइंस में रस है, तो उसको पंख देने के लिए ये जो शिक्षा नीति बनी है, इससे हमारे संस्कार, हमारी जो वैविध्यता है वो भी रहेगी और साथ में उसके मन में उसके कैपेसिटी के हिसाब से उसको पंख देने का काम करेगी। और आप सब आज बैठेंगे, टेक्निकल सेशन भी होगा, और मेरे हिसाब से और मेरे मन में है कि बहुत सारा लाभ आप सबको भी पहुंचेगा। और आज एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है कि ये प्लेटफॉर्म में आप सब वेस्टर्न जोन के सभी विद्वान लोग यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं। आपने एक दूसरे का नाम भी सुना होगा, लेकिन कभी मिलना भी नहीं हुआ होगा। तो आज ये प्लेटफॉर्म पे आप 1 to 1 मिल भी सकते हो, बातचीत भी हो सकती है, पहचान भी हो सकती है, और साथ में आने वाले समय के अंदर भी आप सब एक दूसरे के साथ अपना संपर्क बनाए रख के अपने प्रॉब्लम, अपनी कोई भी मन के अंदर पड़ी हुई छोटी सी भी क्वेश्चन है तो एक दूसरे के साथ शेयर भी कर सकते हो और एक दूसरे का मार्गदर्शन भी ले सकते हो। ऐसा बहुत अच्छा सा और हमारा वाइब्रेंट आने वाला है। गुजरात के अंदर 2003 से वाइब्रेंट की शुरुआत हुई और आज गुजरात ये 20 सालों के अंदर 2003 से लेके 23 तक 20 सालों के अंदर ये 10वां वाइब्रेंट होगा और 10 वाइब्रेंट के अंदर हमारा गुजरात शिक्षा से इंडस्ट्री तक, युवाओं से महिलाओं तक, हर जगह पे कहीं न कहीं नया मकाम हासिल किया है। और मैं मानता हूँ आज भी शिक्षा का नया मकाम हासिल करने के लिए ये महाकुंभ रखा गया है। ज्ञान का समुद्र मंथन भी होगा और साथ में सब अपने ये ज्ञान का अमृत लेके जाएंगे, ऐसा मैं मानता भी हूँ। और ये बहुत बड़ा एफर्ट हमारे आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्रभाई पटेल के निगरानी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में हुआ है। और हसमुख भाई अढ़िया साहब ने भी यहाँ ये वीसी कॉन्फ्रेंसिस के लिए बहुत सारे अपने सुझाव भी दिए थे, मैं उनका भी धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और आप सब भी पूरे गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, गोवा, दीव दमन और सब जगह से आए सबका भी मैं अभिवादन भी करता हूँ और गुजरात में स्वागत भी करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
बहुत 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 धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायी स्वागत शब्दों के लिए और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के उच्च मूल्यों को पुनः उजागर करने की सरकार की आपकी प्रतिबद्धता के लिए। अब आइए उपस्थित मंचस्थ महानुभावों का विधिवत स्वागत करके अपने आतिथ्य भाव को हम चरितार्थ करें। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात श्री मुकेश कुमार जी से कि हमारे बीच पधारे गुजरात राज्य के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय श्री भूपेंद्रभाई पटेल जी का स्वागत अभिवादन करें। अनुरोध करेंगे श्री बंछानिधि पानी कमिश्नर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन से हमारे बीच पधारे माननीय केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का स्वागत अभिवादन करें। बहुत बहुत स्वागत। ये कच्छी शॉल, स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी के मेमेंटो और पुस्तक से स्वागत हो रहा है। अनुरोध करेंगे डायरेक्टर हायर एजुकेशन श्री पीबी पंड्या जी से कि माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री गुजरात उच्च एवं तकनीकी शिक्षा श्री ऋषिकेश पटेल जी का स्वागत करें। विनती है जॉइंट कमिश्नर हायर एजुकेशन श्री नारायण मधु जी से कि माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री प्राथमिक, माध्यमिक एवं वयस्क शिक्षा और उच्च शिक्षा गुजरात सरकार श्री प्रफुल्ल पानसेरिया जी का स्वागत करें। अब अनुरोध करेंगे प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विजय कुमार श्रीवास्तव, वाइस चांसलर एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी से कि प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर एम जगदेश कुमार, ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट्स कमीशन का आप स्वागत करें। आइए हम भी करतल ध्वनि से सभी महानुभावगण का स्वागत करते हैं। विनती करते हैं श्री मनोज वाघ, डेप्यूटी सेक्रेटरी हायर एजुकेशन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात से कि आप ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन ऑल इंडिया काउंसिल फॉर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर टीजी सीताराम जी का स्वागत करें। गुजरात की हैंडीक्राफ्ट, कला कारीगरी, कच्छी शॉल, स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी के मेमेंटो एवं पुस्तक से महानुभाव का स्वागत करते हुए हम धन्यता अनुभव करते हैं। सभी महानुभावगण का फिर से एक बार बहुत बहुत स्वागत। अब आइए देखते हैं गुजरात में शिक्षा प्रणाली को और समृद्ध और मजबूत करने की दिशा में हो रहे प्रयासों और उपलब्धियों के बारे में यह फिल्म।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 की शुरुआत करके भारत की शिक्षा प्रणाली को सुधारने के लिए एक व्यापक योजना की शुरुआत की।
मैं मानता हूं भारत की नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति राष्ट्र निर्माण के महायज्ञ में बड़े फैक्टर में से एक है और इसलिए देश ने इस शिक्षा नीति को इतना आधुनिक बनाया है, इतना फ्यूचर रेडी रखा।
गुजरात के 33 जिलों में फैले 108 विश्वविद्यालय, 3,190 शिक्षा संस्थान, 60,844 शिक्षकों और 16.80 लाख छात्रों के साथ गुजरात के गतिशील माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल, उच्च और तकनीकी शिक्षा मंत्री श्री ऋषिकेश पटेल और उच्च शिक्षा के राज्य मंत्री श्री प्रफुल्ल पानशेरिया ने राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के प्रभावी कार्यान्वयन पर ध्यान केंद्रित किया है। श्री के का शास्त्री गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस कन्फेडरेशन के रूप में 6 सरकारी कॉलेजों का एक क्लस्टर बनाया गया। मल्टी इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी रिसर्च यूनिवर्सिटीज को बढ़ावा देने के लिए राज्य ने 7 विश्वविद्यालयों को सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस के रूप में मान्यता दी। स्टेट असेसमेंट एंड अक्रेडिटेशन सेंटर और स्टेट क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस सेल और NEP सेल, गुजरात अक्रेडिटेशन एंड रैंकिंग इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म एंड अरेंजमेंट सेल की रचना की गई। गुजरात टेक्नोलॉजिकल यूनिवर्सिटी ने स्नातक और डिप्लोमा की 88 किताबें क्षेत्रीय भाषा में अनुवादित की। उच्च शिक्षा के अंतर्राष्ट्रीयकरण के रूप में ऑस्ट्रेलिया के डिकिन विश्वविद्यालय ने गिफ्ट सिटी गांधीनगर में इंटरनेशनल ब्रांच कैंपस की स्थापना की। कॉमन क्रेडिट स्ट्रक्चर के लिए स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर यानी SOP की रचना की गई। चॉइस बेस्ड क्रेडिट सिस्टम CBCS छात्रों को कला, वाणिज्य, विज्ञान, उद्यमिक कौशल्य, व्यावसायिक कौशल्य आदि के क्षेत्र में उनके चयन, रुचि और कौशल के आधार पर मल्टी इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी दृष्टिकोण के साथ क्रिटिकल, एनालिटिकल, क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग के साथ कोर्सों का चयन करने की सुविधा प्रदान करता है। साथ ही में इसके तहत परीक्षा प्रणाली को भी परिवर्तित किया गया है। सरकारी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजों और पॉलिटेक्निक में तकनीकी शिक्षा के पुनर्गठन के साथ इमर्जिंग स्किल्स एरिया में सीटों की वृद्धि की गई है। स्टूडेंट स्टार्टअप एंड इनोवेशन पॉलिसी SSIP 2.0 के तहत इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी यानी IP फाइलिंग के लिए सहायता। कुल 1200 छात्र नेतृत्व को प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट का समर्थन। 178 स्टार्टअप्स को स्टार्टअप सृजन सीड सपोर्ट स्कीम के तहत सहायता। इनोवेशन हब के तहत 429 स्टार्टअप्स को इंक्यूबेशन सपोर्ट जो आज के मूल्य में 2300 करोड़ रुपए के मूल्य का है। स्टार्टअप से 1400 कुशल रोजगार उत्पन्न। गुड गवर्नेंस के रूप में गुजरात ने NEP 2020 के प्रभावी कार्यान्वयन के लिए लघु और दीर्घकालिक सुधार की शुरुआत की है। 2023 की 25 सितंबर को गुजरात पब्लिक यूनिवर्सिटीज एक्ट 2023 के माध्यम से गुजरात राज्य के सरकारी विश्वविद्यालयों को स्वायत्तता प्रदान करते हुए राज्य विश्वविद्यालयों को सेनेट एंड सिंडिकेट संरचना की बजाय बोर्ड ऑफ मैनेजमेंट के माध्यम से बदल दिया गया है। उच्च शिक्षा को मजबूती देने के लिए भारत सरकार के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी और माननीय शिक्षा, कौशल विकास और उद्यमिता मंत्री भारत सरकार धर्मेंद्र प्रधान के दृष्टिकोण द्वारा गुजरात को राष्ट्रीय उच्चतर शिक्षा अभियान रूसा के तहत 294 संस्थानों के लिए 438 करोड़ रुपए का अनुदान प्राप्त हुआ। गुजरात सरकार ने मुख्यमंत्री युवा स्वावलंबन योजना के तहत 4 लाख से भी अधिक आर्थिक रूप से असहाय छात्रों को 1884.84 करोड़ रुपए की स्कॉलरशिप प्रदान की है। शोध उच्च गुणवत्ता के अनुसंधान के लिए योजना गुजरात में अनुसंधान विद्यार्थियों को फेलोशिप प्रदान करती है। 2676 अनुसंधान विद्यार्थियों को कुल 72 करोड़ रुपए की स्कॉलरशिप प्रदान की गई है। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020, क्योंकि शिक्षा न केवल प्रबुद्ध करती है बल्कि सशक्त भी बनाती है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो गुजरात में हो रहे प्रयासों की ये झांकी हमने देखी और अब आमंत्रित करते हैं ऑल इंडिया काउंसिल फॉर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन के माननीय चेयरमैन श्री प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर TG सीताराम को शिक्षा क्षेत्र के अपने दीर्घ अनुभव और अपने विचारों से हमें मार्गदर्शित करें। प्रोफेसर TG सीताराम।
Namaste. Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Honorable Minister for Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and all the distinguished guests on the dais, Vice Chancellors of Western Region, and attendees of this NEP workshop. Friends, very good morning to all of you. Vikasit Bharat by 2047 is no more a dream. It is on its path to become a reality soon through the national education policy implementation. Friends, we have completed 3 years of implementation of NEP. There are fantastic best case stories we learned through our vice chancellors, how they have implemented in their universities. We had 2-day event at Bharata Mandapam on 29th and 30th of July, which showcased the best of the best case studies implemented at different universities. Friends, to make India as a developed India, which is a vision, to achieve this, we need to assign to new heights in every sector, and particularly in education sector, which will lead to that we are going to be the 3rd largest economy in the world soon. The core to accomplish this stands in the interest of an educated India. This is the time, this is the Amrit Kal. Our focus is to transform the education system with a holistic approach. During the Amrit Kal, through implementation of NEP, measures taken to ensure high quality education and leadership for the next 25 years, which will transform our education system to the world class and also the leader of education in the world. Overall, the focus on smooth implementation of NEP is being done to make India the knowledge capital of the world, ladies and gentlemen. And towards this, both all higher educational institutions, and in particular, All India Council for Technical Education, has outlined its vision for Amrit Kal to provide the best education in the world, promoting innovation, startups, entrepreneurship, research-based education. The vision for Amrit Kal includes the education in mother tongue, enhancing youth employability, to have faculty and student development programs, internationalization of higher education, reforms in examinations, mandatory accreditation and regulation, creating a confident, progressive, innovative, and empathetic generation. India's vision for Amrit Kal is not limited to being self-sufficient and self-reliable, ladies and gentlemen, but proudly to become Vishwaguru, and more than that, Vishwadata. So AICTE has a goal to establish India as the knowledge center, which can guide the whole world, particularly in STEM education. We have, through NEP, we have also added A to that. It will become STEAM, that is science, technology, engineering, and art and mathematics. And some of the IITs have already added one more M to it, that is the medicine, which will take care of the healthcare. So we have all agreed, ladies and gentlemen, that the national education policy will make India the knowledge capital of the world. We have to build a developed India in this Amrit Kal. All of us have equal responsibilities. India can develop only when every citizen, every family, every student, and every state of the country joins this campaign. Education is critical for achieving success in this Amrit Kal. Implementation of NEP 2020 has set the agenda clearly for us. I always say this, NEP 2020 implementation is an agenda for us in the Amrit Kal. We are already started. Those who have not started, start immediately to implement at your universities. It is a vast, very, very dynamic, flexible policy. Friends, Another very important announcement will be coming, that is the permanent, every student will have one ID, starting from Balavatika to PhD. You will have one single unique ID. It is Automated Permanent Academic Account Registry, APAR. I always say the APAR, in conjunction with Academic Bank of Credit and the National Credit Framework, which is recently released, will be the new QR code for learners of Indian education system. Friends, AICTE has put 5 items to make implementation of NEP 2020 very fast and quick. So one is to provide technical and management books in all 22 Indian languages, training in intellectual property rights to 2 crore students in next 5 years, and internationalization of technical education, integration of vocational education and skill courses with technical and management education, and training more than 2.5 crore students in skill-based courses at different levels. We are already tying up with the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and rolled out many skill courses in engineering curriculum. We would like to also train 50 lakh human resources in chip manufacturing, in semiconductor, both in design and manufacturing, advanced communication technologies, and logistics, that is PM Gati Shakti. The last but not the least, to start the apprenticeship, embedded degree and diploma programs in more than 5,000 institutions with total intake capacity of 10 lakh students and 50 India's innovation center, 50 innovation centers in different parts of the country to convert the ideas to technology transfer. So all this is not possible without your involvement and support. I urge every Vice Chancellor to join hands and to make this happen at the earliest so that India can be the leader in education. So to make Indian students a 21st century innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, and highly skilled professionals is a very key aspect of the entire exercise while implementing NEP 2020. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words of inspiration and guidance. और अब अनुरोध करते हैं यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट्स कमीशन यूजीसी के माननीय चेयरमैन प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर एम जगदेश कुमार जी से आपके संबोधन के लिए।
Shri Bhupendrabhai Patel, Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Union Minister of Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Rishikesh Bhai, Shri Praful Bhai, and other distinguished colleagues on the dais, and all the academicians and leaders of the educational institutions, my pranams to you. Somebody said if you want to achieve anything meaningful in your life, you should dream big. But those who dream big also happen to be optimists. Optimists enrich the present, enhance the future, challenge the improbable, and achieve the impossible. And I have no doubt that the audience here, the academic leaders and academicians, are both big dreamers and also optimists. Friends, roughly 3 years, 3 months ago, we unveiled the NEP 2020. During the first phase, we were in the mode of talk and understand NEP 2020. But today, we are in a different phase, action and implementation. Keeping this in view, UGC has formed 5 zonal committees of vice chancellors: North, West, South, Central, and East and Northeast. These zonal committees consist of academic leaders like you, and they will be driving in developing the strategies for the implementation of NEP 2020. We have also written to the principal secretaries of all the states and union territories to provide full support to these zonal committees in the implementation of NEP 2020. It is gladdening to see that the Western Zone Committee, consisting of more than 150 universities, has taken the lead and is organizing today's conference by bringing all of us here on the same stage. Friends, we all have to work in a collective and cooperative manner for the speedy implementation of NEP 2020. Ensuring freedom, flexibility, and choices to the students is central to the implementation of NEP 2020 for the transformation of our higher educational institutions. That is the reason why during last couple of years, UGC has come up with many reforms, keeping NEP 2020 as our roadmap. Today, nobody asks me when I travel across the country, what is Academic Bank of Credits? Nobody asks why we should implement ABC. Today, we have more than 2 crore students who are on ABC platform. But however, it is also important as leaders of the educational institutions to keep in your mind that it is not just enough to register on ABC platform. It is important to ensure that each and every student of our institution is on ABC platform, and you upload all the credentials, credits, certificates of the students on the ABC platform. Friends, one of the biggest reforms that we have introduced in independent India is the 4-year undergraduate program. I'm very glad to inform you that across the country, nearly 200 universities have already introduced the 4-year undergraduate program, and we have made internship mandatory as part of this 4-year undergraduate program. And it is also the national credit framework which is helping us in making sure that there is enough mobility provided to the students to move from one discipline to the other discipline, one institution to the other institution. And the multi-entry, multi-exit scheme that we have introduced, initially some academicians used to ask me that may lead to large migration of students from one institute to the other institute. But it is more than 1 year of introducing the multi-entry, multi-exit scheme. You have not seen any such large-scale migration. It is basically introduced for those students who may find it difficult to continue because of either family reasons or financial reasons. Friends, we also have to keep in our mind that whatever reforms that we are introducing, they are not just only for the 4.1 crore students in the higher educational institutions. It is also for those who are not part of the higher educational system. Please remember that nearly 65% of Indians live in the rural areas. 50% of our Indian population is below 25 years. That means a large proportion of Indian youth, they are living in the rural areas. Our Honorable Prime Minister made it very clear that the overall progress of India is possible only when there is grassroots development. And that is possible only when institutions such as you focus on providing appropriate skills to the large number of youth across the rural India. We need to ensure that our young people who are not part of the university system have access to multiple economic activities. Educational institutions such as yours should focus on developing local entrepreneurship for our young people so that they become part of the economic growth of our country. Friends, is it not our responsibility to tell our students about the contributions made by our Indians over a period of thousands of years? Indian knowledge systems should be an integral part of any discipline that we teach in our universities. UGC has taken a step to train nearly 1,000 teachers across the country on imparting and integrating IKS as part of the regular teaching in the university system. Friends, we can rapidly implement the NEP 2020 and transform our higher education only when we join together like this, brainstorm, and work out a roadmap for the rapid implementation of NEP 2020. I would like to congratulate the Western Zone for taking the lead and for organizing this, and that is why it assumes importance for all of us. I wish you all the best during the rest of the proceedings of today's program. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Jagdish Kumar ji, for sharing your enriching thoughts with us today. देवियों और सज्जनों, देश में शिक्षा संबंधी नीतियों के सुचारू अमलीकरण और शिक्षा गुणवत्ता को उच्च आयामों पर पहुंचाने के लिए जो निरंतर अपने प्रयासों से प्रतिबद्ध है, रीस्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग, कौशल्य निर्माण के क्षेत्र में भी कई पहल से देश को नई दिशा जिनके मार्गदर्शन में मिली है, ऐसे माननीय केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री एवं कौशल्य विकास और उद्यमिता मंत्री महोदय श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी से अब सादर निवेदन करते हैं आपके मार्गदर्शन के लिए। आइए हम जोरदार करतल ध्वनि से स्वागत करें माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी का।
नमस्कार। वेस्टर्न जोन वाइस चांसलर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस की इस मंच पे उपस्थित गुजरात के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री माननीय भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी, हायर एजुकेशन तथा टेक्निकल एजुकेशन मंत्री गुजरात सरकार माननीय ऋषिकेश गणेश भाई पटेल जी, शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री आदरणीय प्रफुल्ल छगन भाई पंसारिया जी, गुजरात शासन की प्रमुख परामर्शदाता देश की वरिष्ठ प्रशासक आदरणीय हसमुख अढ़िया जी, चेयरमैन यूजीसी प्रोफेसर जगदीश कुमार जी, चेयरमैन एआईसीटी प्रोफेसर टीजी सीताराम जी, शिक्षा विभाग के प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी आदरणीय श्री मुकेश कुमार जी, भांचानिधि पाणी जी, पीबी पांड्या जी तथा इस कार्यक्रम की मुख्य आयोजक एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर विजय कुमार श्रीवास्तव जी तथा वेस्टर्न जोन की सारे यूनिवर्सिटियों की आदरणीय वाइस चांसलर, एनईपी प्रोग्राम इंचार्ज, एनईपी कोऑर्डिनेटर तथा अन्य सभी वरिष्ठ यूनिवर्सिटी फैटर्निटी के मित्र समूह, अधिकारी मित्रगण, मीडिया के साथीगण, मैं सबसे पहले गुजरात की माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का आभार प्रकट करता हूं। उन्होंने एनईपी 2020 का फोर्थ ईयर में उसकी ग्राउंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए यूजीसी ने जो जोनल लेवल की कंसेप्ट लाया था, जोनल लेवल की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्ट्रैटेजी बनाने की जो कल्पना की गई थी, उसकी पहला जोनल लेवल की कॉन्फ्रेंस को आयोजित करने का दायित्व लिया। मैं दोनों को, गुजरात शासन को, विशेष करके माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को और एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी गुजरात को धन्यवाद देता हूं। मित्रों, ये एक सुखद संयोग है। पहला शिक्षा समागम 2022 में हम लोग काशी में आयोजित किया गया था। वो गंगा जी की किनारे शुरू हुआ। इसी साल जुलाई महीने में जब एनईपी की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की 3 साल पूरा हुए, तब राष्ट्रीय राजधानी दिल्ली में आयोजन किया गया। भारत मंडपम का पहला प्रोग्राम हुआ और आज नर्मदा की पठार पे स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी के सामने भारत की भविष्य बनाने के लिए वेस्टर्न जोन वाइस चांसलर कॉन्फ्रेंस का इस महत्वपूर्ण बैठक है। गंगा जी से लेके नर्मदा जी तक का प्रवास ये एक सफल प्रवास होगा, ये मेरा पूरा अपेक्षा है। मित्रों, ऐसे शिक्षा और एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी की बहुत पुराना संपर्क है। मैं एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम इसलिए ले रहा हूँ, ये सारे गुजरात की इसमें प्रतिनिधित्व होता है। 140 साल पुरानी यूनिवर्सिटी समाज जीवन को दिग्दर्शित करते आया है और वेस्टर्न जोन की बाकी सारे जो यूनिवर्सिटी हैं वे सभी लोग अपने अपने स्थान पे और अपने अपने स्थानीय समाज को और देश को शिक्षा की जगत में जोड़ने की आपने उनको एक प्रज्वलित करने की आपने अनोखा प्रयास किया है। मैं अगर प्रारंभ में इतना कहूं कि आज देश की 4 करोड़ से ज़्यादा हायर एजुकेशन में स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उसमें वेस्टर्न जोन में लगभग 15% स्टूडेंट हैं। 65 लाख से ज़्यादा स्टूडेंट महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, गोवा तथा अन्य केंद्र शासित इलाके के अंदर है और इस भाग भारत के अन्य भागों से थोड़ा भिन्न है। आर्थिक मानदंड से, बड़े बड़े प्रकल्पों को सोचने में, शिक्षा के और एक जो पहलू रहता है इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन, सदियों से इस इलाका विश्व के अन्य इलाका को एक्सपोज्ड है, बड़े बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशन से। इसलिए ये दुनिया को भारत के साथ जोड़ना और भारत को दुनिया तक पहुंचाने की एक महत्वपूर्ण पेडेस्टल है। इसलिए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की महत्व और बढ़ जाती है एनईपी की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के बैकग्राउंड में। और मैं गुजरात को फिर बधाई दूंगा, आपने तो आने वाले 10 साल की रोड मैप भी बना लिया है। आज एक छोटी सी प्रदर्शनी में उसकी कई झलक हम लोगों ने देखा। प्रोफेसर सीतारमन जी और प्रोफेसर जगदीश कुमार जी ने एनईपी की जो प्रायोरिटी एरिया आपके सामने उल्लेख किया है और मैं आपका धन्यवाद देता हूं आयोजक मित्रों का। आपने इस उद्घाटन सत्र के बाद जो 4 सत्र रखा है, 4 सेशंस रखा है, उसमें क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग इकोसिस्टम इन एजुकेशन, रिसर्च, इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इन एजुकेशन, भारतीय परंपरा, ज्ञान परंपरा और वैश्विक इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन, ऐसे 4 आयामों में देश की एक्सपर्ट्स, मैं देख रहा हूं कई सारे विद्वान देश से अभी आए हैं और आप लोगों के अनुभव से ऐसे एनईपी में तो प्रायोरिटाइज कभी कभी मैं सोचता हूं 100 से ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण विषयों को किया गया है और सारा विषय अपने आप में महत्वपूर्ण है और अनोखा है, लेकिन आपने उनमें से 4 विषय को प्रायोरिटाइज करके और कुछ विषय को आज दोनों प्रोफेसर्स ने उद्घाटन समिति में, उद्घाटन उत्सव में उसको रेखांकित किया है। आप उसमें विचार करोगे और मेरा अपेक्षा रहेगा ये सारे विचार एक बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस की कॉम्पेंडियम बन के कॉलेज स्तर तक जाए। 9 महीने से ज़्यादा पढ़ने वाले विद्यार्थी हायर एजुकेशन के हिस्सा है, ये यूजीसी की डेफिनेशन है। उस दृष्टि से जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस उस काम पे लगे हैं, सरकारी हो या गैर सरकारी हो, देश में एक यूनिफॉर्मिटी लाने के लिए, देश को एक मिशन मोड पे कन्वर्ट करने के लिए, देश को $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी में परिवर्तित करने के लिए, देश को 2047 तक डेवलप्ड कंट्री परिवर्तन करने के लिए एक बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस की कंपेंडियम की आवश्यकता है। मैं एनईपी की नेशनल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के अलावा बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस तो इंस्टीट्यूशन पे होती है और मैं वेस्टर्न जोन से देश की ओर से अपेक्षा कर रहा हूं आप इसकी अच्छे केस स्टडी बना के उसको कैसे नीचे पहुंचाएंगे उनकी आप चिंता करोगे। मित्रों, प्रायोरिटी एरिया में और 2-3 विषय और जुड़ा है। भारतीय भाषा इस बार की एनईपी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की एक महत्वपूर्ण रिकमेंडेशन है और भाषा हमारी डेवलपमेंट में, सभ्यता की डेवलपमेंट में कभी बाधक नहीं रहा है। सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस को, विशेष करके हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस की रोल और अधिक हो जाती है। हम आज देश में लगभग 30 करोड़ स्टूडेंट्स हैं। 3 से 23 इस एज ग्रुप की ब्रैकेट को अगर हम देखें, आबादी के लगभग 1/3, मोर देन 1/3 पॉपुलेशन उसी में है। 50 करोड़ नौजवान एज ग्रुप 3 से 23 तक के जो स्टूडेंटशिप में चलते हैं। स्कूल एजुकेशन है, टेक्निकल एजुकेशन है, प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन है, लेकिन स्कूल और हायर एजुकेशन में इंजन तो हायर एजुकेशन है। बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, नॉलेज रिपोजिटरी, न्यू आइडियाज, मैपिंग द फ्यूचर, एनालाइजिंग द सिविलाइजेशनल पास्ट, ये सारे की एक मॉडल बनाना, उसको एक एकेडमिक फॉर्म पे लेके आना, इसकी दायित्व हायर एजुकेशन वर्टिकल की है। मित्रों, इसकी दायित्व आप लोगों को लेना है। उसमें से भाषा, इसलिए भारत सरकार ने, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सही मायने में उसको कहा है, भारत की सभी भाषा राष्ट्रीय भाषा है। आज तो टेक्नोलॉजी के कारण इसको कोई चुनौती नहीं रहा है। अनुवादिनी जैसे, भाषणी जैसे इंस्ट्रूमेंट ने इसको और सहज और सुगम्य किया है। और इसके अलावा एनईपी के और एक प्रमुख प्रायोरिटी एरिया है स्किलिंग। व्यवसाय और उद्यमिता आधारित शिक्षा, रोजगार परस्त शिक्षा, इसके बारे में आपकी मॉडल देश के लिए काम पे आएगा। और विशेष करके गुजरात और महाराष्ट्र दोनों राज्यों में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, वेल्थ क्रिएशन, जॉब क्रिएटर, ये तो आपकी सामाजिक परंपरा है। सामाजिक परंपरा को, सोशल बिहेवियर प्रैक्टिस को अगर हम एकेडमिक कन्वर्जन करते हैं तो उसमें बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस निकलता है। आप इसको कैसे शोकेसिंग करोगे, मैं इस अपेक्षा, इस कॉन्क्लेव से मेरा अपेक्षा है। मित्रों, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा एक स्लोगन नहीं है। पिछले कुछ दिनों से एक विवाद चल रहा है। जैसे सहज समझने के लिए मैं कहूं, इस देश की नाम भारत या इंडिया, उसमें फर्क क्या है? भारत और इंडिया में कोई फर्क नहीं है। यह एक विषय है समझने के लिए। भारत तो नाम ही इस देश का। कॉलोनियल पीरियड में अंग्रेजी साहित्य को समझने पढ़ने वाले लोग इसकी नाम दिए इंडिया। और हमने अपने संविधान में भारत और इंडिया दोनों को स्वीकृति दिया है। और भारत तो भारतीय नाम है, मूल नाम है, सभ्यता की परिचय है। लेकिन आज हमारी बौद्धिक जगत में कुछ कुंठित लोगों के मन में, कुछ छोटे वर्ग के मन में ये विवाद, इसको विवाद बनाने की एक स्पर्धा लगी है। मित्रों, भारत की अभी अभी हम एग्जीबिशन देख रहे थे, पाश्चात्य की, निकट अतीत की पाश्चात्य के कुछ विशेषज्ञों ने साइंस के बारे में, टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में उल्लेख करते हुए भारत की सोच के बारे में उल्लेख किया है। इस प्रदेश की जो एक महत्वपूर्ण गांव है बड़नगर, जिस गांव से हमारे प्रिय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जन्म हुआ था, उस गांव में सदियों पहले चाइनीज परिव्राजक वेन्स आए थे। क्या समझने आए होंगे? क्या था को उसको समझने आए थे। जो था वही तो भारतीय परंपरा था। अगर हम हमारी सभ्यता को एक लंबे बड़नगर गांव में, मैं वैज्ञानिक प्रमाण के आधार पर कह रहा हूं, बड़नगर भारत, विश्व की, भारत नहीं, विश्व की जो लिविंग और कंटिन्यू निरंतर जीता जागता गांव में से एक गांव है बड़नगर। लगभग 2800 साल में सारे विपरीत परिस्थिति के बाद वहां लोग बस रहे हैं। जो बस रहे हैं ऐसे तो एक 10-15 लोग ही नहीं बस रहे हैं। वहां समाज जीवन है, कुछ ज्ञान है, कुछ अनुभव है, कुछ विश्वास है, कुछ अर्थनीति है। नैसर्गिक विपत्ति को जूझने के लिए प्रक्रिया है, प्रैक्टिसेस है, उसी का नाम है ज्ञान परंपरा, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा। और आज हमें क्या देखना है? हमें आज विश्व की आवश्यकता को देखना है। ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है? G20 की इस बार की कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अनेक विषयों की प्रायोरिटाइज किए। 2 विषयों को मैं आज उल्लेख करना चाहूंगा। उन्होंने विश्व के सारे नेतृत्व को समझाने में सफल हुए कि हम सब लोग मिलके टेक्नोलॉजी के कारण, इनोवेशन के कारण विश्व एक छोटा सा गांव बन चुका है। आज मेरे को श्रीवास्तव जी कह रहे थे हमारा YouTube में लाइव टेलीकास्ट होगा। मैं मानता हूं आज विश्व की लगभग 100 से ज्यादा देशों में रहने वाले गुजराती नौजवान इसको देख भी रहा होगा इस समय में। यह संभव है, यह कुछ साल पहले संभव नहीं था। मित्रों, टेक्नोलॉजी के कारण जो दुनिया छोटी हो रही है, दुनिया जब एक अपने पहुंच के अंदर पहुंची है, क्या उसमें जो आवश्यकता लगेगी, यह भी एक इलाका की आवश्यकता नहीं रहा है। और आज की परिस्थिति में यह ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट हो चुका है। इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हम आइए, क्या क्या इमर्जिंग स्किल्स लगेंगे, इसकी एक मैपिंग करने की आवश्यकता है। आज विश्व ने उसको स्वीकार किया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दूसरा प्रायोरिटाइज किया कि दुनिया की गरीब देशों की, अंडर डेवलपिंग देशों की अपेक्षाओं को पूरा करने की दायित्व बड़े देशों की है, भारत की है। भारत डेवलप्ड नेशन नहीं हुआ है, उसके बावजूद हमने दायित्व लिया कि हमारी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को हम विश्व की छोटे और इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमी के साथ शेयर करेंगे। आज राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को विश्व की कम से कम मेरे साथ 25 देशों की संपर्क है, जिनकी अपेक्षा है कि हमारे आपके वहां की पद्धति हमारे वहां आए। मेरे सामने यहाँ दिल्ली IIT की डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर रंगन बनर्जी बैठे हैं। रंगन बनर्जी अपने IIT को अबू धाबी में लेके पहुंच गए हैं। चेन्नई IIT, मद्रास IIT आज अफ्रीका पहुंच रहा है। भरत भास्कर जी के पीछे अबू धाबी की लीडरशिप पड़ा है कि हमारे वहां कब IIM लेके आओगे। यह आज भारत की ज्ञान परंपरा की प्रतिफलन है। मित्रों, इस बार की NEP जो आज आप इसकी विमर्श करोगे, ये सीमित नहीं रहेगा आपकी इंस्टीट्यूशन तक। ये प्रैक्टिसेस को विश्व की डेवलप्ड और अंडर डेवलपिंग देश चाहते हैं। आज हमारी इन दिनों में देश में जो सब सफलता हुई है, आज हम चंद्रयान 3 सफलता के साथ पूरा किए हैं। आदित्य L1 आज हमारी सफल हो चुके हैं। हमने गगनयान शुरू किया है। हम विश्व की 5 नंबर की अर्थनीति बन चुके हैं और आने वाले 3 साल में हम 3 नंबर में पहुंच जाएंगे और 2047 तक हम डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनेंगे। मित्रों, सबको पूरा करना। और इसमें इस बार की परिस्थिति देखिए, विश्व तनाव से भरा हुआ है। प्रत्येक साल एक नई क्राइसिस आ रही है। यूक्रेन रशिया के विषय समाप्त नहीं हुआ था, खाड़ी के देशों में चुनौती शुरू हो गई। वैश्विक क्राइसिस होता तो उसकी इकोनॉमिक इंपैक्ट आता है, सोशल इंपैक्ट आता है, डिप्लोमेटिक इशू खड़े होते हैं। लेकिन आज देखिए, भारत ये सबसे ऊपर उठ के अपने रास्ता निकाल रहा है और विश्व के कई सारे कॉन्फ्लिक्टिंग जोन में रहने वाले देश भी कहते हैं इंडियन मॉडल इज द मॉडल। भारत के नेतृत्व की शैली हमें स्वीकृति है। मित्रों, सारे को प्रैक्टिस करना और उसको अपने बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस में कन्वर्ट करना, उसको एकेडमिक एंडोर्समेंट करना, दायित्व हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस की है। मित्रों, आज हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस में फंडिंग एक चुनौती है। सरकार इन दिनों में अच्छा खासा फंडिंग विभिन्न स्तर पे किया है, ये पर्याप्त शायद नहीं है। नया नया मॉडल डेवलप हो रहा है। उस मॉडल को अपनाते हुए वंचित वर्ग की हितों को सुरक्षित रखते हुए, मित्रों, हमारे देश की एक तबके की बच्चों को हम सरकारी व्यवस्था में पढ़ाना ही पड़ेगा। मैं आभारी हूं देश की व्यवस्था की ओर से गुजरात शासन को। मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा जब यहाँ कहा गया कि गुजरात की बजट में लगभग 1800 करोड़ रुपया स्कॉलरशिप दिया जाता है। लेकिन अगर भूपेंद्र भाई स्कॉलरशिप गुजरात के बच्चों को दे रहे हैं तो भूपेंद्र भाई हम अपने जैसे व्यक्तियों को, भूपेंद्र भाई मेरे और आड़िया जी जैसे परिवार के बच्चों को अपने खर्चे से भी पढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं, सरकार के खर्चे से नहीं। हमारे देश में एक नया मॉडल इमर्ज कर चुका है, प्राइवेट पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप में दोज हु कैन अफोर्ड let they spend from their own pocket, but we have to take care of a section of society those who cannot afford. उनको मदद करना ही पड़ेगा, ये हमारा साथ दायित्व है। ये चुनौती कहीं नहीं। वेस्टर्न में जाओ तो सब कमर्शियलाइज है, हाई फीस है। कुछ सोशलिस्टिक कंट्री में जाओ तो सारा चीज सरकार के हाथ में है, दोनों नहीं हो सकता है। भारत में हमको तीसरा मॉडल अपनाना पड़ेगा जो बखूबी भारत के एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस ने बनाया है, क्रॉस सब्सिडाइज हुआ रहा है। आज आईआईटी आईएम हमारे अपने इंटरनल रेवेन्यू भी बढ़ा रहे हैं, गरीब बच्चों को प्रोटेक्टेड तरीके से पढ़ा भी रहे हैं। ये सारे यूनिवर्सिटियों को धीरे धीरे अपना मॉडल खड़ा करना है। ये यूनिवर्सिटियों की लीडरशिप के ऊपर निर्भर करता है। मित्रों, यूनिवर्सिटी तो समाज के मंदिर है, इसको कई मामले में मोटिवेशन खड़ा करना, समाज में पॉजिटिविटी खड़ा करना। अभी अभी हम स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी को दिखने का सौभाग्य मिला। क्या ये दुनिया की सबसे ऊंची इमारत केवल है? इसमें देश की भावना लगी है। इसकी इंजीनियरिंग मार्वल को देखिए। अभी मेरे साथ आईआईटी गांधीनगर की डायरेक्टर साहब थे, वो बार बार इस विषय को उल्लेख कर रहे थे। इसमें जो इंजीनियरिंग है उसके बारे में कम कहा जाता है, वो उसको कहना चाहिए। हम 45th फ्लोर तक लिफ्ट में गए, आप लोग भी गए होंगे, नहीं तो आ जाओगे। यहाँ कोई नहीं होना चाहिए श्रीवास्तव जी, किसी को आप छोड़िएगा जो स्टैच्यू ऑफ लिबर्टी नहीं जाएगा, उसको पकड़ के भेजना ही भेजना, कंपलसरी एजेंडा है। भले ही आप लास्ट सेशन को थोड़ा शॉर्टकट कर दीजिए कि उससे लर्निंग, उसकी लर्निंग से कोई अल्टरनेटिव नहीं है। मित्रों, मैं गया था कभी पहली बार अमेरिका, एम्पायर स्टेट बिल्डिंग में। अड़िया साहब नीचे हमको ले गए और हमको आधा घंटा लेक्चर दिए कि इतने बड़ी इमारत में कितने जल्दी से लिफ्ट जाता है। मैं गया ऊपर। बाद में कभी मैं दुबई गया, अलब्रुज है वहां, अलब्रुज में भी समान स्टोरी। दिखेगा क्या पता नहीं, दिखने से तो रेगिस्तान दिखेगा। मैं ऊपर गया तो मां नर्मदा का व्यापक विश्व दर्शन हुआ और आदिवासी भाई बहनों के गांव को वहां देखा मैंने। मेरे मन में संतोष आई। दोनों में जो स्पीड ऑफ लिफ्ट एक केस स्टडी था। आज हम उससे ज्यादा स्पीड पे 45th मंजिल तक 38 सेकंड में उठ गए, लेकिन हमारे इंटरप्रेटर उसको जितना कहना चाहिए नहीं कह रहे हैं। कह रहे हैं छोटे छोटे चीजों को, यह एजुकेशन का हिस्सा है। हमारी चीजों को, हमारी गौरव, यही तो भारतीय परंपरा है। भारतीय परंपरा नहीं है सिर्फ वेदों को कोट करना, भारतीय परंपरा है सरदार की उपलब्धियों को कोट करना। ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन में सरदार कैसे लोगों को इकट्ठा किया था, कैसे रियासतों को इकट्ठा किए बिना रक्तपात के, समझौता के कारण इतने बड़े देश को। यूरोप हर एक 25 साल में एक बार जुड़ता है, एक बार टूटता है। 25 साल में मैं कह रहा हूं। जर्मन टूट गया, क्यों टूटा जर्मनियों को मालूम नहीं, फिर मिल गए। यूरोपियन यूनियन हुआ, फिर उसके अंदर से ब्रेक्सिट हुआ। इंग्लैंड आयरलैंड हर एक डिकाड में एक बार झगड़ते हैं, फिर मिलते हैं। लेकिन हमारी देश को चुटकी भर में सरदार साहब ने कम समय में इकट्ठा कर दिया। मैं इसलिए खुद आज बहुत भावुक हूं। मित्रों, मैं भी एक छोटे सी रियासत से आता हूं। अगर सरदार ना रहते तो मेरे गांव कहां होता मेरे को पता नहीं है। क्या ये ग्लोबल केस स्टडी नहीं है? सोशल साइंस में इसको हम पढ़ाना नहीं चाहिए? कॉन्फ्लिक्ट मैनेजमेंट की ये बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस नहीं हो सकता है क्या? जो बचा कुचा था, माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 370 उठा के कश्मीर को भी भारत के साथ मिले कर दिया। अभी गाजा पट्टी में क्या हो रहा है उसकी तुलना में हमारी इंटीग्रेशन को देखिए। क्या ये सब, इसको कौन पहुंचाएगा? आखिर ये सारे चुनौती वाला समय में हमारे इकोनॉमी आज 6 से 8 के अंदर होवरिंग कर रहा है। विश्व के अनेक डेवलप्ड कंट्री, क्या कारण रहा है कि हमारी डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन्हीं दिनों में नंबर 1 हो गया? क्या सिर्फ ये साइंटिफिक इनोवेशन था? और आज डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की यूजर कौन है? एकदम समाज जीवन की सामान्य से सामान्य व्यक्ति उसकी यूजर है। बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड बड़ा हो चुका है। क्या ये बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस नहीं होनी चाहिए? क्या ये एकेडमिक एंडोर्समेंट इसको नहीं करनी चाहिए? क्या एक मिस्र में पिरामिड बनाए थे, अभी तक हमने पिरामिड स्ट्रक्चर वहीं से हमारे ध्यान में आता है। मित्रों, सारे को रीओरिएंटेशन की आवश्यकता है। इसको हम कहने से कुछ लोग कह सकते हैं आप बदलना चाहते हो, हम बदलना नहीं चाहते, हम एक लंबी लकीर खींचना चाहते हैं, लंबी लकीर खींचना चाहते हैं। इसको करेगा कौन? यूनिवर्सिटी आर ऑटोनोमस टू अपग्रेड, टू रिवाइज, टू ऐड, टू डिलीट देयर ओन करिकुलम। ये आप ही को करना है, कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज करना है। आज के समय में भारतीयता को कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज करना है, वैश्विक आवश्यकता को आपको ध्यान रखना है। मोबिलिटी इतने विषय नहीं था पहले, आज मोबिलिटी एक कल्चर बन चुकी है। हमारी देश की टूरिज्म को कौन प्रमोट करेगा? हमारी एकेडमिक एक्सेप्टेंस होगा, एकेडमिक एंडोर्समेंट होगा तो हमारी देश की टूरिज्म बढ़ेगी। ये सारा विषय के अर्थनीति को अगर हमको डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनना है, अगर हमको $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनना है, और मैं महाराष्ट्र और गुजरात दोनों की अगर गोवा को भी मिला दूं, शायद $5 ट्रिलियन में, आड़िया साहब आप विशेषज्ञ हो, इसी में तो शायद 1-1.5 ट्रिलियन इसी जोन पे आएगा। इसी जोन पे 5 में से महाराष्ट्र और गुजरात और गोवा को टूरिज्म को मिला दो तो शायद 25%, 30% कंट्रीब्यूशन तो यहीं का होगा। और इसको कहाँ होगा? जब तक यहाँ की कॉलेज उस प्रकार के लड़का तैयार नहीं करेगा, लड़की तैयार नहीं करेगा, जब इसकी प्रोफेसर दुनिया की फ्यूचर ऑफ जॉब क्या है। मैं कुछ दिन पहले अनंत यूनिवर्सिटी आया था, अनुनय जी हमको मिले थे, उनको मैंने कहा था कि आप, उन्होंने मेरे को बुलाया था एक फ्यूचर ऑफ द जॉब के ऊपर एक नेशनल ग्लोबल वर्कशॉप को। मैंने कहा था इसको सारे हम देश के लिए मॉडल बनानी है। सारे यूनिवर्सिटी में कभी घूमता हूं मित्रों, मेरे को बहुत सारे विषय में प्रश्न आता है, मैं पूछूं किसको, मैं पूछूं किसको। पहले अड़िया साहब थे, कम प्रशासक, ज्यादा वाइस चांसलर थे, उनको हम पूछ लेते थे। अभी पूछें किसको? अभी पूछना पड़ता है। पूछने का समाज के मन की सहज समाधान की उत्तर की जगह है विश्वविद्यालय, यूनिवर्सिटी, वाइस चांसलर, प्रोफेसर्स। मित्रों, एक नया कल्चर भारत में लाना पड़ेगा। एनईपी की प्रमुख रिकमेंडेशन है मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी, मल्टीपल एग्जिट एंट्री, समाज की पार्टिसिपेशन इन एजुकेशन इकोसिस्टम। आज हमने स्किल इंडिया डिजिटल पोर्टल बनाई है, अपार जैसे स्टूडेंट रजिस्ट्रेशन नंबर की कल्पना की जा रही है। एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट बनेगा ना, क्रेडिट सर्टिफिकेट और क्रेडिट दोनों के एक बैंक अकाउंट होगा। मित्रों, सारे विषय आप एक नया संस्कृति में नया कल्चर आप डेवलप करोगे। और इसी अपेक्षा के साथ, और मैं जो 4 महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आप चर्चा करोगे ये तो है ही, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि इसको प्रैक्टिस करना और उस प्रैक्टिस को मैग्नीफाइंग, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को मैग्नीफाइंग ग्लास में सबके सामने लाना, यही सबसे बड़ा दायित्व है। ये काम शिक्षकों की है, ये काम गुरुओं की है। समर्थ रामदास नहीं होते तो शिवाजी नहीं बनते। शिवाजी बनाने की फैक्ट्री की सब समर्थ गुरु यहीं बैठे हैं। इसमें आपकी कैरियर एडवांसमेंट भी होगा। वाइस चांसलर के बाद और भी कुछ दायित्व आएगा, लेकिन इस देश की आवश्यकता को आप समझोगे। मैं फिर गुजरात शासन को आभार प्रकट करता हूं और यूजीसी को अपेक्षा रखता हूं कि आप जल्दी ही जगदीश कुमार जी और सीतारमन जी मिलके इसको बाकी इलाका में भी इस प्रकार की जोनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हो जाए और गुजरात मॉडल सबको दिखाया जाए कि वेस्टर्न जन में कैसे इसको किया गया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपके अनन्य प्रेरणादायी वक्तव्य और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के बारे में आपके बहुमूल्य मार्गदर्शन और प्रोत्साहन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी आपका। और अब अनुरोध करेंगे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री माननीय केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री एवं मंचस्थ महानुभावगण से कि अपने कर कमलों से राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 की एसओपी बुकलेट का विमोचन करें। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 की अमलवारी के लिए मार्गदर्शन के रूप में ये महत्वपूर्ण स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर की यह पुस्तिका। आइए हम भी तालियों से इस विधि में सम्मिलित होते हैं। स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर की यह पुस्तिका जो कि मार्गदर्शन देगी इस दिशा में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के अमलीकरण में। और साथ ही आज एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी द्वारा प्रकाशित अन्य 2 पुस्तिकाओं का भी विमोचन महानुभावगण के करकमलों से होगा। ये 2 पुस्तिकाएं हैं इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम तथा सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स पर फैमिली और कम्युनिटी साइंसेस के पर्सपेक्टिव से रचित ये 2 पुस्तिकाएं हैं। आने वाले समय में अभ्यास क्रम में भी ये रेफरेंस के रूप में बेहद महत्वपूर्ण साबित होगी। इन दोनों पुस्तिकाओं का विमोचन भी महानुभावगण के करकमलों से हो रहा है। जोरदार तालियों से हम भी सम्मिलित हो जाए इस विधि में। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आमूल परिवर्तन की दिशा में बहुत से प्रयास हो रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी महानुभावगण का। देवियों और सज्जनों, गुजरात में शिक्षा की उच्च गुणवत्ता को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए और साथ ही स्किल डेवलपमेंट और स्टार्टअप्स को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए अनेक कदम माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी के नेतृत्व में उठाए जा रहे हैं। शिक्षा में सरलीकरण, आधुनिकीकरण और नवीनीकरण द्वारा राज्य में शिक्षा समृद्धि के लिए जो कटिबद्ध है, ऐसे गुजरात के सरल, सबल और सक्षम मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी से अब आइए सविनय अनुनय करते हैं, आपके विचारों और शब्दों से हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी।
मां नर्मदा और लौह पुरुष सरदार पटेल के दिव्य सानिध्य में वाइब्रेंट गुजरात समिट के प्री इवेंट के रूप में आयोजित वेस्टर्न जोन वाइस चांसलर कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 के कार्यक्रम में हमारे साथ मंच पर उपस्थित केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, मेरे सहयोगी मंत्री श्री ऋषिकेश भाई पटेल, श्री प्रफुल्ल भाई पानसेरिया, राज्य सरकार के मुख्य सलाहकार श्री डॉक्टर हसमुख भाई हडिया जी, यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन के अध्यक्ष श्री डॉक्टर जगदीश कुमार जी, ऑल इंडिया काउंसिल फॉर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन के अध्यक्ष श्री टी.जी. सीतारमन जी, अग्र सचिव गुजरात के मुकेश कुमार जी, शिक्षण कमिश्नर श्री बंछा निधि पानी, नियामक श्री पी.बी. पंड्या जी, एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी के कुलपति श्री विजय कुमार श्रीवास्तव जी, यहाँ उपस्थित पश्चिम भारत के विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपतियाँ, विद्वान वक्ताओं, शिक्षाविदों, उपस्थित अधिकारीगण, प्रेस मीडिया के मित्रों, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। वाइब्रेंट गुजरात समिट 2024 के प्री इवेंट के रूप में आयोजित वेस्टर्न जोन वाइस चांसलर कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में गांधी जी, सरदार पटेल और विश्व नेता प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी की इस धरती में आप सभी महानुभावों का स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूं। किसी भी राज्य का या राष्ट्र के विकास की पहली शर्त उसकी उत्तम शिक्षा व्यवस्था होती है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी भारत को ग्लोबल एजुकेशन हब बनाने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी का मानना है कि जब हमारा देश आर्थिक विकास के साथ बौद्धिक विकास के में भी आगे रहे, तभी सही मायने में भारत ग्लोबल एजुकेशन हब कहलाएगा। आपने देखा होगा कि पहले अक्सर अर्थव्यवस्था, रोजगार, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे विषयों पर ही अधिक चर्चाएं हुआ करती थी, लेकिन जब श्री नरेंद्र भाई देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने तब उन्होंने देश का ध्यान आर्थिक विकास के साथ साथ शैक्षणिक विकास पर भी आकर्षित किया। प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं, भारत को एक बार फिर आदर्श सभ्यता का केंद्र बनाने के लिए हमें अपनी शिक्षा व्यवस्था और शिक्षा नीति पर अधिक ध्यान देना होगा। इस उद्देश्य के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 को लाया गया है। हमारी नई पीढ़ी विश्व के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर आगे बढ़े और वैश्विक स्तर पर बौद्धिक संपदाओं में सबसे आगे रहे, यही नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का मूल मंत्र है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को राष्ट्र विकास के लिए महायज्ञ कहा है। इस महायज्ञ में जिनका महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है, ऐसे वाइस चांसलर यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ स्किलिंग के जरिए होलिस्टिक एजुकेशन, इनोवेशन और रिसर्च तथा क्वालिटी एजुकेशन जैसे विषयों पर यहाँ सामूहिक विचार मंथन होने वाला है। हमारी नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी मोर रिलायबल और मोर फ्यूचरिस्टिक अप्रोच वाली है, जो भारत के 2047 तक इकोनॉमिक नजरिए के साथ साथ इंटेलेक्चुअल तरीके से भी देश को डेवलप कंट्री का स्टेटस देने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगी। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी से एजुकेशन सेक्टर में पैराडाइम शिफ्ट और समग्र देश के एजुकेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को इंटीग्रेट करने का विजन दिया है। स्किल डेवलपमेंट से टेक्नोसेवी यूथ तैयार हो, इसके लिए अपने एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट में मॉडर्न इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सुनिश्चित करना भी हम सभी का दायित्व है। विश्व की सबसे ऊंची प्रतिमा स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी के परिसर में नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के विचार मंथन के लिए हम सब एकत्रित हुए हैं। मेरा विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में इस पॉलिसी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन से भारत शिक्षा क्षेत्र में भी विश्व में सबसे ऊंचे स्थान पर पहुंचेगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी की अध्यक्षता में 2022 में वाराणसी में नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी पर अखिल भारतीय शिक्षा संगम का आयोजन किया गया था। उसी में इस पॉलिसी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन और इम्पोर्टेंस को लेकर काफी विस्तृत चर्चा हुई थी। इसी के अगले भाग के रूप में आज ईस्ट वेस्टर्न जोन वाइस चांसलर को कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया गया है। हम सभी साथ मिलकर नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को बेहतर व प्रभावी से इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं। मुझे यह बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि गुजरात देश के उन चुनिंदे राज्यों में से एक है जिसने नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को सबसे पहले लागू किया था। इतना ही नहीं, हमने 10 सालों के लिए इस पॉलिसी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को लेकर रोड मैप भी तैयार कर लिया है। बीते एक दशक में भारत और दुनिया में शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में कई बड़े बदलाव हुए हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी और बिजनेस के क्षेत्र में भी बड़े पैमाने पर परिवर्तन हुए। बिजनेस का स्ट्रक्चर चेंज हुआ है तो वही नई इंडस्ट्रीज अस्तित्व में आ गई है। रोजगार के अवसर तो बढ़े, लेकिन उसका स्वरूप भी बदल गया है। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में इन सभी बिंदुओं पर विशेष विचार किया गया है। किताबों के साथ साथ स्टूडेंट्स के स्किल डेवलपमेंट पर भी अधिक ध्यान दिया गया है। मेरा विश्वास है कि नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी देश के एजुकेशनल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के साथ आत्मनिर्भर भारत, डिजिटल भारत और इनोवेशन में भी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगी। भारत जैसे विशाल देश की डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड की विशेषताओं को बनाए रखने के हर पहलू को इस पॉलिसी में जोड़ा गया है। इस पॉलिसी में क्षेत्रीय स्तर की मातृभाषा पर भी शिक्षा देने पर अधिक बल दिया गया है। यह भी हमारी भारतीय भाषाओं और संस्कृति को संवर्धित करने का उत्तम माध्यम है। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का निर्माण भारत के श्रेष्ठतम विद्वानों के विचार मंथन से हुआ है। आज इस वेस्टर्न रीजनल वाइस चांसलर कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से इस विचार मंथन को एक नई दिशा मिलेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। अमृत काल में प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने भारत को ग्लोबल एजुकेशन हब और विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का विजन हमें दिया है। इस विजन को साकार करने में आप सभी वाइस चांसलर का योगदान सबसे महत्वपूर्ण और उपयोगी साबित हो सकता है। इसलिए आप सभी नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में अपना अधिक से अधिक कंट्रीब्यूशन दे। आपके प्रयासों से ही यह नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी हमारे देश की डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड समान युवा शक्ति के टैलेंट और स्किल को ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म देगी। मैं एक बार फिर नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को समर्पित इस विशेष कार्यक्रम की अपार सफलता की कामना करता हूं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में देश के एजुकेशनल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की इस जर्नी में हम सब साथ मिलकर आगे बढ़े, इन्हीं अपेक्षा के साथ मैं मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। भारत माता की जय। वंदे मातरम। जय जय गरवी गुजरात।
धन्यवाद माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपकी अनन्य प्रेरणा और मार्गदर्शन के लिए। गुजरात में शिक्षा क्षेत्र और प्रणाली को आपकी सुदृढ़ प्रतिबद्धता से मजबूत करने के लिए। और अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगी प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात श्री मुकेश कुमार जी से आभार अभिव्यक्ति के लिए।
सभी को नमस्कार। इस अवसर पर गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल साहब, भारत सरकार के शिक्षा मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान साहब, गुजरात के शिक्षा मंत्री माननीय श्री ऋषिकेश भाई पटेल, गुजरात के राज्य कक्षा के माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री श्री प्रसूल भाई पानसेरिया, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री के वरिष्ठ सलाहकार डॉक्टर हसमुख भाई आडिया, यूजीसी के चेयरमैन माननीय श्री प्रोफेसर जगदीश कुमार जी, एआईसीटी के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर सीतारामन जी और मेरे साथी वरिष्ठ अधिकारी उपस्थित, वेस्टर्न जोन के यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के वाइस चांसलर्स, एनईपी कोऑर्डिनेटर्स, विश्व की सभी सबसे ऊंची प्रतिमा के सानिध्य और भारत की पवित्र नदी नर्मदा के तट पर एनईपी 2020 के सर्वोत्तम कार्यान्वयन के लिए आज कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजित किया गया है, उसमें आप सबकी उपस्थिति के लिए मैं आप सबको धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैं पहले माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल का आभारी हूं, जो इस सम्मेलन के उद्घाटन के लिए विशेष रूप से आप हमारे सबके बीच में उपस्थित रहे हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री के मार्गदर्शन में पिछले महीने सितंबर में गुजरात पब्लिक यूनिवर्सिटी एक्ट विधानसभा में पास किया गया, जो अक्टूबर महीने में माननीय गवर्नर साहब के मंजूरी के बाद 9 अक्टूबर से सफलतापूर्वक गुजरात के सभी पब्लिक यूनिवर्सिटी में इसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो गई है। मैं खास इसका उल्लेख इसलिए कर रहा हूँ कि ये एक्ट यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर की पूरी भूमिका जो पहले थी और अभी पूरी बदल दिया गया है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री का आभारी हूँ कि जो वाइस चांसलर को जितनी ऑटोनॉमी दी गई है, कहते हैं ना भूतो न भविष्य, ऐसा ऑटोनॉमी फिर देखने को मिलेगा नहीं। माननीय शिक्षण मंत्री श्री ऋषिकेश पटेल का भी आभारी हूँ, जिनके मार्गदर्शन में हम लोगों ने चॉइस बेस्ड क्रेडिट सिस्टम, एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट, मल्टीपल एंट्री मल्टीपल एग्जिट 2023-24 के शैक्षणिक सत्र से इसका सफलतापूर्वक कार्यान्वयन शुरू कर दिया गया है। हमारे निमंत्रण को सम्मान करते हुए भारत सरकार के शिक्षा मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का विशेष रूप उपस्थिति में मैं उनका धन्यवाद देता जाता हूँ और आपके भाषण और प्रेरणा हमें बहुत लाभ हुआ है। गुजरात के शिक्षण मंत्री स्टेट श्री प्रफुल्ल भाई पानसेरिया की उपस्थिति के लिए मैं उनका धन्यवाद करता हूँ। हसमुख आडिया साहब, जो हमको शिक्षण क्षेत्र में हमेशा उनके मार्गदर्शन हमको प्राप्त होता रहता है, इनकी उपस्थिति के लिए मैं इनका भी सम्मान आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। यूजीसी के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर जगदीश कुमार जी और एआईसीटी के अध्यक्ष जो खास दिल्ली से आए हैं प्रोफेसर सीतारामन जी, उनका मैं आभारी हूँ। गुजरात सरकार के शिक्षा विभाग द्वारा आयोजित इस सम्मेलन में मैं गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, गोवा और गोवा दमन दीव, दादरा नगर हवेली के विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालय के वाइस चांसलर और उनके एनईपी कोऑर्डिनेटर का भी इस सम्मेलन में भाग लेने के लिए विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूं। गुजरात सरकार और एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी की ओर से काम करी पूरी टीम, स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी की टीम और प्रिंट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के तमाम और यहाँ के जो प्रवेक टेंट सिटी के सहायकों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मैं आशा करता हूँ कि आज के सम्मेलन महत्वपूर्ण रूप से एनईपी के व्यवहारिक कार्यान्वयन के लिए नई दिशाएं खोलेगा। शिक्षा के बेहद महत्वपूर्ण इस सम्मेलन के लिए शुभारंभ के लिए मैं आप सभी का हृदयपूर्वक आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और देवी और सज्जनों, एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी की ओर से वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विजय कुमार श्रीवास्तव की ओर से ये महानुभावगण के पोर्ट्रेट्स एक स्मृति चिन्ह के रूप में उन्हें अर्पित किए जाएंगे। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का ये पोर्ट्रेट, माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का भी एक सुंदर पोर्ट्रेट, ये छवि माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री गुजरात एवं माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री गुजरात, प्रिंसिपल एडवाइजर टू चीफ मिनिस्टर श्री हसमुख अडिया जी, यूजीसी ग्रांट्स कमीशन के प्रोफेसर जगदीश कुमार जी का भी पोर्ट्रेट, और प्रोफेसर टीजी सीताराम, ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन एआईसीटीई, इन सभी महानुभाव गण का ये पोर्ट्रेट एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी की ओर से एक स्मृति चिन्ह के रूप में भेंट किया जा रहा है महानुभाव गण को। और प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी श्री मुकेश कुमार जी का भी ये पोर्ट्रेट कला की अभिव्यक्ति द्वारा ये स्मृति चिन्ह। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सुंदर बारीकाई से किया गया ये काम और एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी की ओर से ये यादगार क्षण। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी महानुभावों का हमारे बीच इस कार्यक्रम में सम्मिलित होने के लिए। आप सबसे मैं अनुरोध करूंगी कि कृपया आप सभी अपना स्थान बनाए रखें। मुख्यमंत्री जी एवं महानुभावगण हमारे बीच से विदा लेंगे, उसके बाद हम टेक्निकल सेशंस की ओर आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि कृपया आप सभी अपना स्थान बनाए रखें। फिर से एक बार इस कार्यक्रम में सम्मिलित होने के लिए सभी मंचासीन महानुभावगण आज हमारे बीच पधारे थे, सभी का हम हृदय से धन्यवाद अदा करते हैं और आप सभी का फिर से स्वागत करते हैं। और अब हम आगे बढ़ेंगे एक मंथन विचार विमर्श के टेक्निकल सेशंस की ओर, जो कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को और समझने में मददरूप होगी। तो आप सभी को बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन और all the best to all of you for having a wonderful session during this entire day today. Once again, welcome all of you. Thank you.
for this very, very important session, we have galaxy of 5 prominent people amongst us, representing very renowned institution of our country and the leadership capacity. The session will be chaired by Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman, AICTE, Professor Neerja Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Gujarat University, and Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur, will be the speaker for theme 1, and Professor T.V. Kattimani and Shri, who is the Vice Chancellor of Central Tribal University, Andhra Pradesh, and Shri Srijan Pal Singh, founder of Dr. Kalam Foundation, would be the speakers for theme 2. May I request Dr. Krishnakant Chudasama, the Registrar of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, to welcome our esteemed panel by offering the shawls to them. Dr. Chudasama, please. May I also invite Professor Uma Iyer to present a memento to all the speakers and chairmen. Let's give a big round of applause once again. As we all know, Dr. T.T. Sitaram is the chairman of All India Council of Technical Education. May I request Professor Uma Iyer to please welcome Professor Neerja Gupta, who is currently the Vice Chancellor of Gujarat University, with a shawl and a memento. May I request Registrar Sir once again to welcome Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur. Professor Uma Iyer will welcome Professor T.V. Kattimani. Who is the Vice Chancellor of Central Tribal University, Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Chudasama will welcome Shri Srijan Pal Singh, who had a fortune to work with the Missile Man of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji. He represents Dr. Kalam Foundation. Okay, as we all know that we are running late, and that would definitely affect the proceeding, and that means cutting down. So may I request all the speakers to cut down from 6 minutes to 5 minutes of their presentation, and we will have a little cut also in the discussion part. So over to you, sir, as a chairperson of this session, Dr. Sitaram. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll monitor the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning to all of you. Welcome back to session 1. I think in this session, we are going to discuss about access to quality education and governance in higher education, and also equitable and inclusive education, issues of socio-economically disadvantaged group, SEDGs. We have a very distinguished panel to discuss about access to quality education. We have Professor Neeraj Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Gujarat University, Professor Ram Kumar, Director, IIM Raipur. To discuss about equitable and inclusive education, and also issue about SEDG, we have Professor T.V. Kattimani, Vice Chancellor, Central Tribal University, Andhra Pradesh, and Shri Srijan Pal Singh, founder, Dr. Kalam Foundation. So thank you very much, panelists. And you know the time is very limited, 5 minutes. We are already late by an hour. So let me give you a brief initially about what we are going to talk about in this panel and what should be our plan and action. So already Madam has clearly highlighted the format of today's panel discussion. So each speaker will have 5 minutes. I will be asking in the same order as it has been listed. Professor Neeraj Gupta, and then Professor Ram Kumar, and Professor T.V. Kattumini, and Srijan Pal Singh. Maybe I'll request two of them to discuss about the access to quality education, the other two about the SEDGs. Friends, the vision of National Education Policy 2020 is to instill among the learners a deep-rooted pride in being an Indian, not only in thought, but also in spirit, intellect, and deals as well as to develop knowledge, skills, values, and dispositions that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development, and linking all this to the global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam actually sums it all to practice all of these. Friends, modern India is also a strong focus on science and technology, realizing that it is a key element for the economic growth. Today, we are here to discuss about the issues of access to education, wherein technology and governance are going to play a major role. So I would like to, panelists also to focus and put their points in 5 minutes. So thank you very much for all of you to joining for this session. And we will have some time at least to have some questions from the floor so that we can discuss and take the summary at the end of this meeting. So let me, without wasting much time, let me invite Professor Neeraj Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Gujarat University, to put her thoughts, please.
Namaskar. Respected Chair, co-panelists, and this august gathering. We all know that pre-NEP, the saga of higher education has been a saga of missed opportunity. It's important to mention it here because we are talking of governance along with the quality. We missed a huge opportunity in 1947. Thereafter, we missed the opportunity when IITs, IIMs, AIMS, and such like institutions saw the hugest brain drain. And the third opportunity we missed when multinationalism came into, we privatized our education. All along the way, we never changed our views on governance and models of governance. The same degree patterns, the same span of education, the same modules, they kept on continued. After the industrialization, after the information technology, now we have entered into an era of knowledge era. Here comes Bharat, here comes India. Because knowledge is our domain, and the governance has to understand in this new system with national education policy that what these stakeholders are looking for. These stakeholders may look for many things. For example, quality, equity, industrialization, hands-on training, ethics, partnerships, and there are so many other things like internationalization and all. How do we meet these challenges of governance if we don't comply with the essence of NEP? And that essence is in next 13 years, because 2 years have already passed, in next 13 years, we have to grow vertically. Till now, we were all meant to grow horizontally, so one university with affiliated colleges, the same policy, the same regulation, the same syllabus. We look ahead now to the autonomous institutions in next 13 years. Autonomy means financial, academic, and administrative autonomy, which also means internships. So the governance in this new model will look into that the GER improves, that the finances don't become hindrance in GER, that we go into the PPP mode, that we invite more industries into the campus for making our infrastructure bigger, stronger, and sustainable. The other thing we have to look around is also the second wave of colonization, which is coming in the shape of accreditation. Today, our accreditation markers are drawn from the West. World's fifth largest economy should have their own markers of accreditation drawn from the society, from the basis of the needs of the society, and respond to those accreditation so that the center of international education comes back to India as it was centuries back. And we know that in the knowledge era, we are all equipped to do that. The board of management or the board of governance, the types of autonomy that has been rendered now. An example is Gujarat government itself. It enables to draw the best quality from the society, irrespective of the norms that are set in the educational performer. We can draw the quality from the practitioners, the professor of practice, and in many other form, the skill-based education, the governance has to give a clear way and then a visionary roadmap to the coming era. This time we don't want to miss the opportunity. Since the time is less, I would like to stop here.
Thank you, Professor Neeraj Gupta. Thank you for your very nice points. I will now move to Professor Ramkumar, but I would like to request him, coming from an IIM, what quality initiative we can take for making Indian students as 21st century innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, and highly skilled professionals. And also I would like him to address how do we increase our gross enrollment ratio. If you can address these 2 points, gross enrollment ratio in higher education. Thank you.
Namaskar to each one of you, and thank you, Professor Sitaram, for this opportunity. I continue with what my panelist, Professor Neerja, mentioned about missed opportunities. Do agree with it 100%. Apart from agreeing with it, in terms of setting the context, I'll put it as when we talk of governance and governance leading to higher quality, if we look at the continuum of governance, there are two corners there. On one continuum is what is known as private governance. And private governance, and the other continuum is public governance. In private governance, what happens is essentially it largely is, there is a market clearing mechanism. We expect that the markets will work automatically, things will settle automatically. Whereas on the other side, when it comes to public governance, it is typically hierarchical. We expect that decision-making processes typically like army and organizations like that, wherein things are expected to clear. When it comes to higher education space and governance in that, it typically falls in the middle, wherein we call it as collaborative governance. And to be more specific, it ought to be done for quality, it ought to be done using what we call as mandated collaborative governance. And in that sense, mandated collaborative governance ensures benchmarks in academic excellence, as you pointed out, with social impact. So with social impact essentially means when we have the process consultative, when we have the process having equity and inclusion, it results in social outreach such that the gross enrollment numbers which you mentioned about, Professor Sitaram, gets kind of captured. So what I am trying to suggest is higher education institutions to have academic excellence with social impact. Possibly there is a need for benchmark governance standards, and these benchmark governance standards possibly should be driven by mandated collaborative governance. That's something which I'm stressing on. In terms of how it is to be done, very nice point Professor Neerja mentioned in terms of accreditation. Why should it not be indigenous? Yes, there is a need for us to create ecosystem of having indigenous accreditation. You see, the idea is, can we have more of these kind of meetings leading to better social capital in terms of ensuring implementation of NEP happens in a faster and wider way? This is a very beautiful initiative in that sense. And of course, there is a need for funding. So Madam mentioned private PPP as a possible way out and other aspects that are there. We need both public and private funds. And last but not least, we also need capacity development of the faculty and to ensure quality assurance out there when it comes to academic excellence. That's it.
Thank you, Professor Ramkumar, for putting your thoughts. Now I will turn to Professor T.V. Kattimani. I request him to basically emphasize, he coming from Central Tribal University, how equitable and inclusive education should be. And I will also would like to request him to address how to enhance quality of education for realizing Sustainable Development Goal 4. Professor Kattimani.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chair and my colleagues, all my friends, thank you very much. Equity and inclusive in education. Actually, NEP talks about inclusivity. Honorable Minister, central government has touched the issue. In inclusivity now is, we have NEP consulted more than 1,000 institutions for inclusive approach, includes gender inclusiveness, empowering Divyangas, inclusion of LGBTQ, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. This is the contribution of Honorable Prime Minister. Religious minorities, linguistic minorities, promoting SCDGs, SCSTs, PVTGs, DNTs, NTs, and SNTs. Gender inclusiveness, Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalay, provisions of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, Avasiya Vidyalayas, Rani Lakshmi Bai, Atmarakshak Prashikshan, Swami Vivekananda Single Girl Child Fellowships, PG Indira Gandhi Scholarship for Single Girl Child, stipend for CWS, children with special needs, inclusion of Divyangas. Focus is to achieve an increased gross enrollment ratio. Again, the contribution of the Honorable Prime Minister. Rupees 1,023.50 crores has been approved for the education for such special need children. Setting up of a national assessment center, Parak. NIOS to develop high quality modules to teach Indian Sign Language, enhancing the use of Braille. Major challenges in equity and inclusion, increasing dropout rates. Gross enrollment ratio in higher educational institutions is 27%, expected to increase up to 50%. Cost of pursuing higher education. We are talking about private and public sector. Social apartheid, geographical and linguistic barriers, poor employability in higher educational programs, lack of student support mechanism, increasing numbers of SCDGs, suicides in premier institutions. Focus on higher gross enrollment ratio, education in 3 language format for higher gross enrollment ratio. NEP talks about mother tongue education at least up to 7th standard. Suitable government funds for SCDGs to lessen the dropout rate. Early childhood care and education for reducing the dropout rates. Zero tolerance rules for harassment and discriminative activities. Measure to face the challenges. Training Anganwadi workers to cut out the problems in formal education. Promotion of caste, tribe, specific inherited natural skills among the marginals. This I wrote extensively in my book NEP 2020, The Game Changer, how these marginalized communities have their own natural skill abilities. Improvement of traditional neighborhood skills includes blacksmiths, carpenters, potters, goldsmiths, leather workers, weavers, culinary experts. Bridging the infrastructural gaps in communications, gender balance admission in higher educational institutions, creating suitable counseling and monitoring programs. NEP talks about monitoring and counseling systems in every institution to lessen suicide, national suicide prevention strategy, sensitization of faculties, counselors, and students regarding discrimination and identity issues, tribal culture, beliefs, and ethos. I would like to give two examples. See, one is, child of a Devadasi will not have father's name. That the society should understand. It is education of society. It is not the education of Devadasi system. And at the same time, with my little, field work, I would like to tell Kolam tribe in Maharashtra, there is unwed mothers are there in big number. Whose name should be there in father's name? So they consulted, government consulted. We gave, in the case of Devadasi, I have taken a lead that mother name should be in the column of father's name. These things, it is the duty of all of us who are the leaders of educational institutions. Yes, this is there in Indian society. Integrate mental well-being curriculum in all educational institutions. Outreach programs and scholarship fellowships for SEDGs, model school system for nomadic, semi-nomadic, and denotified tribes, for example, Maharashtra. Maharashtra is a model state involving temple spaces, community halls, panchayat offices into schools for NTs, SNTs, and DNTs. Supporting SEDGs with technological tools for better participation. I would like to take 1 minute regarding how technology will help. In 2017, I met one tribal painter in Amarkantak. She was selling her painting for 5 rupees, 500 rupees. After a gap of 6 years, I met her in Bhopal. She said, "Saab, मैं मोबाइल की सहायता से अब अपनी पेंटिंग 5 लाख में बेच रही हूँ, 500 to 5 lakhs. Mitigate opportunity costs and fees, make admission process and curriculum more inclusive and user-friendly. Steps for inclusive education under Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalayas, KGVBs are residential school for SCDG girls, class 7 to 8, SC, ST, OBC, minority, and below poverty line people, BPL. Saksham launched by UGC for ensuring safety for women and gender sensitization. We must acknowledge the activeness.
But I am back in the form of thoughts, traveling through the cosmos to join you all here in 2023. When I see you today, I am reminded of my book, Advantage India. In it, I wrote these lines. Knowledge makes a nation great.
I'll just pause it here. It's a little longer than this.
Thank you. Thank you. You saw now, AI, generative AI, power of generative AI. See, we had seen Sana, many of you seen in, I think, India Today, and the weather reporter, Sana, which is an AI tool. Again, now he made Kalam to be telling us. Very, very nice. Thank you very much, Mr. Sujan Pal Singh. We have about 20 minutes now. We'll take also questions from the floor. But let me put 1 or 2 thoughts before, because out of the 4 speakers, 3 of them spoke about technology, research, innovation, except Madam was more emphasis on quality of education and governance. So India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy. To do this, I think technical education also plays a major role. And we have a large group of technical institutions in the country. We produce almost 1 million engineers every year, second to China. So we have a great potential to become the leader, because our kids are excellently positioned in the STEM areas. Friends, I just wanted to share some thoughts on how we are actually there to lead the world. See, we are among the top 5 countries in terms of PhDs produced. We are in the top 5 countries in terms of research papers and citations. We are among top 5 countries in terms of patent filings. We are also among the top leading countries in terms of incubation on higher education campuses. India is the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world, with 110 plus Indian startups in the Unicorn Club. What is very interesting to note is almost $500 billion combined valuation of Indian startups in the last 2 years. And 21% of these Indian startups are primarily focusing on global market. So very, very, intriguing numbers. So it tells us we have a greatly positioned ourselves to become the world leader in technical education and related areas. So keeping that in mind, now I will throw open the floor to discuss about how this access to quality education, and particularly the technology and governance role, will play a major role. So let us open this to a couple of questions from the floor, please. So I have actually some names already with me. I will call in the sequence. Professor Shri Tripathi, Vice Chancellor, Atmiya University. Mike is there with him. Professor Shri Tripathi.
Thank you very much. Namaskar to all.
Where are you? Please rise. Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yes, I can see you.
Thank you very much. Namaskar to all. Effective governance is at the core of quality. And for effective governance, regulatory reforms are also required. So my 2 quick questions. One is relating to the management education. Thank you so much. For the first time, I could hear someone is saying technical and management education. So postgraduate diploma programs in management in this country, there are thousands of institutions which are offering the standalone PG diploma programs. In academic rigor, these programs are equivalent to MBA, but not all the programs are recognized as equivalent to MBA. Many of thousands of students, they suffer when they go abroad, when they go for employment. So is there any plan to bring PGDM into the mainstream? Because when such programs were introduced, it was 30 years back, 40 years back, and now the reality has changed. That is question 1. Question 2 is relating to the governance. We have seen good number of private universities in the country. Many of the private universities also have, their promoting trust also have the aided colleges, which are being operated separately. And when it comes to inclusion of these into the private universities, there are regulatory challenges. So I would like to draw your kind attention on these 2 issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Shri Tripathi. Actually, question you addressed to me only. So let me be very brief so that we can move to the larger issues what we are discussing in this session. To answer your first question, please don't worry too much about, we will have good policies for engaging the autonomous PG diploma institutions under NEP. The NEP itself is, is a flexible, that gives you flexibility. So I actually addressed the Indian Management Conclave in SP Jain University, SP Jain Institute of Management in Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan in Mumbai very recently. Also, I heard all your experts, and even Professor Bharat Bhaskar was there. We have assured them that, we will be a smooth transition for all those institutions, nothing to worry. That is the first assurance we will give you from AICTE. Second, we are already thinking about bringing the undergraduate management programs into the fold of AICTE so that you can have a multiple entry exit, because now even undergraduate management programs are 4-year. Okay, BBM or all that will become 4-year program, BBA, and all that now will be integrated so that institutions there can be mergers and many things can happen. So let's wait how the progress will take place, because as you know, the new IIM Act, actually IIMs have actually transformed. themselves from these fellow programs and your PG diplomas to MBA and PhDs, I think the day will come for you as well. So nothing to be worried. That is the first one. And the technology-wise and the transparency-wise, I think AICTE has made very, very simple process, very light, but we will be also tight. Our inspections will start now on the defaulting institutions only. Please note that, okay? And we have made it very light, and one nation, one data will take care of most of these initiatives, because you don't need to submit different kind of data to different agencies for accreditation, ranking, and approvals through our regulators. So all that will become, so I would like to assure you, AICTE will cease to become a regulator, it will become a facilitator. With these two comments, I think we'll move to the next question, please. Professor Jadhav, Maharashtra National Law University. Very interesting, because I would like to hear also the experts on the law side too. How do you engage with NEP? Professor Jadhav. Professor Jadhav is there? Otherwise, I will go to the next question. Yeah. You got the mic? It's not functioning. Okay. So maybe I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Next, we'll go to Dr. S.A. Ranpise, Dean, Mahatma Phule Agriculture University. Again, very interesting, because again, agricultural is also coming here. Yes.
Namaskar. Myself, Dr. S.A. Ranpise, Dean Faculty of Agriculture, Mahatma Phule Agriculture University, Rahuri, Maharashtra. My question is, the agriculture and allied degree programs are field and practical oriented programs which require the physical presence for completion of these programs. So how will reduce this residential requirement of these agriculture and allied degree programs to complete these programs?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody would like to, Madam, can you respond? Because you are the Vice Chancellor. So
I would like to give here a brief input. From the bricks and mortars and from sit-down evaluation systems, we are now going for beyond time and spaces. So there, of course, some brainstorming is needed, what type of hands-on we can include, but definitely it may not be right in the campus. We need to evolve certain systems where the local evaluation on quality can be assessed.
Thank you. You would like to respond?
For example, IRMA, for example, has internships wherein you go to villages in various states and they are tied up with the village community and the experiences are done. So similarly, one can have, it doesn't mean that one has to be in the university physically 24/7. These experiences of village level inclusion, like what IRMA Anand does, I think is an example out there.
One thing.
Kindly.
Sir. So, of course, that is the best thing if immersion happens. If the immersion happens at the grassroots level, that's great. But if it doesn't, technology can also play a very important role there. So, sir, what we were talking about, technological simulators, if we can build a simulator for Mars landing, we can definitely build a simulator for farming as well. So, I think those things can also be done where, I mean, of course, immersion is best, but if we can't, then this can be done. It could be done even by the student at his home.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. AR, VR will create a new revolution in taking virtual education to a newer level. Through that, we can also reach out to large number of people. Gross enrollment ratio can increase. So let me take a next question. I think it is Dr. Surendraya Gohel.
Hello.
Is he here? Yeah.
Yes, sir, I'm here. I am Dr. Surendra Singh Gohil from Shri Govind Guru University, Godhra. Sir, I come from a university with a very diverse educational background, educational landscape, let's say. In terms of students, the term heterogeneous would fall short. So from the panelists, I would like to know how can a university with a diverse educational landscape ensure equitable and inclusive education in the context of policies, the new policies, vision of a new pedagogical framework and multidisciplinary approach?
Thank you. Yeah, Professor Kattimani.
Professor, thank you very much for a wonderful question. You have a great opportunity to develop your university. Where diversity is there, challenges are there. You can visit universities, central universities who are working in rural areas, hilly areas, tribal areas, where we can get a wonderful study for our development. You know, meeting and reaching the diverse group is so easy because we are in Bharat, not in outside. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Hello, sir.
From the floor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I forgot about Professor Jadhav.
Pleasant morning.
Professor Jadhav, please go ahead.
Pleasant morning to the panelists and the audience. I'm Dr. Jadhav, Registrar, Maharashtra National Law University, Aurangabad. When it comes to the maintaining the standard and the quality of legal educations, the rule of law considered to be the sine qua non of a democracy where the legal education assumes the great significance. So as to maintain the standard and the quality of legal education, the issue or the challenge is that legal education in the country is being regulated by two different regulating authorities. University grant commissions regulate higher education, post-graduation, as well as research in law, whereas Bar Council of India is regulating legal educations by virtue of Advocate Act 1961 and the rules framed therein under Legal Education Rule 2008. However, both these regulating authorities gives enough scope for making experiment and implement national education policy, which is specifically mentioned under clause 24 of NEP 2020. However, so as to imbibe that professional dynamism and to cope up legal educations to the cutting edge technology at par with any other national and international universities, some of those basic challenges are there. When different regulating authorities are there, Center of Legal Educations are answerable to 2-3 different regulating authorities where their yardstick parameters are different. For example, UGC has introduced one-year LLM program so that it should be at par with any other international universities, because 2-year LLM program initially was there in Pakistan, Bangladesh and India only. But now again, Bar Council of India, by way of one notification, it has introduced 2-year LLM program. Once it comes to the maintaining the standard and quality of legal educations, so as to meet that expectation of international standard, we need to have uniform standard, and the existing structure needs to be revamped so that this implementation of national education policy can be implemented.
Is there any question?
My question is that we need to revamp the existing structure, or at least we need to have a uniform standard for maintaining quality of legal education. What is your take?
Thank you very much. First of all, we request the legal professionals to come to the NEP, join NEP and be with UGC and AICTE, because today technology also plays a role in majority in legal education as well. Okay, hopefully all of professionals like you will convince your colleagues to join us. Okay, first and foremost, my answer is that. So anyway, let me not make it too complicated here on this phase on the legal education. Anyway, we are a democratic system, so you still have to make up your mind to join the mainstream and be part of the NEP, because it's such a fantastic policy, very flexible. You can be within it and explore all the advantages of it. So now, any other questions? I see a hand over there at the back. Kindly introduce yourself, please.
I am R.P. Singh. I am provost of Adani University.
Yes, please.
I wanted to ask you a very simple question, in fact. The access to quality education and governance. What I see is that most of the states which offer to fill seats to private as well as public universities do a combined entrance examination, and not even 10% of seats are filled through that. Don't you think it's high time that you should allow people to select their own institutions rather than going through the rigmarole of combined entrance examination, which is not able to fulfill the mandate.
You're referring to the, you have to be very specific because what you give the half information.
I am referring to introduction and admission to private as well as public universities and institutions, which is done through the combined entrance examination.
CUET, you are talking about CUET, right?
There are state examinations as well.
Okay. I think one of you should respond because in technical education, this problem is not there.
I think much he is referring to the technical admissions only. But then there are ample choices for the institutions as well as for the courses. It's not that the central admission system emphasizes only upon one university, one course, or one institute. So students, they select as per their choices. For example of engineering colleges, maybe the supply is more than the demand, and we have to rethink about those systems. But this centralized system actually enables one spot or one window admission, and it really helps out to the students right at their doorstep.
So I think one of the things I just wanted to add, I think the system of centralized is actually good for the marginalized, because otherwise if every college is going to have their own entrance, then people who do not have access to information, A, they will get left behind. B, those who cannot afford so many, filling so many forms and all, for economic reasons, they'll also be left behind. So there may be scope for improvement in the current system, but I don't think transforming or doing away with it would actually do well in terms of inclusion.
Yeah, there is actually, you can always debate the other option also. Students will have multiple options to take and enter into an education. So we are also debating this issue, whether to have a common entrance exam for all engineering and technical education. But it becomes difficult again, or we can use JEE or something like that. But again, it has to be cautiously decided because all may not be able to take those exams. Some of them will be left out. So there again chances will be left. But what we have done is, we have opened up actually. For example, working professionals. We have created now large number of opportunities for the working professionals to do diploma for ITI students, for engineering, for diploma students who are already working, and postgraduate for already the graduates. So the large number of opportunities we are creating because we have to reach, remember, we have to reach a gross enrollment ratio in higher education from 27 to 50%. At the same time, we cannot say, oh, supply side, demand side, all these issues, because we need to first educate them. So providing job is another important step. To that also, what we have taken at AICTE, tomorrow or on 2nd of November, we are going to launch AICTE placement portal for rural and tribal area engineering institutions. It is a placement portal with already 3,000 companies have volunteered to provide jobs for the engineering students at rural areas and tribal areas. So we are going to launch this on November 2nd from AICTE placement portal, because this we have done it because after seeing the success of AICTE internship portal. Today AICTE internship portal has 2 crore verified registered students. 77,000 companies are offering the internship on this portal. So there are very success stories. So based on that, we have started doing this. Friends, there are a lot of talented young people in rural and tribal areas. We need to engage them and give them an access, give them an opportunity, and that is where, number of engineering institutions, we need to save them also. But I want to give you a good news. Engineering admissions are not going down, they are going up. Actually, more than 15% this year increase in every state. And they are all saying their admissions are good and there is a lot of demand. But one thing we have to all remember, today the parents and students have information and access to all the information, so they are going to decide what they have to do, where they are going to do, what programs they're going to register. It is not, we cannot push them to any particular program. They are going to do so. They are very knowledgeable people. Only we need to give an access and opportunities, and that is what AICTE is trying to create, liberalize, so that's why we have removed the moratorium of engineering institutions. But definitely there is a point that we need to also create more jobs. That is where we are working with Skill Ministry. Secretary Skill is there, and in the next session is going to highlight to you what initiatives we are going to take to make them skilled so they are employable, and also these skilled engineering graduates, both in diploma, ITI, and also the higher education, are going to serve the whole world. So they are the future of the global engineers. That's where we also can fulfill our commitment to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So I don't want to take much time because we are actually at the end of. Friends, technical education, particularly because I represent AICTE, even though the session is very broad and general, I'm going to focus. Today, technical education, India presents a range of opportunities and also challenges. And we need to keep in mind that we want to be the leader of the world with already the 5th largest economy, aspiring to become 3rd largest economy in 2-3 years. And skill development is going to be the key. Skilling of all our youths, not after the college hours, during the college, while they are in the institutions, they need to be skilled. So the demand for technically skilled workforce is very much needed, and India is ready for that. That also I would like to tell you. India is ready for that. We will throw open all our technical institutions for skilling. So skilling is going to be part of our regular technical education programs. So we need to also address these challenges related to quality, infrastructure, employability, and inclusivity. And it's very, very essential for a country like India to fully harness all these opportunities and ensure that the technical education system remains competitive on global scale. And others, definitely, there will be a lot of opportunity in this conference to discuss many other issues. I think the next sessions are all there to talk about skill development and other issues which we are going to there. But what one hope we have given you, is the Indian G20 presidency showed very clearly we are truly people-centric and we have emerged as a national endeavor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me conclude this. I thank all my panelists to giving a very valuable suggestions and remarks on the topic of access to quality education in India. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for chairing this session so wonderfully and making it on time. So I really thank all of you, my esteemed panel members as well, for really sticking to the time and completing the session on time. Thank you very much, everyone. May I now request the dignitaries and invited guest speakers for session 2. Oh, there is a group photograph. Thank you. May I invite the speakers for session 2, which includes 2 more themes, and that is creating synergy between education and skilling future of work. That will have speaker The sessions will be chaired by Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And the other theme is Holistic Education through Integration of Skilling, Industry Connect and Employability. They're really the buzzwords that NEP 2020 is talking about. We have 4 speakers, which includes Professor Nilesh Desai, Professor T.G. Sitaram, once again, would be on dais with us as a speaker now, Professor Rajat Munna, and Professor Dr. Unnat Pandit. May I request all the esteemed speakers and the chair to take their seats on the dais, please. All right, we have made up lost 15 minutes in the last session. We will have to make up another 15 minutes in this session. That means it is cut down by 15 minutes in all. 1 minute from each of you speakers, please. So kindly make your presentations for 5 minutes, each one of you, and I'll manage the time. So over to you, sir, Professor Tiwari. Yeah, to you to take on over.
Fellow panelists, particularly Professor Sitaram ji, Desai ji, can you have the name please? Can you have the names of the people there? I would consider that it is as a sign of the changing times that from the skill development, I am privileged to address all the esteemed vice chancellors of the Western Zone universities. In the morning, we heard our Honorable Minister speaking, and under his able guidance and constant support that the skilling and education are working much, much closer together than ever before under the National Education Policy. Professor Sitaram and Professor Jagdish, both of them talked about the skilling requirement, and our Honorable Minister was quite emphatic in saying that we need to redesign, rethink our curriculum in the universities, so much so that the embedding of the skills goes up to the colleges and the students. And he also exhorted the colleges and universities to do much more than what they are doing now for creating rural entrepreneurship among the youth who are not as part of the college education system. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a very small presentation which will just set the context of the discussion today. And after that, we'll invite the panelists to speak. And I'll be very happy to answer the questions which some have been given and also after this session. So I'm going to talk about what is the skilling is important today and what is the higher education in the context of future of work, what are the policy and practices of skill integration, how we can enable that, and how we can move forward. I'll start with the speech the sentence given by our Honorable Prime Minister, in which he has laid equal emphasis on education as well as skill. And the mantra which he has given is the skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. Very briefly, the skilling is something that skilling is very much important for Viksit Bharat because it is where the competitiveness, productivity, and employability all gather together. And there is a study by the World Economic Forum which says that if we do the upskilling, it will lead to almost 6.51% increase in our GDP, more than any other factors. So it is very, very important that we have a look at that. And as everybody knows, we are the very young age country, and this advantage is going to continue with us for quite some time. And it is here that we need to take advantage of the positive demographic trend which we have. It is here I would like to say that this is the segment of skilling integration. Honorable Minister was saying about 50 crore people, but we will consider here the students who are from class 6 onwards. We have the school dropouts, we have the out of education and employment section, and we have the students in higher education. If I were to confine myself only to higher education, we have almost 56,000 higher education institutions, out of which 65% are the private colleges and universities. We have around 4.1 crore people, out of which 10 lakh people go abroad for studies. And this is where we need to talk about today. Just very briefly, that about the future of work, I think this has been hinted earlier, whether the way the hybrid workplaces which we have seen, the climate change and the green economy, the way the care economy is going to become more important, how the technology and digitization is there, and how the consumerist future of living pattern is there. All of these are shaping the future of the work, and there is a big subject on its own, so I will just hint at the future of work and try to show that our country, we need to empower and give skilling in the context of the future of the work. Very briefly about the education system per se. As we all know, I think you are the educationists. We started with the lecture, learning and memorization earlier, which led to internet-enabled education. Then we have the knowledge-based education, and now it is about innovation and skill-based education. So it is here that we are at the present, and this is here we like to deliberate on how skill development can be integrated and lead to more innovation. We all know that about the challenges in the education system. We assume that, and there is data to prove that there is a less practical and hands-on skillings are there. We all agree that there is a lack of mobility between vocational and higher education, and skilling is still considered to be quite a low aspirational value in our system because of the colonial times. There is a need for more investment in the state government HEIs, in the infrastructure and faculty. And there is a great disconnect between what the industry needs and what are the education outcomes. And overall, there is a low skill and productivity equilibrium in higher education institutions. Therefore, it is necessary that we challenge the education and skilling together by infusing skill-based curriculum in the colleges and higher education institutions. In this graph, I have tried to show that the unemployment rate is higher for persons with graduate degrees because they do not have the adequate work skills. And there is an aspect or aptitude which is getting more and more important, which is about expectations, motivations, life skills, etc. On the other side, you will see that there is a trend towards students at UG level. They are going for upskilling, and they also command a wage premium. In short, I would say that there is an oversupply of poor quality higher education graduates and oversupply and less demand for the jobs. For example, between 20 and 23, if there were net addition of 2.7 crore formal jobs, during that time we had around 5 crore graduates coming out from the higher education institutions. So there is a mismatch, and as we often find that there are people, but they are not employable. And that remains the skill and employment challenge for India. Very briefly, the NEP talks about that it emphasizes that there should be a greater integration of skilling into higher education, and the vocational exposure should increase. It also talks about credit assignment, accumulation, and transfer through academic bank of credit, which has been talked about by Professor Sitaram and Professor Jagdish, how the academic bank of credit, along with the credit system and the APAR, will lead to a revolution. And as Professor Sitaram was saying, as a QR code for education and skilling, very nicely said, Professor. There also need to be a flexibility in choice of subjects, and there should not be any hard separation across the streams. There should be a credit-based qualification and skill qualification framework, and there should be a shared infrastructure for delivery of education and skilling. It shouldn't happen that if we have colleges, we are giving only the formal degrees, but as was hinted and emphasized by the speakers in the morning, we also need to use this infrastructure for skilling. And as Professor Sitaram was also saying, we are doing a lot of work with the AICT institutions in this regard. And the most important part, I would say, that there has to be a short-term skill program and work-based program and the higher education institutions as part of their curriculum. So what are these that we have? We are talking all this, so what are the things which will enable this kind of a skill integration? First is the National Credit Framework, on which there was a joint endeavor by the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Skill, and this has been finalized and communicated everywhere. It is here that the education institutions have to work on awarding the credit system. We also have a future skills. We have around 338 qualifications, almost 50 plus sectors, which are already finalized, and these are available and approved by our regulator called NCVT. We have blended learning guidelines. We have employability skills, which is a part and core of every skilling program. We have a guidelines for NSQF aligned high skilling and certificate and diploma programs, and we have found that all high-performing higher education systems have a higher percentage of diploma, but we have in our place the diploma has almost stagnated, and we are also doing a benchmarking for qualifications for international mobility. This is just to give you the idea that how the NCRF will work, experiential learning, project work, games, sports, all these things can be included so that our education system becomes more multidimensional. So these are the final three slides. So first, how do we integrate the skilling into higher education? One is that we implement the National Credit Framework, and it has been designed in such a way that there should be an equivalence between NSQF and NHEQF. There should be a flexible faculty norms for skill-based teaching, and I think that is here that we require industry-experienced faculties with practical experience to teach that. We need to embed skilling into a higher education curriculum. So we can map that how the ITI diploma can lead to the higher education. Suppose I have a Polytechnic diploma, how I can get into engineering, or I have ITI degree after 10, how I can get into the higher education institutions so that there's a multiple entry, multiple exit system is devised. We are also doing the short-term skilling programs can be creditized as a part of the curriculum. It is all available, and we will certainly like to engage with the universities if they want further information on that. And there has to be industry connect through either on the basis of the OJT or internship or project work or research program. And the universities can also think of customized market-linked courses also instead of generic degree classes. And we have a Skill India Digital, which Honorable Minister talked about. I request all of you to have a look at that, because that is where it links all the kinds of facets of skilling and education. The another third thing I would say, that we need to have a shared infrastructure, and the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana and other short-term training, we have been engaging with many universities for a skill hub model. While doing that, we need to prioritize the future skills. It should not be the routine kind of skilling courses. And as being discussed in the Delhi University, there has to be a dedicated skilling centers in some specialized colleges and institutions where the students from that university can also come in, and this skilling center is also available for people outside the education system as well. Finally, we need to have a very application-based learning in higher education. The UGC has already brought the guidelines in 2020 about the internship and apprenticeship embedded degree programs, and the practical training and employability skills which are available through the UGC and NSDC, NCVT, that should be made as a part of the curriculum, etc. So I would say that the most important thing that universities can do is to change their mindset, see the credit how it can come, change the curriculum, and work wherever required with our skilling ecosystem so that we can provide the skilling. I will end with the Skill India Digital, which is for the skilling in higher education. I will quickly go to the last slide, where you will just see that this is a ecosystem whereby the education and skill providers can come together. It is designed for the students, learners, etc. It is also connected with the employer and the staffing agencies. You will be able to see which kind of the jobs, what kind of salaries, and where they are required, and what kind of qualifications are required. It is also available for faculty and teachers. It is also can be used for examination assessment platforms, and there are so many content and courses which are digital, online, physical, aggregators are also available. This can also be used for edutech entrepreneurs, media and communication. These also linked to the financial institutions like skill loans and education loans, and certainly it is required possible to do apprenticeship, OJT, and industry, and business connect, etc. And this has the blessings of all the government regulators, NCVT, UGC, AICT, NCRT, and NCTE. And through this, the education and skilling system can award degrees, diplomas, and certificate, and other things. So in the short, I would say that I'm very happy and to be here today and to talk about the skilling. And this is possible to link the skilling, ladies and gentlemen. And this is where I'll end my introductory comments and go for the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now may I invite our first speaker to kindly. Yes, Professor Sitaramji.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, for a very exhaustive and invigorating presentation highlighting the options provided by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship for all the students or learners, I'll say. So, friends, I think we are all living in exciting times. And particularly in this digital era, world is fast changing with disruptive innovations, and it is impacting every sphere of our lives. I think education sector is also no different here. So all our students have to get skilled, because the two dichotomy for you, for an university vice chancellor, one is knowledge creation, another one is skilling. I feel both are important. India has to be skilled. We need the skilled manpower to be the leader of the world. And in that process, AICTE actually started this internship, which was made integral part of the curriculum very long back. And it was the leader, actually. AICTE, much before even we joined, about 4 years back, we have made internship as an integral part of curriculum, And the portal was developed for internship, as I told earlier, and there are more than 2 crore registered students on this AICTE internship portal, and 77,000 companies are offering internship. So we are also giving credits for that. So the creditization of this internship is also one integral part, which we have already started for 4 years back. And now we would like to do that much more. So we have also started this culture of hackathons. If you know Smart India Hackathon, now last date is 30th of October for this year. And like that, India-Singapore Hackathon was also anchored by AICTE. And then UNESCO India Hackathon was also done. All hackathons in the country, or majority of them, are anchored to give an opportunity for students to generate ideas and also learn hands-on skilling. And the scheme of engineering programs are revised, discouraged rote learning, and you have given space to learners and for innovation and also out-of-box thinking and hands-on experience. AICTE Idea Lab is one of the very innovative schemes. There are 106 AICTE Idea Labs located in 106 institutions in the country, which gives them a lot of opportunity for hands-on. So friends, we need to skill our young people. Digital, whether it is digital skills, domain skills, or even future skills and employability skills, and all this needs to, these certificates should be creditized so that they are part of the integral part of the curriculum. Students should learn their skills while they are in college, not after their graduation. So that's we need to emphasize, and we need to do that. For that, we need to modify our curriculum. And we have already given a lot of emphasis in AICTE. Up to 50% of such courses can be skilling part of courses. So recently, I took a delegation on semiconductor and chip making to Taiwan. When I was visiting those universities, I saw one student has actually developed a robot, okay, to play a music. But that was not very intriguing. But what is very intriguing is artificial intelligence he has used to make even the composition of the music very natural. That means he has combined this robot, which can play on a keyboard, and with AI, even a composition is done. So that means he has taken a role of a magician. That means this complete machine has taken of the role of a magician. So like that, I can give umpteen examples where some of the mundane things on memory and data would be taken up by the machines. So lot of jobs will be actually taken away by these machines, and new job roles have to be created. So for a creative thinking for young people. So we need to generate a new generation with new skills. All of us have to actually, not only just students, all of us have to upskill, reskill ourselves to remain in this competitive world where a lot of changes are happening every day. So I think we need to, skilling is become a very integral part of all of our daily routine, and lifelong learning becomes very key, where NEP emphasizes that. AICTE, as I told in the morning, integration of vocational education and skill courses we have taken up in a very big way, with a goal of skill courses with technical and management education, training to 2.5 crore students in skill-based courses in different levels. And we have also joined hands with Mr. Tiwari ji, with Skill Ministry, along with the Skill India Digital, and with his kind permission, we would like to integrate Skill India Digital with AICTE's placement portal so that students can take a lot of opportunities which is available on Skill India Digital. If some of you have not visited, please visit Skill India Digital, one of the fantastic portal developed by Skill Ministry, compliments to them, which is fantastic, all encompassing all aspects of skilling. It is there. So we need to train 50 lakh human resources in chip manufacturing, design, advanced communication technology and logistics. AICTE has launched new programs in semiconductor, VLSI. I would like to give you good news. 128 institutions have offering VLSI program in undergraduate program. 128 this year starting already. That means down the road, 4 years down the road, more than 15,000 graduates will be available in VLSI. We are signing up MOUs with Taiwan. Taiwan delegation is coming to create fab facility because we are a fabless country. So we need to create fab facilities for training itself. So they are ready to share their knowledge and technology to create such. So Deputy Minister of Taiwan Education, Deputy Minister of Education from Taiwan is visiting with a delegation in this month end to Delhi, and he is also meeting the Honorable Minister in this direction. So there are a lot of opportunities. Skilling is going to be the key. So I am very happy that we need to create a synergy between education and skilling for future of work. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah, may I request Professor Nilesh Desai ji to...
Good afternoon. At the outset, let me thank the organizers, MS University, Government of Gujarat, UGC, and of course, Chair Dr. Tiwari ji for giving me this opportunity. Let me introduce myself. I am Nilesh Desai from Space Application Centers. Everybody knows NASA, and now ISRO also is getting known to people. But Space Application Center located in Ahmedabad is one of the major centers of ISRO. So let me begin with that. And I would like to begin with what Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the father of Indian space program, said, that we are here to use space technology or research for the benefit of common man and society. And what he said afterward, generally when I give presentation, I hide it. He said that we are not here to compete with advanced countries to go to moon or Mars or put man in space. And today you will feel that we are doing only that, going to moon, going to Mars, putting man in space with Gaganyaan and all that. But this is the need of the hour, as all of you will well appreciate. And let me thank all of you and the whole nation for supporting us, especially during the Chandrayaan-3 time. They were trying times after the initial failure during Chandrayaan-2. So let me thank you, all of you, for the support and adulation which you provided to all of us here at ISRO. That has greatly motivated us. Now it is our turn to give back to the society for the common man. And as Tiwari Sahab has already set the ball rolling with the application-based learning, which will be a very important part of our education system, especially with NEP 2020 being in place. And let me also remember and pay tribute to the architect of NEP 2020, who happened to be Dr. Kasturi Rangan, our ex-ISRO chairman. He is not well and he is convalescing, but he is the architect, and the policy which is laid down, it is a very good policy, as many speakers have pointed out, giving impetus to innovations, technology, and application-based learning, learn, unlearn, and relearn, and all these aspects, and giving impetus to research and development and innovation in our learning. And of course, promoting thinking, because that is what we lack generally. As George Bernard Shaw used to say that only 2% people in this world think. Rest 3% think that they think, and 95% would rather do anything but think. So to this NEP 2020 and the policies which are getting implemented, I am sure that it will help us develop thinking in our students. Let me begin with what ISRO can do. As all of you are well aware of, with the new space policy in place after COVID, that is in 2020, almost simultaneously with NEP 2020, with the space reforms having taken place, and we have opened up the space sector, of course, for the private sector and for other people also, academia, and especially the students, promoting the student startups. So this is where we are going to play a major role. And of course, outreach and training being very important components of our space program now. And as I mentioned that we want everybody to know ISRO or SAC also like NASA. So along with that, we have this new geospatial policy 2021, space policy 2023, which has just been approved by cabinet. And our remote sensing data policy, GIS, and all these aspects will go a long way in helping students to go for space-based or space education. Many of you may be wondering what space has to do with the education sector. And especially, generally in such very serious gathering where very learned people are there, I always feel like myself an odd man out, being only the patient among all the doctors here. Of course, as I mentioned, we are trying to give impetus to apprenticeship program and promoting startups. As I have been mentioning that with the new space policy in place, and with the setting up of Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center with its headquarters at Ahmedabad, which Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated last year. So that will give impetus to academic research. So the researchers who want to do the research using various facilities available with the help of what we have set up with the help of public money. So that is available to all of you, to the academicians, to the researchers, and especially the students and the startups which is getting developed. So that is where ISRO is going to play a major role. InSpace will be the vehicle through which you can enter. We are opening up the space sector, so all our facilities, infrastructures, whether it is computing or testing or other facilities which people feel difficult to set up at their own premises, not only private sector but academic institution as well. So we'll be providing support to all of you for carrying out your research and other related activities, especially for students related to startups. So that will give us a lot of impetus. And another area where we are trying to work, and in fact we had been discussing with IIT Gandhinagar also, that is the triad or the quad which we mentioned, whether it, the research institute like ours, ISRO, the academic institutes like all of you people here, and the industry, and of course the government. So all this, as whether you call it a triad or quad, will join together to give impetus to Center of Excellence development at different academic institutions and other places. So that is one area where we had been working and we have been actively promoting that. And I will here like to just mention, many of you may be aware, this NASA, Caltech and JPL model. All of you know NASA, Caltech is a well-famous university, and Jet Propulsion Laboratory, considered to be world's best aerospace laboratory. So they have a synergetic setup where NASA funds Caltech and Caltech in turn promote activities related to JPL. So that sort of model, we can take it up, follow it up, and that will help the students also, researchers also, as I mentioned. And with this, I would like to just quote here a few things. What Professor C.N.R. Rao used to say, that real research happens in small laboratories, in academic institutions and universities. And we are unnecessarily obsessed with big institutions like Department of Space or ISRO or Department of Atomic Energy. So here we would like to say that we are here to support all of you for doing innovative research, innovation, which is the hallmark of the new education policy. And what Benjamin Franklin used to say, that if you tell me, I forget. If you teach me, I remember. But if you involve me, I learn. So our emphasis will be on involving you in various space-related activities as well with our outreach, training, and providing various infrastructural facilities. And that way we will jointly work out the environment of innovation and entrepreneurship, which is the hallmark of new education policy as well. So with this, once again, I thank all of you. And of course, the promotion of various advanced subjects or features where we work in the cutting edge technology, state-of-the-art technology areas, whether it is related to artificial intelligence or IoTs, machine learning, deep learning, VR, AR, XR, or now with the new developments related to quantum frontiers, all of you have heard about that, quantum technology, with green and blue economy, which Sir also mentioned about, which will promote a lot of new activities, and of course, cloud computing and various infrastructure facilities, which we have developed as a part of our country's the National Space Program. So all these things are available to all of you. We try to promote the open science and the open data policy. So instead of you coming to ISRO, ISRO is going to come to you, space is going to come to you, to all the researchers, the student community. So with these few words, once again, I thank for this opportunity. Thanks.
Mr. Mona, you ready? Before Professor Mona speaks, I would like to bring to notice of Chairman AICT that our ministry and ISRO had a MOU in April 2022, and we have trained almost 470 trainees from the ISRO on things as pumps and valves. We have trained the industrial automation. We have done the liquid chromatography and CNC machine and AC and DC motor control and drops. So we are also with the ISRO in this regard. Thank you. Professor Mona.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiwari ji, for giving me this opportunity, and the organizers for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity to be in front of you to talk about skills, especially education through skilling, industry connect, and employability. So I will actually go back in 70s and 80s. There was quite a lot of manufacturing in the country which was taking place, whether it was in computing or in electronics or in several other areas. And suddenly something went wrong and the manufacturing stopped. Indian industry started shaping as a trading industry. And then now this error was recognized, realized, and a huge amount of correction that is happening in terms of Make in India program, Design India program, and such kind of things. Whenever there is a manufacturing need, the technical skilling becomes a very, very paramount importance. Suddenly, engineers that technical institutions were producing in, say, 80s, they started going out because there was no market for them here. Now, I think it is a skill that actually plays a very important role, and I'll explain how. In almost all technical institutions in 70s, internship was absolutely essential. They would go to PSUs, they would go to industry, they would see very interesting things. And then these internships were not available, and institutions started relaxing the requirements of internship. And the impact of that was seen that our industry suddenly lost a major ability of manufacturing. Today, when we are talking of industry, one important factor that comes in is a startup. And industry, manufacturing, and startup today, both of these are skill-oriented in the sense skill is a very, very important part because it cuts down the time for a startup to be productive. Educational institutes and industry often had this debate. Industry would come and say, engineers are not ready to be employable. Education institutes will say, no, we cannot introduce skills in our curriculum because we have to talk of concepts. And I think there is a balance in between that one has to take. And that is an important thing because if we look at skill institutions like ITIs, now there is a huge amount of effort that is being put in to modernize ITIs, but I think for a long time, ITIs actually remained in a skill mode, which was an obsolete thing. It was very, very different from reality. So much so that the sectors where skills were needed, they were not catered to, and there were sectors which ITIs and other institutions were catering to, they were actually not needed in the society because they suddenly, technology is something that moves very, very fast. When we actually design a skill course or a skill framework, and we do not upgrade it in, let's say, every 5 years or 7 years, it becomes obsolete very fast. Today, when we are talking of technology, I think AI, virtual reality, augmented reality, IoTs, quantum computing, I mean, take anything. Computing is a part and parcel of it. 3D printing, additive printing, manufacturing, all of these things are actually very, very important to actually see that there is a huge amount of skilling which is needed. Look at the medical equipment, right? I mean, we look at the CT scans, PET scans, and these kind of things, even as simple a thing as, ultrasound and these things. There's a huge amount of image processing that is needed, huge amount of AI which is needed. Who will do that? How is that going to be done? Again, massive skilling is needed. Sectors which are growing today in the country in the manufacturing space, whether it is transport, buses, planes, all these kind of things, semiconductors, healthcare, hospitality sector, tourism, I mean, name anything, engineering sector, as simple a thing as management of variety of things, right? I think all of these things require a huge amount of skilling. In a technical institution, an education can be holistic when certain kind of skilling is imparted. Nilesh Desai actually talked about this triangle of NASA, Caltech, and JPL, which is a very, very important triangle, which brings an educational institute, a research lab, and an agency, which is a very, very high-tech agency. In India, we have a similar triad which exists. ISRO, IITs, PRL, they can actually create the next triad of NASA, Caltech, JPL, and I think it's a possibility. We have been working with SAC, ISRO, and also with PRL, and probably trying to work out that triad. So I think I stop at this by just saying that no amount of effort that can be put in will go wasted if we put into skilling. At IIT Gandhinagar, we believe in this. We raise a lot of funding. We even support our students to go on international training, international internship, so that their skills actually develop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rajat Mora. And now I request Mr. Pandit.
Yeah, thank you. I think in the chilled August hall, the warmth is sufficiently given to all of us on the skilling and the national education policy, and in light of this, I'm going to correlate this with the knowledge economy in Amrit Kal, and then the need of enabling the skill, the academia industry connect, and the employability in the higher education. We all know that there is a need for the upskilling, reskilling, and so many emphasis has already been given. And correlating this with the national education policy, which offers us the opportunity to shape the trajectory of the economic growth and the sustainable development. And India is facing the challenges on the different SDG goals as well. So we need the innovative solutions also, and for designing the innovative solutions, we need to utilize our knowledge. And utilizing the knowledge will essentially need the three major pillars, which is the skill, academy, industry connect, and the employability. So these are the foundation for the knowledge economy, I can say that. And while we are trying to design the solutions for the future need, it is equally required that we break this entire skilling process into the various different aspects, which is going to build the future generation or future graduates. The teaching is one of the aspects which is already getting embodied. Training, trial, testimony is the essential trait for building the skilled graduates for the future. India has the fifth among the top 5 PhDs, what Professor Sitaram has also mentioned. We have a highest number of research publication. We are the 5th in the patents and trademark, and soon we are going to be the 3rd, larger than the Europe. We will have the trademark filings. But still, the challenges are there. So this is something where I think we need the focus on the knowledge economy. Our economy needs the experience, matured and sustained economical growth. And while we are trying to do so, we have a 50 crore population. In the previous session, which we have all came to know that, and UGC chairman sir has also mentioned about this, that from the age group of 3 to 24, 50 crore, 1/3, every third person is young. So now it is high time that we build the system which offers this kind of opportunities for the future generation. And even if we see that maybe engineering getting graduated from IIT, how much time span he is spending for the core engineering work? It is hardly a few years. No longer going to be the single profession in future. So that's why the students need to have a diversified knowledge. They need to gain the multiple experience and exposure to strengthen themselves for the future challenges. And as an institution, it is high time for all the institutions to build the knowledge bank or IP bank, on which they are going to preserve the idea or maybe the innovation, entire journey from idea to innovation can also be stored. So every institution will have their own knowledge bank. And this knowledge bank can be further offering the pathway to the next generation. Like in one of the Pune-based institutions, they have developed a nanosatellite. But nanosatellite, the 8 different batch students have worked together, and it is a team building exercise which has led to this success. This is just a few success stories, but every academic institution has this potential to build this kind of a strength if we have the IP bank, knowledge bank. And it's a high time that we realize this, and skill, technology, embedded knowledge and the academy industry connect is going to offer the employability for the young graduates. And that is the vision for Amrit Kal. Empowered and inclusive economy is the end goal which Honorable PM has given us, that we should be achieving while we are transiting towards the pathway of a developed economy. And here the role of academic institution is important, creating the resources and allowing these resources to be utilized by the students is the core essence in the NEP. NEP emphasizes on knowledge and the innovation. This is the time I think we need to offer this opportunities to the students, allowing them to work on their creative idea, innovative solutions. The Idea Lab, which sir has mentioned, the Chintanji is driving the Atal Innovation Mission and the various other initiatives taken up by the DST, DBT and MSME Ministry. This is something, the entire backbone ecosystem is available, accessible. The internal connect or connecting the dots will, I think, help us achieving the goal of a knowledge-driven economy in Amrit Kal. Thank you. Thank you very much.
In the end, I would like to thank all the esteemed audience here for very listening to the different ideas being exchanged in the panel. I'd also like to thank the fellow panelists, especially Professor Sitaram, who has been working hard since morning, and other panelists. And certainly we have a lot of work with the ISRO, as I pointed out, and Professor Muna very clearly laid down that there is such a skill requirement in all different fields all around us. And Mr. Pandit talked about the knowledge management and knowledge economy. If there is a skill which I have gathered, which is to not to take anybody's time unnecessarily, so we have 5-6 questions which were given to us earlier, and we have prepared a written answer to that. So in view of paucity of time, I'll give it to our convener, and she will be circulating these answers to everyone. The questions were generally about the credit, how credit can be designed, and how industry can be connected, etc. So all that I had tried to cover in my presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a civil servant, and I'm not an academician like you. So I would like to end by saying this, that yes, if there is such a hue and cry for skilling, then it is because we have to fix our education system. Our education system has been fixed by laying the roadmap by the National Education Policy. Under the National Education Policy, a lot of things have happened which will drive this link between the skilling and education, making our learning more application-based. On the one hand, we talk about the credit framework. On the other hand, we talk about the curriculum framework. We are talking about the Academic Bank of Credit. We are talking about the APAAR. Professor Saraswati, I'm sure if he comes, he will explain all that is being done by you taking the help of the digital technology and bringing all this data together. And there is, I can sense that there is a mindset among all of us, all the people present here, that yes, there is a need for us to take our higher education system more towards application orientation, more towards employability, rather than just mere academic degrees. Yes, there will be a continuing need for higher education, research, and etc., PhD and etc. That can go apace, but we have to create a situation where the undergrad level, we equip our students, boys and girls, with some practical education and skilling, and that is how they can be linked together. In the past, a lot of things have happened in this regard, but these have happened in a very fragmented way. Now there are frameworks, there is a digital backbone for there. There is such an information revolution that everything is being connected. If I talk about the Skill India Digital, it is connected with the NCS portal. We have a JobX, where which are the jobs which are required in which part of the area that is being given. We have taking use of the Gati Shakti. We have integrated all our skilling and education institutions together. We are going under the guidance of Honorable Minister and Honorable Prime Minister. We are going lot of ahead. Thanks for our advocates like Mr. Sitaram and others. We are taking that skilling to the higher education institutions, AICT institutions. And there is such a merging of skilling and education, which I can see. I've been doing this for the last 1 year. I can see that in the coming year, if we keep this momentum going and work on the levers which we have already created, there has to be, and there would be, a greater and very meaningful integration between skilling and education. And the people, our recipients, our students also are thinking in that direction. It's not that the students are also working only for the degrees. As I quoted an example, that there is a greater percentage of the students in the undergrad level who are going for shorter term skilling programs, whether it is English speaking or employability or digital learning, and so that they become employable. So there is, people realize, less and less reliance on the academic degrees, more on the practical orientation, and the situation is developing in the future of work and the way things are moving. Certainly, I am sure that with all the universities working together, higher education institutions and AICT institutions, and this new thinking of bringing application-based OJT, industry connect, and such things, and project-based, as Professor Muna was saying, that used to be the OJT earlier. and slowly how it gave up. So now we are reversing that bad trend and going towards a trend which will certainly equip our education. And when we're talking about around 4 crore students in the higher education, and if at least a large percentage of them get education and skill together, then we have created a revolution, and that is where our country can move forward in the Amrit Kal. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, organizers, for bringing me here and letting me an opportunity to connect with all the esteemed audience here. Thank you, panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful summing up. You have not left any words for me to add on to that. It's been really that the roadmap our Honorable Prime Minister has given. We all are working and striving together, and synergy amongst different institutions is surely a need of an hour. With that, we conclude session 2. I thank the chairperson as well as our esteemed speakers for sparing their valuable time. We now break for lunch, and we will gather back for the technical session 3 at 2:15 p.m. sharp. As our Honorable Minister said in the morning, we would like all of you to also witness and meet Sardar, if not in his august presence here, whose blessings we all are here together. And for that, it is very important that we conclude the session today evening on time. So I request all of you to gather back today at 2:15 p.m. sharp for technical session 3. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. May I request all the delegates, all honorable vice chancellors of Western Zone universities, NEP coordinators, everyone to please settle down so that we can start with the technical session 3. The organizers, that is Department of Education, Government of Gujarat, and the host university, the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, has worked very hard to put this conference together and to give you best of its experiences. We've invited around 21 galaxy of speakers identified from different parts of the country who have excelled in their field. And apart from academic input, academic food, the organizers have also made a lot of efforts to give you best of the stay accommodation facilities, coupled with a visit to the tallest statue of the world, the Statue of Unity. And that would be following this technical session 3 and 4. So sooner we finish, we all would be ready to go to Statue of Unity together with all the arrangements made there for the laser show, followed by Holy Ma Narmade's Aarti. So may I request everyone to please settle, and may I just try to find out if Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Dr. Sunil Shukla, Brigadier P. Ganeshamji, Professor Bharat Bhaskar, and Professor Manoj Chaudhary, if they are around in the auditorium, kindly take your seats on the dais, please, so that we can start. So with your kind permission, all right, we start with post-lunch session, which is usually a little difficult for everyone to pull through. We made it a little differently in terms of it's on the theme of innovation and entrepreneurship. As Honorable Minister said in the morning, that Gujarat is a land of entrepreneurs, and here we are going to talk about innovation and entrepreneurship, followed by one of the important tasks of we as academicians, that is of research and development. We have Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, chairing this session. And the speakers for the sub-theme Innovation and Entrepreneurship includes Dr. Sunil Shukla, who is the Director of Entrepreneurship Development Institute at Ahmedabad, and Brigadier P. Ganeshamji, who is a founder president of Pale Srujan, a grassroots innovation. For research and development, we have amongst us Professor Bharat Bhaskar, the Dynamic Director of IIM Ahmedabad, and Professor Manoj Chaudhary ji, a Vice Chancellor of Gati Shakti University. May I invite Professor Ketan Upadhyay, the Dean Faculty of Commerce of the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, to kindly welcome Dr. Chintan Vaishnav with a shawl and a memento, please. I request Dr. Mayank Vyas, the Joint Registrar of the University, to do the honor. I request Dr. Mayank Vyas to also welcome Dr. Sunil Shukla, Director EDI, Ahmedabad, to welcome with a shawl and a memento. Mayank Bhai, please welcome Professor Bharat Bhaskar, Director IIM Ahmedabad as well, please. I request Dr. Ketan Upadhyay, Professor Ketan Upadhyay, the Dean, Faculty of Commerce, to kindly welcome Professor Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti University, to welcome with a shawl and a memento, please. Thank you, Professor Ketan Upadhyay ji. May I inform the esteemed panelists and the chair, please, that we have been asked to wind up the program before 5 o'clock. Sorry, is it? No, we have done. Professor B. Ganesham, we have to, I'm so sorry. Professor Ketan Upadhyay, kindly welcome Professor Brigadier P. Ganesham, please. I'm very sorry, sir, for the omission on my part. Thank you, Ketan bhai. So with that, we have 1 hour for this particular session, sir. So I would request everyone to stick to the time of 5 minutes, please. And then we will have a discussion of 20 to 25 minutes left with us. So over to you, sir. Dr. Chintanji, I'll monitor the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have my slides up, please? And in the meanwhile, welcome back from, I'm sure you have enjoyed the lunch as much as I have. I had undhiyu after a long time. So it's really nice to have you back. We have a panel of real experts on each of the components that we will discuss. But overall, this topic of research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and its realization or the implementation of what we want out of on each of these topics through the NEP implementation is a really important topic. And it's something that, you know, as the NEP document itself notes, there is no nation in the history of this world which got ahead without being serious about research and innovation. And we are going to be no exception. And so I think this is something we will have to pay our utmost attention to. I want to take us through a few slides just to set the context. I also have 5 minutes, so I'll zip us through quickly. But if you look at NEP 2020 document, at the highest level, essentially, this is about creating a knowledge society. This session, if there was one emergent property of this session, it's about the creation of the knowledge society, which essentially at the highest level breaks down into two pieces: the creation of new knowledge and the application of knowledge, and then the three topics underneath, which is how this session is titled: research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The numbers that you see underneath Interestingly, if you do a word search for these terms through the NEP 2020 document, you will see 141 instances of research, 25 instances of innovation, and 1 instance of entrepreneurship in this document. And the instance of entrepreneurship is also in the context of skilling, which was the previous session again, and the importance of skilling was emphasized. Let me say a little bit about the innovation and entrepreneurship in pictures. If you look at the school level, and you plot where the innovation labs are in schools, and if you just plot the Atal Tinkering Labs, there are 10,000 of these maker spaces in India schools today. They have 3D printers and mechanical desks, electronic desks, and so on. These are places where people can turn what they are imagining into a product. This is what the map looks like. So far, we have sensitized 8 million or so students, about a million projects, and so on. But this is still only about 4.5% of all our schools, just so we know. So that's where the school level innovation picture looks like. If you look at higher education and industry, this is the number of incubators or accelerators in each of the states. There are around 900 plus incubators, accelerators. Actually, if you go to Startup India's webpage, you will see more than 1,000, but some of it may be duplicates or some of it is also exuberance. They're not yet fully operational and so on. We have both public and private, about 500 government-created, rest private, sector agnostic. Now also sectoral incubators are there. So there's a lot of excitement around this topic. Finally, if you go to startups, this is what the picture for startups looks like. And you will see our focus here is Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Goa. And you will see that these are relatively dark, and which means the startups, the scene, as was mentioned earlier, entrepreneurship is a major theme in this part of the country. So again, here too, we have about 1 lakh startups. And I tend to say that we are about 1/10 of the way, because we have 1 lakh startups for 140 crore people, which means 1 startup for 14,000 people. Countries like Israel is 1 startup for 1,400 people. So we'll go at least that much far, that one can say. So that's where we stand. Let me end by just this last slide. If I were to boil down what is in NEP to a higher level questions of what we're trying to achieve, then I think this question to me would be, what will we have to do to nurture a research mindset? Second, to promote interdisciplinary education as well as research. And the third, to increase the quality and quantity of research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So I'm hoping that as we go across the panel today, we have 4 experts. We will start with Professor Bhaskar, who will focus on research. We will then go to Dr. Shukla, who will focus on entrepreneurship. He has a global view of entrepreneurship. Then we will go to Brigadier Ganeshan. He will speak about grassroots, community-facing innovations by, with, for communities. And then we will go to Manoj ji, and he will speak about industry-facing innovations. So that's the sequence we'll follow. And hopefully, each of them can tell us where they think our institutions stand and what we should do next. So with that, let me invite Professor Bhaskar to take us through his views on research.
All right, thank you, Chintan. I think when we're talking about research, India had I would say, a sporadic start. 80s and early years, we did research for the sake of doing research. Certain sporadic, certain concentrated arrangements were made in form of CSIR labs, etc., and so on. But they also did research which was not practically rooted into the creation or value addition to the economy. They are actually doing research where they'll create something but need not have a direct connect with the industry, although the objectives were there, but it never translated into that. It's only in post-2000 era, India realized the importance of research or the focus we should be putting on. The results have been significant, especially in past decade. So if you look from the parametric point of view, and then I'll come to the what we should be focusing on, etc., and what are the weaknesses of our research today. But from parametric points of view, from 2010 to 2020 or 21 we compare, we have done really wonderful job. Really, we have doubled our research output in terms, if you measure in terms of research papers. In terms of patents, etc., I think in past 5 to 6 years, we've really gotten busy with the patents. And now we are in the top 5 or 6 ranked country as far as the patent filings and award of the patents are concerned in this country. Even the research funding has increased, almost literally doubled in these 10 years and so on. So a lot more research funding is available, but not a whole lot compared to the other countries. If you look at the countries like US, China, Korea even, roughly they are spending 4 to 5% of their GDP on the research budget itself. While India is still less than 1%, 0.7, 0.8, varies from year to year, but I would say under 1% being spent on the research frontier. So that's the challenge, or that's the environment we are working with. But the growth in terms of PhD students, which is another marker that research output will be coming, has been also tremendous. Now we are third largest producer of the PhD. Of course, quality remains a challenge, but then that was a challenge in China as well. When China boosted its output on research in 90s onward itself, initial questions were of the similar nature. We are following the same kind of a trajectory. So I would say initially you increase the quantity, then you focus on the quality, and over a period of time, the output will be significant of the research. But there are 3 types. I put the research in 3 categories. And that is what I wanted to focus today, is that one is what we do call basic research. And as a Indians, as a European countries, have mainly focused on doing fundamental research or basic research. What I call basic research, or what the world understands by basic research, is that the research we are doing in order to explain certain phenomena, create knowledge, or quench our thirst for knowledge, etc., and so on. Solving a mathematical problem, which may find a use some point of time. Basic research is important because it may not have immediate application. It creates a new platforms and new frontiers for the future. So that's what the basic research is. And if you look at the Cambridge University, for example, they created a basic research on DNA as a curiosity looking into the human body to the greater detail. Initially, they didn't gain anything, but the rest of the world has gained a whole lot because of that research output created by the basic research. Second aspect, which is the US focus, is what I call applied research. 80 to 90% of the research output of US is always driven by 2 organizations, initially driven by Department of Defense, which always had a single-minded focus. Create the best military power in the world and fund for the technology or creation of the knowledge, etc., creation of the knowledge which will lead to the better missiles and better equipment. And second is the NASA, earlier talked about in the first session as well, or Department of Space. These are the 2 main drivers, and so applied research is where we still do, but immediately we may not have an application, but we have an application in mind. What great example of that is when the vacuum tubes were created by Lee Foster, and the wonderful vacuum tube-based electronics setup was happening, Bell Lab started an applied project. And William Shockley, under that project, discovered the transistor properties. Now, there was an application in mind that someday we'll replace the vacuum tubes by another device which will be much compact, much shorter, etc., and so on. And that is what I call applied research. US focus is always there's a problem or there's an application in mind. It may not be applicable in next year, but it will be applicable soon. So solve that problem and apply that into that problem. And we have seen the result of that transistor discovery of 48. By 55, chocolate transistors as a company was formed. And that point on, the same group of people for Fairchild Semiconductor, Intel, all these companies are nothing but offshoot of the chocolate transistors. A single applied research can change the universe or change the way we think, has been the contribution of that single research. The last thing I want to talk about is the developmental research. Development research is the one which actually has an immediate focus in mind. Once the internet, because led by the transistor and all communication technologies came in, Google discovered the mechanism by which they can figure out that how we can search the space, how can we classify the information, how can we accumulate the information. And we have seen the result of what Google, Amazon, and all these people have done. So development research is a necessity if you want to drive your economy to the highest level. Applied research is if you want to make your economy far more stable and continue to drive or sustain that growth which you have achieved because of development research. And of course, the fundamental research helps the whole humanity, may not be applicable to you, you may not be able to derive benefits. So as a country like India, our focus of the research, I'm not saying that basic research should not be there, but my vast majority of our focus should be on the development research and applied research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's go to entrepreneurship with Dr. Shukla.
Close this. Honorable Chair, co-panelists, and fellow academicians, the chairperson of the session has given a snapshot of what is happening in the country for entrepreneurship, innovation, incubation. And we all have seen that much growth on almost all these parameters has taken place during last couple of years, 8 to 10 years. Entrepreneurship, therefore, I see that it is gaining ground. And entrepreneurship is not just creation of enterprises or income generating activities. We at EDII, Dr. Avasthi is here, he would agree with me. Entrepreneurship is not just creation of enterprises, it's a mindset. It's a state of mind. And therefore, I would say that entrepreneurial qualities are also necessary as life skills. Any profession you are, any walk of life, any career you choose to pursue, these qualities, entrepreneurial acumen people, they will excel. This has the potential. And if we go by that assumption, I see a lot of further possibilities in the NEP document. Overtly, while entrepreneurship may not be mentioned at several places, but if you look at the essence of the document, you will find that a lot of focus has been given on soft skills, creativity and innovations, life skills, going to the industry, having industry experts on campuses, providing them live projects, and helping people and institutions reducing the dropout rate, increasing gross enrollment ratio. And this will happen if soft skill is related. I can certainly see a lot of possibilities for entrepreneurship happening. Not only that, but several sectors are mentioned. Several sectors which are based on our requirement, societal concerns, emerging technologies, and where we have strength, and our technocrats and entrepreneurs have demonstrated to the world that yes, we can do that. Therefore, I'm happy the way entrepreneurship, innovation, creativity has been given a priority. At ETII, we conduct global entrepreneurship monitor research. For last 12 years, we are leading India chapter. We publish report. This is the largest study on entrepreneurial dynamics in the world. About 50, 60 countries participate every year. And this year's report says that out of all those countries that have participated, India stands at number 4th in creating most conducive entrepreneurship ecosystem in the world. And this, the coverage of ET was tweeted by none other than our Honorable Prime Minister. But there is one observation which has relevance for our education system. The same report, through interactions with national expert survey, it has highlighted the need for entrepreneurship education or strengthening entrepreneurship education on campuses, both at the school level and also at the higher education level. At the school level, while Israel is leading all the countries, we are placed somewhere above average. Israel is 7.6 out of 10. We are 5.6. School education is this. Higher education, UAE this year is 7.4. We are about 5.2 or something like that. So there is a lot of opportunity, and I can see that with implementation of NEP, situation will improve further. A lot of newer initiatives have been taken by the government, both central, state here. Like NIRF this year, it has a new category, innovation. That's very, very laudable initiative. Our chairperson is here, and the way Atal Innovation Mission has strengthened entrepreneurship on educational campuses. My compliments to you and the department, sir. Not only higher education, but also through tinkering labs, this kind of initiative. AICT has NISP, National Innovation and Student Policy. In Gujarat, we have SSIP. These are necessary. And through these, the institutions will be able to introduce newer courses, upgrade the skills of the faculty, and convert or establish an entrepreneurship development center which will aim at innovation. That is certainly necessary. Finally, I would like to say that entrepreneurship should not end at creating entrepreneurs out of the campuses. We need to go out of the campus also at the regional level. NEP highlights covering or reaching out to socio-economically disadvantaged communities and the groups. So we should include them in our interventions. Women, several parts of country, they require our support. Persons with disabilities. Unless we are able to reach out to all these people and to society at large, the NEP implementation probably will not be that successful, and I'm sure that our educational institutions will be able to take a leaf out of it. EDII, we are doing just for NEP implementation, as an example, you may like to go to the websites and find out. Uttarakhand government has engaged us for Deva Bhumi Udyamita Yojana, basically for NEP implementation in higher education. So lots of activities, soft skill related courses, entrepreneurship courses that we are doing. I think we need to do more and more such courses in our campuses. Then only we can see entrepreneurship happening. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. And I think one of the things that you mentioned is absolutely on the dot, that entrepreneurship is something that one may not be able to fully describe it, but they definitely know it when they see it, right? I mean, all of the leaders here, academic leaders, you have seen that in your own faculty, you can quite easily say, this is an entrepreneurial person. Whether you can describe it further or not is not the question. But so how does one teach that to many, many people is the question. Now what we're going to do is we're going to we are at the boundary of academia, and we're going to go over to the field and hear from Brigadier Ganeshan his thoughts on community, grassroots societal impact type of innovations.
Give me a minute to put on this presentation. Put the specs. Yeah, like that. Okay, the PPT. Yeah. Okay. Let me first thank you for inviting me here. It's a great opportunity amongst academic leaders. And thanks to Government of Gujarat and Dr. Srivatsava, Vice Chancellor, MS University. Yeah. I wanted to talk whether is there a possibility of engaging or is the necessity of engaging our students in the university with the grassroots creativity or grassroots people. This is where I found somewhere Dr. Kurian said that we'll be better off if we have the traditional knowledge and the modern methods together, perhaps India will do better. So some necessity is proven. And if you want to know what is there in the village, we have to go. Because unfortunately, we have a formal system, we have informal system. Formal system are busy with doing a lot of things with science and technology and so many other things. And others, we don't think much about them or know about them. In fact, today in the university curriculum, learning from villages, learning from nature is not part. I hope NEP included something about it, but NEP indicated how to do what is the requirement, but it's to be included that we have to learn from nature and people, and we have a tremendous amount of diversity. Now to do that, we have to go there. So we have to engage our children with people in a mode of mutual learning. It's not that we go and tell them. No, that will kill their self-pride. So we have done this, Palle Sujana, for the last 7 years in organization. Palle means village, Sujana is creativity. We have been working in the villages in Telugu states for the last 17 years. And we do this broadly, I won't go in details. But there's a need of identifying the unknown person there who is a creative man, doing something good for society, remove some pain, and reduce the time or effort, and document that so that the formal system gets to know and holds his hand for further dissemination. Now these two are unknown to the villagers. How do we do that? NIF has started a lot of work, but still there's a gray area where I think there's a possibility of engaging our students and then see what we have in the villages can be utilized. Now, I just put these figures for you to know that the enormity of innovations in the villages and the significance of these innovations because they have been recognized by formal system. Therefore, they are significant. There is a usefulness for them. And in our journey, we have found that grassroots creativity comes out with three basic things. One is volunteerism. They just do it because they want to do it. They can't see the pain of people around them. And secondly, it comes by samvedana, feeling others' pain the way they feel. And these two basic characteristics we found in almost all grassroots innovators. And these two with the values, and they make innovations. I show some examples. And they also, the basic parameters of nature, interconnectedness and diversity in our case, are factored in their innovations unknowingly because they live in that every day. They're part of that. Now, look at this, this hand pump came to me when I was childhood, and I was a child, and no version 2 has come so far. But you see on the right side, there's a version 2, 1:1 to 1:7, and there's no waste of water, all by villagers. Yeah, there is a, sorry if the video doesn't work properly. There's a cycle spray made from Maharashtra, Gujarat, sorry. And just put a spray, just pushes the one, look at the spray, so beautifully comes out. And hardly any money. And the spray is behind the person. There's a safety in that. Safety comes naturally for these people. They don't plan and put inside. This fertilizer dispensation has come to us a long time back. But the last mile dispensation in the field, there's no tool, there's no device, there's no method. They just put with the hand. And high subjectivity. I don't know, at a pessimistic estimate says about 25–30% of fertilizer do not go to the plant where it's supposed to go. It's wasted. Now, there are a few methods somebody started. There is some problem with technology. All right. Okay, he puts a backpack and then he puts the urea fertilizer in that and he starts locating and controlling. So there are so many methods. This is also required. It saves 35% of the. Now, in the school we have heights are different, but the taps are at same level. And some principal thought about it and made it painless to the children. Imagine, when a girl walks to the tap and chooses her height and comfortably drinks water, and when she comes back, she remembers all of the elders who has done for us. And perhaps she may do the same to her generation, next generation, when she grows up. When you make somebody happy, you also teach samskaram. Now, this is a seed. Seeding is done at bending and almost 5 people, 1 acre, 2 days. But there's a small tool made on the right side. Some problem with video. Just stand and put a seed, that's all. And she can do 1 woman, 1 acre, 1 day. Look at the economy of time, money, physiological effort, everything, input cost. We have no transporters in the villages. The bullock carts are gone almost. How do they transport? And the modernization brought a lot more machinery, construction equipment. Somebody made a trailer, Kondal Nayak, 4-wheel trailer. It can be driven by any 2-wheeler or 3-wheeler or 4-wheeler in the village. Look at that. 6.5 lakh villages can have employment and also comfortable transport in this. Handloom. Isn't a handloom, but the leg they operate 5 to 6 times the leg operation required, lifting 25 to 35 kg load, depending on the loom. And by about 40–45, they get pain in the knees, and then they stop weaving also, most of them. And we have 28 lakh looms. This boy made a small electromagnetic equipment, as a small, you see in the picture, that is fitted about 15 minutes time it takes to install. Then what weaver has to do is only use his toe to press a small button, and the entire load is taken by the electromechanical device. And he can weave till the end. Women, children, even handicapped man, he put a switch so that he can do left and right, even can do that. 28 lakh people will be benefited by such things, and look at the economical aspect of this. Quick planter, we put the plants, and we have to put plants, bend and do it, and this guy does it in a different way. He just put a small tube, he puts the plant on the top and goes and lifts it up comfortably. I'm sorry for the videos part, there's a problem. And we have 6.5 lakh villages. And we have no crane. No village has a crane. It has to come from outside. Mahipalchari made a crane, which is attachment to the tractor, the green portion. It lifts 800 kgs, 15 feet. Now imagine how much happiness comes by having a crane in the village. And then the sprayer, you see, this is a sprayer you have. You spray in the front. You walk into the spray. He breathes, whatever the mask it is. There's a risk in the life of the farmers. And it also sprays only 3 to 5 feet. Now, there's a boy who made this. He put the spray in the rear. That's it. I hope the video is not working, but well. He put the spray in the rear. And there's one more, he made that. He puts the whole machine on the bun and takes a pipe up to 300 feet to spraying. He need not carry 20 kgs every time and change it. Look at the game changer. And it's all made in the villages. My dear friends, now, these innovations also take into effect 4 of SDGs in my understanding. So there is so much one can do when we engage with this creativity. So the students, if they get engaged, in my view, if they get engaged, they can learn a lot from the people. They understand the actual problems in the villages. They understand interconnectedness, understand the diversity, and they understand the values which also can be used in their system. And I think there is a need for all of you to think about how to engage students with the grassroots creativity. And a few questions, I'll leave it to all of you in this debate. And I feel that the value system they use are, every innovation addresses a pain. There is a more from less for many is a principle they use. Affordable excellence they insist. Safety is taken care of. Interconnectivity, diversity of the nature's traits are addressed by them, and local resources, local technologies, decentralized manufacture. All these things are possible, and it affects the sustainability. It gives a better sustainable environment because lifestyle is based on appropriateness, not luxuries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brigadier Ganeshan. Every time one comes across grassroots innovations, the only word that comes to mind is joy, true joy. Let's go to Manojji, hear about the industry.
Good afternoon. Let me set my slides quickly. Slide changer. Okay, so I'll get going. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the organizers and panel members and all the audience. My situation is like the last batsman in the last over. We have only 6 balls and 1 ball is already declared to be a dot ball, right? So in my talk, I'll very quickly leverage upon 21 years of my experience in working in the industry and having 31 granted patents, and also having collaborated with more than 10 institutes while I was in industry, and an equal number of projects when I collaborated from academic side to the industry side. So I'll very briefly talk about ours is the first university that has been set up after the NEP 2020 was implemented, and therefore I would like to briefly talk about how did we leverage some of the NEP fundamentals while we set up the university. Again, our university is a focused university set up to enable PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and National Logistics Policy. Just one line I want to mention here is that PM Gati Shakti Plan is for integrated planning amongst many ministries to do a holistic development of the infrastructure. Logistics policy is to enable and cut down the cost of logistics by offering services that utilize data-driven models. The important part is that whole of the government works together, not in silos. Whole of the sector works together and create this kind of integrated planning. Of course, this scheme is 100 lakh crore scheme, a plan that is approximately 40% of our GDP, and therefore we need superior quality human resources manpower for such a large national mandate. If the university is set up to enable Gati Shakti plan, why should those principles not be used even in setting up the university? And that is what we have tried to do. When we wanted to set up the university, there were only 2 words in our mind. A 21st century university cannot be anything but industry-driven and innovation-led. Industry-driven means industry must define what curriculum to be taught, industry must participate in delivering the curriculum, and therefore develop the skills that they want to employ. Therefore, academic rigor and relevance both are important components of a curriculum that we have designed and developed. Center for Policy is very important because we are mandated to work for one of the largest, single largest national master plan that has been launched after independence. So I'm just skipping some of the slides, just want to mention that our goal is to work across the transportation sector, be it railway, shipping, road, highways, aviation, waterways, and so on. Therefore, it is a specialized university, and we follow a demand-driven curriculum that is dictated by the industry. Important point here is we are limited in infrastructure, so we use hub and spoke model of various facilities available all around the world. This is also about infrastructure. How do we create infrastructure that will not be at one place, and how do we move ahead with that? So some of the programs we launched are specialized related to rail engineering. I'm skipping due to want of time. One point I wanted to mention is career is like a marathon. First job is important, but it is like running very fast in the first 1 kilometer. If you run very fast, does not mean you will complete the marathon. We have to prepare students not only for first job, but for entire career, and therefore lifelong learning is very, very important. Summer internship is a mandatory part, as UGC chairman talked about in the morning. We have inculcated that after every year of study, and I'm happy to report that this year itself, our university facilitated and made sure that all 100% of our students undergo summer internship after every year of study. In order, I believe in creating synergies and collaborations, so whatever programs we'll do will be for industry. And therefore, with Airbus, we signed an agreement last month, which will enable us to launch new programs in aerospace and aviation sector. Similarly, with Ministry of Commerce and Industry, under which our university shall be the nodal agency across whole of India to train all the state administrative service officers and central service officers in the PM Gati Shakti plan and the logistics policy. Similarly, with Indian Maritime University, we will, through collaboration, we will launch joint programs in the ports and logistics sector. So I'll not go through all the next steps. I want to talk the one slide, most important slide in today's. Universities are known to be a center of knowledge. Action without knowledge is useless. Knowledge without action is futile. And that is one of the very famous quotations that I believe we should work on. Few things that I want to talk as a recommendation to the group is universities must focus on research on left-hand side based on goal and purpose. Gone are the days when we should be doing just free, whatever we want to do kind of a research. Research has to be directed. It cannot be like a Brownian motion, everybody does on their own. There has to be directed research. Of course, fundamental research is important. We have to align with national missions. Select and focus strategy is very important. Every university should not do everything. The important research like quantum or hydrogen or anything must be focused in few universities, and we should make those kind of models in India. With industry partnership, we should not look industry merely as a money giver. It cannot be giver-taker relationship. We have to move towards co-creator and a partnership mindset if we want to really benefit from the industry connection. Similarly, in terms of outcomes, we have to deepen the use of technology, and we have to focus more on outcomes rather than output. Research, publications, and papers are very important, but I want to just mention, in my opinion, they are the most important byproducts of the research. They cannot be the main product. Byproducts are good, but we have to focus on the main product. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You said a couple of very important things related to the industry. Since we have a post-lunch session, let me ask a show of hands to all of you. So some of it might sort of let you stretch a bit as well. How many of you would say that your university has an industry connection? Okay, so many. A second related question. How many of you feel that your curriculum, like you were saying, is shaped by the industry? Also quite a few hands. So that's great. I think that's a really important point that having a curriculum shaped by the industry. There are a few questions that we have from the audience. The first one comes from Surya Ramachandran, NEP coordinator of Gujarat Biotechnological University. Here's the question. NEP policy calls for outstanding research as a requisite for outstanding education. However, the research budget of universities is minimal to perform outstanding research. How can we address it?
First and foremost, I think NEP is being misunderstood that every university will become a research-intensive university. There are overarching committees already defined. At the minimum, there are going to be 6 types of universities, each with different kind of focus. Of course, at top is the multidisciplinary research and teaching intensive universities, which all of us trying, or most of the institutes are trying to become. Then there are going to be research intensive university, whose focus is going to be a limited teaching or a limited focus on teaching at a high end and highly research oriented, which you are trying to talk about. And then there are going to be teaching intensive. Also, there are going to be skill university, and there will be community oriented universities as well to cater to the vast variety of rural population, etc. and so on. And then also going to be the specialized stream universities where law university, etc. may fall into, or medical universities may fall into those kind of categories. So everyone need not pursue research. If your strength is a core teaching,
You need to become a core teacher, update yourself with the research, and don't have to try getting into the shoes where you don't fit in. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. Second, as far as the funding is concerned, I think the funding in India itself has doubled almost in past 5 to 8 years, if you see the research funding. Much of the funding sources universities are not able to tap into. Where the funds are available, the universities are not connected there. So there needs to be a better dissemination of knowledge from both sides, university side as well as from the disseminator side. There are, I think, 6 or 7 ministries which are now funding the research, starting from people think of Ministry of Education and UGC, etc. Then the Department of Biotechnology is funding, MIT is funding, of course, Department of Defense, DSIR is funding, DST is funding. So there are a whole bunch of funding available. And if you create, as we call the application oriented, that you're going to solve some of their problems, I think funding is available to those people who are able to fit that bill. Of course, it may not be, as I said, 4.2% of the GDP like in many other countries, the plenty of it, but there's still a plenty going around for us to do the work and continue with our research if we are going to become a research-intensive university.
Anyone else wants to add to it? Okay. The second question comes from Professor Barad. Are you here in the crowd? I was told.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Please go on.
Yeah. With new education policy, we are introducing 4-year UG program. 1-year PG program direct entry for those who have passed with good grades at 4th year of UG program. And we are also giving direct entry to PhD programs. Now, most of us have experienced that even after doing PG for 2 years or 4 semesters, students or the scholars still are lacking research attitude and aptitudes. Now, if we are going to give them direct entry after UG into PG programs, how are we going to safeguard research standards in this capacity? Yes.
So I believe that all PhD interviews also involve certain bit of interviews and also checking the aptitude. So it is not merely the number of years one is spent, right? A person may even do a PhD and maybe still you can find one of the problem that we should not talk here is whether even the people who have done PhDs, they still have the research aptitude or not. So research aptitude, I believe that 4 year is a great idea. Reason is that in 4 years, students' fundamentals are significantly improved. After 4 years compared to a 3 year, he or she is in a better position to take career decisions. And if we want to do research, I think that that person is much more motivated. So I believe 4 year is a much greater idea compared to a 3 year for research.
I think your question also relates to what was being discussed earlier with respect to basic, applied, and developmental. I think the pure science type of streams tend to also value purity. So in other words, they want students going straight through often, as opposed to with some external experience. And then, whereas the applied fields do value more of sort of people coming in with the experience because they leverage research stint much more than they otherwise would. So I realize that in our conversation, I think Manojji, your presentation necessarily went to the interdisciplinary work because it is industry-led. But other than that, I think the interdisciplinarity didn't come up a lot. And I just want to ask our panel, are there things that you propose our universities do more than more than what they do currently to be more interdisciplinary? How does one become, what are some measures to become more interdisciplinary in nature from your experiences?
In my viewpoint, any system you take, any system has a multidisciplinary approach, right? You cannot solve any problem with only one. You take of any example, you take, for example, a common thing like a train, right? A train will involve material science, a train will involve physics, a train will involve civil engineering, a train will involve mechanical. So if you look at any problem, for example, look at safety of the train system, right? It involves multiple disciplines in terms of signaling, in terms of how whether the track has been monitored automatically, condition monitoring period. Every single thing that you look at. Therefore, the best way to break this kind of thing is that departments should break the silos between them. Right? And they have to think system approach. I think without system approach, there is no way anyone can get funding also. Funding by an industry will come for developing a system. It does not come for just one or two isolated problem statements that can be solved.
Yeah, today, the problems don't occur discipline-wise. They occur as a problem. But whereas the institutions look at them as a discipline-wise, electronics, mechanical, civil, or whatever it is there. Now, that's where when I ask university students to come to villages, they say, sir, only mechanical will come or civil will come, electronics will not come. But that's not the way one should look at it. I think we have shed this, the glass houses or verticals for solving a problem in the society. And it makes a lot of sense because, like Mr. Manoj ji said, this verticalization is not removed, then we are not training students to see the problem as a problem, then seek help of all other disciplines to solve the problem. And that's what we have to teach.
Great. Well, let me end with, we have time for one more question, and Dr. Shukla is here. If sometimes it feels like, wouldn't it be nice to have a magic wand so everybody learns entrepreneurship fundamentals at once? What can higher educational institutions do to make your job easier of teaching entrepreneurship?
I wish we had such magic wands. And Gujarat is very strong in pharmaceuticals, and we have been discussing that so far. They haven't made any prescription, any drug, any tablet which can strengthen entrepreneurship. Even though this community is known to be an entrepreneur, and we have seen the kind of successes the state has achieved. It's basically, as I said in my presentation also, it's the mindset. To be an entrepreneur, you need to be enterprising. To teach entrepreneurship, a teacher also has to be an entrepreneurial person, entrepreneurial teacher. So those qualities need to be imbibed, and there are various ways and means of identifying opportunities. One such is problem-based. Identify problem. We are faced with so many problems every day almost. And if we can convert these problems into solutions, try to find whether the solution is workable or not, assess it, and then teach our students how to make a business out of it. While in the country, we are very happy that more than 1 lakh startups have emerged, but this is also a harsh reality which we need to put attention to, that mortality rate continues to be very high in startups. And one such reason might be that we have studied various incubation centers, and we have found out that there is a difference between an idea and an enterprise. So the idea needs to be cultivated, idea needs to be assessed, how a business can be made or established in and around that idea. So it is not only that technological incubation is important, but entrepreneurial incubation is equally important. And some of the incubation centers that have demonstrated this, they have made it happen. They have been very, very successful. So I would say that let us enjoy entrepreneurship. Opportunities are there, which could be pursued based on the problem, based on the government policies, priorities, programs, also the skill availability, raw material availability. There's a framework of opportunity identification. But for everything, we need an entrepreneurial acumen, whether to implement it or to teach how to implement an entrepreneurial idea. That is very, very important. And we need to inculcate this, develop this among our teachers also. Teacher also has to understand what is happening outside the campus. and engage students in those activities, it will help the community outside and students also, that they will gain confidence by being closer to the community. So this is what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Let us first give a big round of thank you to our great panelists, each of them an expert in their own right. I want to end by saying that our observation at the Atal Innovation Mission is that our ecosystem today seems to be set up in three concentric circles. So there are these very vibrant places where there's a lot of research connecting to entrepreneurship. These are typically larger centers, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, just to name a few. Ahmedabad is turning into one, and so on. The second concentric circle is where there is early stage activity happening, but it needs to go on further. And then the third concentric circle is that the sensitization itself needs to happen. And I think if we take today's topic, then I feel that in these three places, what we really need to do is that where sensitization is needed, just a venue periodically where industry, academia, and society, communities can come together just in one place. That itself is a beginning. In places where something is already happening, there then I think a successful frameworks we can exchange and start using. And where things are moving much faster, there I think we have to open up our institutions to anybody across so that there can be a lot more interdisciplinarity. So long road ahead, but at least full flexibility to do what we want to do under NEP. All the best wishes to all of us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks to Chair also, and thanks to Professor Srivastava for inviting us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Professor, and MSU for organizing this great event.
Thank you, esteemed Chair, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, and the panelist member for making it short and excellently managing the entire session, completing it on time. And I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways from this session in terms of how research, innovation, development, entrepreneurships can be intertwined together. With that, I once again thank all the members, esteemed members, and invite our panelist and chair for session 4. I think there is a group photograph, so maybe Professor Bhaskar, join for the photograph, please. May I invite while the girls are arranging the dais, I would invite Professor Jagdish Kumar, the chair for the next technical session, which is on internationalization of education and Indian knowledge system, along with his panel of speakers, Professor Rangan Banerjee, Professor Santi Shri Pandit, Shri Shankarananji, and Professor Vinita Sahai to kindly come up on the dais and take their seats, please. Folders. Thank you. May I invite Professor Ambika Patel, the Dean, Faculty of Fine Arts, the Maharaja Sayajirao Rao University of Baroda, to kindly come up on the dais and welcome the chair of the session, Professor Jagdish Kumar, who is the chairperson of the University Grants Commission, with the shawl and the memento, please. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I request Professor Ambika Patel also to welcome Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director, IIT Delhi. May I request Professor Tanesh Patel, the Dean, Faculty of Technology and Engineering, the Maharaja Sayajirao Rao University of Baroda, to felicitate Professor Santi Shri Pandit, Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. May I request Professor Patel also to welcome Shri Shankaranandji, Organizing Secretary of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal. Professor Patel kindly also honor Professor Vinita Sahai, Director, IIM Bodh Gaya. So this is the last technical session of the day, and is chaired by one of the very important person for the education system, and that is Professor Jagdish Kumar. Sir, over to you, please.
Thank you. How much time we have?
We have in all 1 hour for the entire session.
Okay.
I leave it up to you to monitor. Usually we have 5 minutes per speaker, and then we have half an hour for question answer.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. You know, in the last panel discussion, there was a line on the slide which said, knowledge has no legs, but we have. Brigadier put it up. I want to slightly twist it. Knowledge has no boundaries, but we have. India always believed that knowledge has no boundaries. And for thousands of years, Indians traveled across the globe. They built big ships. They traveled across the oceans. They took our culture, our spices, our knowledge across the globe. And the same thing happened. We opened our doors to people across the globe. They studied here in great universities. And even today it is happening. So many Indians, they travel across the globe and they spread our culture, our Indianness, along with contributing to the global economy through their skills and knowledge. In fact, we often felt, and Prime Minister said very clearly, that the Indians who live across the globe, the diaspora, is the pride of our country. And today, when we talk about internationalization, of our higher education as given in NEP 2020, we are actually reflecting the thought process that we have already practiced for thousands of years, that knowledge has no boundaries. We can take our knowledge elsewhere, and knowledge from outside can flow here. And that's the reason why we have taken several steps in UGC in bringing out regulations to facilitate this flow of knowledge back and forth. And we have already seen 2 IITs setting up their campuses abroad. They are in the process of setting up. I think IIT Madras campus in Tanzania will start soon with 50 students in undergraduate program. And while our educational institutions are going out and setting up our campuses there, we are also creating a system of providing an opportunity to our students to access high quality international education. In May 2022, UGC issued a regulation on twinning, joint and dual degrees. And already more than 50 universities have signed up with international universities, and the students can go there, stay for a semester or 2, and come back and continue their education. And in a similar way, we are also working on bringing out the regulations to help the foreign universities set up their campuses here. And these regulations were passed in the last commission meeting of University Grants Commission. And soon we will be announcing these regulations. And there are many international universities which are interested to come to India and set up their campuses. Of course, when we made these regulations, the draft regulations public, some people asked me, why are we bringing these campuses to India? How will it help? Definitely, as I said, knowledge flow from across the boundaries will help in broadening our skills and knowledge set. And when those campuses come here, it will provide healthy competition among our own institutions. And it will also provide an opportunity for us to foster stronger research collaborations between these international university campuses and our local universities and institutions. And you also know that every year 7 to 8 lakh students are going abroad. And perhaps double that number also may wish to go abroad, but they do not have the financial means. And when we have these foreign university campuses here, the first advantage is the living costs are almost nil because we are living in India. And most universities are also willing to give tuition concessions to Indian students. And many of these campuses will also have partial or full scholarship to the students. So therefore, even students from backgrounds who may not have good financial background also should be able to get admission in these universities and benefit. So friends, therefore internationalization today is also an important component of NEP 2020. And hopefully in another couple of years, we should have some of our educational institutions setting up campuses abroad and some of the best foreign universities setting campuses here. And we, therefore, are practicing what we have been practicing for centuries and thousands of years. Knowledge has no boundaries, but we have the physical boundaries. So with those introductory comments, let me now invite Shri Shankaranand to present his comments. He has to leave early, so that is why I'm inviting him first. Please go ahead.
मंच पर उपस्थित और मंच के सामने उपस्थित सभी महानुभावों को मैं सादर प्रणाम समर्पित करता हूं। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का क्रियान्वयन शिक्षा के माध्यम से कैसा हो, इस विषय को लेकर मेरे मन में जो विचार है आपके सामने साझा करने का प्रयास करता हूं। इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम, इसको शब्दावली को बदलना आवश्यक है ऐसा मुझे लगता है। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, अंग्रेजी में भी इसी शब्द का उपयोग हम कर सकते हैं क्या? क्योंकि इंडिया से हम भारत को, अपने आप को शिफ्ट करना है, परिवर्तित करना है। और ज्ञान और नॉलेज दोनों अलग अलग है। भारत छोड़कर दुनिया में सभी देशों में लगभग जानकारी को ही ज्ञान समझते हैं। केवल भारत में ज्ञान अलग है और जानकारी अलग है। व्यक्ति, काल, परिस्थिति, प्रदेश और पदार्थ, इसके चलते जो परिवर्तित होता है वो जानकारी है, जो परिवर्तित नहीं होता वो ज्ञान है। इसीलिए ज्ञान अंदर की मजबूती निर्माण करती है, जानकारी आजीविका के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण साधन बन जाता है। एक अपरा है, दूसरा परा। परा है, अपरा है। एक ज्ञान है, एक विज्ञान है। अंदर ज्ञान है, बाहर विज्ञान है। अंदर का ज्ञान को आध्यात्म कहते हैं, बाहर के विज्ञान आजीविका के माध्यम हो जाता है। ये दोनों के समन्वय से ही तंत्र ज्ञान का निर्माण हो जाता है। इसीलिए ये दोनों की आवश्यकता अभी शिक्षा क्षेत्र में हमको लाना है। सिस्टम और परंपरा दोनों अलग अलग है। परंपरा सिस्टम नहीं हो सकता। परंपरा हजारों वर्षों से अनेकों प्रयोग करते हुए अनुभूति के आधार पर निर्माण हुए एक उपक्रम है। वो संस्कृति के रूप में आगे चलकर परंपराएं परिवर्तित हो जाती हैं। इसीलिए भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, यही शब्दावली का उपयोग अंग्रेजी में भी, कई भाषाओं में हम इसका उपयोग करेंगे तो यही उपयोग होना चाहिए। IKS ठीक नहीं होगा। मैंने पूछा प्रोफेसर अनिल सहस्रबुद्धे जी, उनसे पूछा था चर्चा करते समय, क्यों आप भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का क्यों उपयोग नहीं करते? उन्होंने मजाक में भी कहा वो उसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म बीजेपी हो जाता है ना, इसीलिए अभी थोड़ा रुकते। ये भी कुछ लोगों को थोड़ा दिक्कत लगती है। लेकिन आने वाले दिनों में भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का शब्द का ही उपयोग दुनिया भर में हो जाना चाहिए, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करते हुए उसके मूल तत्व क्या है, उसका परिणाम क्या होना है, और दोनों के बीच की प्रक्रिया, मूल तत्व के आधार पर हम परिणाम की ओर जाते समय बीच में वो परिणाम पहुंचने के लिए, परिणाम प्राप्त करने के लिए प्रक्रिया कौन सी होनी चाहिए, ये तीनों महत्वपूर्ण है। जड़ जब तक मजबूत नहीं होंगे तब तक परिणाम नहीं निकलेगा। जड़ मजबूत होने के बाद परिणाम निकलने के लिए प्रक्रिया भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है। इसीलिए मूल तत्व कौन से हैं? पहला है राष्ट्रीय एकात्मता। हम जो करिकुलम डेवलप कर रहे हैं, इसके माध्यम से बच्चों के अंदर राष्ट्रीय एकात्मता का भाव निर्माण हो रहा है क्या, इसको भी हमको देखना पड़ता है। सर्वम खलविदम ब्रह्मा, समान दृष्टि से सबको देखना चाहिए। रमण महर्षि जी से एक ने पूछा, मैं दूसरों के साथ कैसे व्यवहार करना चाहिए? तब रमण महर्षि जी ने कहा, दूसरे कोई है ही नहीं। यानी अपनत्व का भाव ही समान दृष्टि को प्रेरित करता है, तब ही वो मनुष्य बन सकता है। ये राष्ट्रीय एकात्मता का भाव यदि हम आत्मसात करेंगे तब वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का साकार हो सकता है। राष्ट्रीय एकात्मता, अपनत्व का भाव, यह राष्ट्र एक है, यह एक संस्कृति, एक जन, एक समाज है, एक राष्ट्र है, यह भाव ही निर्माण नहीं होगा अपने करिकुलम से, पेडागोजी से, तो निश्चित रूप से वसुधैव कुटुंबकम असंभव हो जाता है। इसीलिए ये हो रहा है क्या, इसको लेकर ये मूल तत्व जड़ है। दूसरी संवेदनशीलता है। संवेदनशीलता मनुष्य मनुष्य के बीच का संबंध को पवित्र कर देता है। इसी के कारण कोविड को हमने सामना कर पाया, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कम होते हुए भी। ये जब संकट आता है सब ये संवेदनशीलता जग जाती है, लेकिन सामान्य स्थितियों में भी ये संवेदनशीलता बनी रहे, इस दृष्टि से हमारा करिकुलम डेवलप हो रहा है क्या, ये भी हमको सोचना पड़ता है। ये यदि नहीं होता तो मनुष्य मनुष्य के बीच के संबंध बिगड़ जाते हैं। अभी शिक्षा क्षेत्र में इतनी स्पर्धा है, एक ही यूनिवर्सिटी में स्पर्धा बहुत है, आपस में स्पर्धा के कारण ईर्ष्या निर्माण होता है, इसके कारण क्रोध या भय दोनों में से एक निर्माण होता है, दोनों विनाशकारी है। इसीलिए स्पर्धा से मुक्त शिक्षा व्यवस्था को यदि हम लाना है तो निश्चित रूप से संवेदनशीलता को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। एक विश्वविद्यालय, एक कुल बनना चाहिए, तब वहाँ के मुखिया गुरु बन सकते हैं, कुल गुरु तब वो सार्थक हो जाता है। इसीलिए परिवार बनना बहुत आवश्यक है। परिवार से ही संवेदनशीलता बढ़ती है, परिवार भाव के कारण। ये यदि निर्माण करने के लिए करिकुलम में हमको सोचना पड़ेगा। इन तीसरा मूल तत्व भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के न्यूनतम आवश्यकता, संसाधनों का उपयोग मेरे सुख के लिए न्यूनतम संसाधनों का उपयोग मैं कर सकता हूं क्या, ये बहुत मूल तत्व है भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का। इसके कारण दुनिया के बहुत सारे समस्याओं को हम समाधान की ओर ले जा सकते हैं। यानी क्लाइमेट चेंज, पर्यावरण सुरक्षा, इसमें अंतर्निहित है। और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, इसका समाधान इससे आता है। संवेदनशीलता से आतंकवाद का उत्तर है संवेदनशीलता में। ये न्यूनतम आवश्यकताओं में क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, ऐसे बहुत सारे पर्यावरण से संबंधित समस्याओं का समाधान इससे हम प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। चौथा मूल बिंदु है, चार तत्व है भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के। चौथा बिंदु है कर्तव्य के प्रति जागरूकता। और जो भी मैं कर्म करता हूं कर्तव्य भाव से करता हूं, यह निर्माण होना है। और इससे भी परे होते हुए मैं जो मेरा कर्तव्य कर रहा हूं वो कर्तव्य से भी परे होते हुए उसको स्वभाव बना लेना चाहिए। कर्तव्य करते समय सोच समझकर हम करते हैं, लेकिन जब वो स्वभाव बन जाता है, बिना सोचे समझे अपने कर्तव्य के प्रति हम जागरूकता निर्माण कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए कर्तव्य भाव स्वभाव के रूप में परिवर्तित हो जाना, तब परिवर्तन हम समाज में और दुनिया में हम ला सकते हैं। ये चार बिंदु, राष्ट्रीय एकात्मता, संवेदनशीलता, न्यूनतम आवश्यकता और कर्तव्य के प्रति जागरूकता, ये चारों तत्वों को करिकुलम में हम लाने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। ये मूल तत्व है। परिणाम क्या होना चाहिए? परिणाम फिजिकली स्ट्रांग, मेंटली प्योर, साउंड एंड पेट्रियटिक, इंटेलेक्चुअली क्रिएटिव, स्पिरिचुअली रूटेड, सोशियली प्रोडक्टिव। ये यदि परिणाम निकलना है तो ये जड़ को हम मजबूत करना पड़ेगा। ये जड़ मजबूत होंगे तो ये परिणाम निकलेगा। ये दोनों को जोड़ने वाली प्रक्रिया है, ये भी पवित्र होना पड़ता है। प्रक्रिया यानी पेडागोजी है। पेडागोजी को डिलीवरी करने वाले शिक्षक होते हैं। शिक्षक यदि इसको जीवन में नहीं उतारेंगे, केवल तोते के रूप में वो बोलते रहेंगे, तो उसका परिणाम नहीं निकलेगा। इसीलिए वो जो प्रक्रिया है, मूल जड़ों को मजबूत करते हुए जो चाहिए वो परिणाम निकलने के लिए, वो प्रक्रिया भी महत्वपूर्ण होता है। इसीलिए पेडागोजी भी सिखाना नहीं चाहिए और हर एक बच्चे को सीखने के लिए प्रेरित करना चाहिए। इसके लिए जो मेथडोलॉजी का अपनाना चाहिए वही पेडागोजी है। वो उपनिषद में बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से 12 प्रविधियां वहां उल्लेख किया गया है। अत्यंत प्रभावी ये पेडागोजी है। इस पेडागोजी को यदि हम प्रशिक्षण के रूप में देना प्रारंभ करेंगे, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को जमीनी स्तर पर उतारने के लिए हम सफल हो जाएंगे। ये सब करते समय प्रैक्टिकली क्या करना चाहिए? भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में बहुत समुद्र सागर जैसा भांडार है, लेकिन मैं उसको कन्फाइन करते हुए समग्रता से कैसे कर सकते हैं? जो करने से सारे आ जाते हैं, ऐसे 2 ग्रंथ हमको कोर्स के रूप में डेवलप करना पड़ेगा और बाकी सभी कोर्स में उसको समावेश करने का प्रयास करना पड़ेगा। भगवद गीता है बुद्धि की स्थिरता, पतंजलि योग सूत्र है मानसिक दृढ़ता। शरीर और मन ये दोनों सजग होना चाहिए और दृढ़ होना चाहिए, इसीलिए पतंजलि योग सूत्र अत्यंत प्रभावी साधन है। और भगवद गीता बुद्धि की स्थिरता और आत्मिक ज्ञान, आत्मज्ञान, ये दोनों आने के लिए भगवद गीता बहुत महत्वपूर्ण साधन है। इसको किस प्रकार हम डिलीवरी करेंगे, इसके आधार पर इस दोनों भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण जो संपत्ति है, इसके बारे में लोगों के अंदर रुचि निर्माण हम करने में सफल हो जाते हैं। इसीलिए इन दोनों को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए, क्योंकि सारे दर्शन, वेद, उपनिषद ये सभी भगवद गीता में अंतर्निहित है। इसीलिए इसको हम लागू करते हुए हम भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को व्यावहारिक धरातल पर प्रभावी ढंग से हम उतार सकते हैं, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। सभी को मेरा प्रणाम।
Thank you, Shankaranand ji. I have taken one panelist from the left side. Now I will take one from the right side. Professor Shanti Shri, please go ahead. You have 4 minutes.
Respected chairperson, as I have just 4 minutes, and my fellow panelists and ladies and gentlemen. So I have to speak on internationalization of higher education. Let me first congratulate NEP 2020 because it has raised the aspirations in higher education. Why? The UGC and the other organs have promised 25% seats over and above the Indian quota, so that we can get foreign students in universities where they can come in. Second is, if we want to replicate Nalanda and Takshashila, my question is, we need to understand whether we are going to be unique or universal. I am for the STEM subjects, but I think when we talk of internationalization or any of these topics, we just forget the humanities, languages, and the social sciences. And I think we need a holistic, because Nalanda and Takshashila were known for their narrative power. You must have all read the Tao of physics. It was not due to scientific discoveries that you came to know quantum physics. It is because of Buddhism and Hinduism, especially Advaita and Dharmakirti and Nagarjuna's Shunyata. So what I'm trying to say is, we need a holistic perspective, which is India's advantage. We have to be different. My other thing is, I congratulate the UGC for its credit recognition, twinning agreement, the global citizenship approach, the ICT-based internationalism. But also, I would like to say some of the greatest mathematician, the greatest was Srinivasa Ramanujan. He failed the 12th standard. So how are we going to put originality with university learning? Does it mean, like what Bernard Shaw said, my education was continuous except with the interruption of school and college? So we have to be very clear what do we mean by that. My other point I want to place before you is, I would say rather than just say STEM, you must have a Bharatiya narrative architecture, which includes everything. I'm not saying remove one, the other. Hindu, Buddhist, Jaina, even the Tamil traditions. And I'm also for brand building abroad, and as well as getting our students here. I would only like to differ a little here, sir, to bring to your idea that the best universities do not set campuses abroad. Let me tell you, the 5 Nobel Prize winners of India, leaving the literature ones, I'm talking about came from universities like the Presidency College, MS University, you had Ramakrishnan, Punjab University, and JNU. None of the campuses that are going abroad. So we need to think, where are we, where is the gap? The other will be the Alumni Connect, Office of International Affairs. And finally, I would say, sir, that infrastructure is the greatest challenge. Our public universities are one of the best in the country. I do not agree that private universities help compensate, but they have not been able to take over what public universities have done. Let me say all of them, and including JNU, we are the ones who implement the Prime Minister's revolutionary program of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas. Thus, our 20 rupees mein we are giving education. Can Harvard compete with me? So rankings, and let me also say, JNU has 5 subjects where we are in the top 50 in the world rankings. I want to know whether STEM subjects are there. And I would say private sector has failed India. It is not the public sector. Private sector, unlike America, Great Britain, and the West, CSR is not enough. They have to invest in education. If they are exploiting our market, if the Prime Minister has made it into the 5th largest economy, I think those people who benefit from this need to reinvest into society and into education. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Vande Mataram.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now let's move to Professor Vinita Sahai, Director, IIM Bodh Gaya. You have 5 minutes. Left side people get more time.
So, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Today what we're going to talk about is something which Shankarananji started with such great words that possibly it will be very difficult, and in any case we know that two of the most difficult things to do is to climb a wall which is leaning towards you and to speak after a orator who has done a great job. But nevertheless, here I am. Ma'am also mentioned about Nalanda. I come from Nalanda, the land of Nalanda, the land of enlightenment, the land of Buddha. So IKS is something which is very close to our heart. IKS is something which we feel that we are custodian about. Now, I think Dr. Srivastava was very clear when he mentioned that I made sure that I've used the word implementation at the title itself. So honoring that word, let me go straight away to that part, that though we claim that we come from that legacy, and as I said, I've actually gone and stood in the grounds of Nalanda where IKS burned for 6 months, is what I heard. I still go to the mutt very nearby where I see rooms and rooms full of palm leaves. They call it Tantra. And given what I have learned over life around Tantra, I still look at it with a lot of suspicion. Is it Tantra? Because I do not understand that. I look at those leaves even today in the IKS stall. I was looking at the leaves. They were all in Sanskrit. Back home, I either see it in Pali or I see in Sanskrit. Again, my problem is I come from a standalone business school. So we only do business, unlike most of you, where you are already dealing with a lot of faculty. So when we took it on that, okay, let's try and see how we can implement it. We have a short journey. We are still a young school, just 7 batches graduated. What I have learned from my experience, I'm quickly going to share with you. Yes, ICAS is important because coming from the scenario where I come from, we do get about 2% of India's MBA aspirants highly left-brained. So anything which doesn't hit their logic, their scientific mind, they just don't agree to it. Attitude is always to push boundaries, to make their things happen their way. Ambition, because they are the ones who are grown up post we got independence, even we got, so most of it, it's very West orientation. In any case, we know that IIMS is all about Harvard training and all about MIT training. So when Shankarananji was mentioning about cooperation, I was wondering, you know that in CGPA setup, how do you do cooperation where one is pitted against another, where the competition is the only word which our student understands, and we do witness what he was talking about, the bitterness or the anger. He was mentioning about the 2 outputs. So, and as I said, then how do we help them understand IKS? We also understand, especially this generation, we have to give them their examples. See, Mark Zuckerberg came to India, Steve Jobs came to India, and this is where they got their wisdom. And we know that India, and outside also, if many of you would have been there in IKS's stall, they had listed all of them, whether it was Einstein or Twain or anyone else, and they were mentioning that most of them have acknowledged that whatever progress the Western world made subsequently was predominantly on the generations or the work which had been done by ancient civilization like ours. So they come to us. We had a written tradition, again, as I was mentioning, palm leaves and all the stuff which was given to us, all inherited. So whether you go to Kanchi, there are stories and stories full of palm leaves, and everywhere else lying idle. Or the tradition of Shruti, or that grandmas telling us the wisdom and the tradition, that's also lost, courtesy the joint family networks that we all have grown up with. So storytelling is also pretty much lost. In this world, when all of it is lost, then what are we really looking at, and what is West coming to us to look up for? For sure, they are coming to us. Now, all of us are researchers. We know that any body of knowledge is created by first reviewing what has been there and then adding on some extra what we can possibly do. And we possibly do not have a competitive advantage because we do not understand what has been done erstwhile. Our children are only studying Western curriculum, though we claim that we have a lot of our knowledge. West is coming to us. Go and Google. Some of it I have written here. Lot of international universities are establishing Sanskrit setups, Sanskrit schools, Sanskrit, because they all understand that there is something written in these ancient traditions which they need to know and they need to build on. So lots of universities are doing it. These are the kind of headlines which we see very, very often because people are looking for solutions from India. Now coming back to us, why are we not, and who will finally encash this? Yes, we do get a leverage out of social identity. So we say that, yeah, we all eat healthy and we associate haldi to be very Indian, very Bharatiya. So it's also our shared culture. It's also wisdom which we receive out of it because we do understand over years that haldi has medicinal benefit. But you know what? We stop here. We are not going any further as of now because we're not possibly encashing it, or we're not creating any economic value. We all know that we did lose some patents. Of course, some people have fought back, but somehow all that lost tradition, we have lost it. Yoga is a big industry in US, so is Ayurveda. Now, I also took a note, but I had prepared slides before that, so I do acknowledge this does not capture the entire spirit, and Bharatiya Gyan Parampara is definitely a better word. But I was kind of understanding what is ancient. Yes, we have a tradition of 5,000 years, knowledge is available, and then over years we have also seemed to have added on to it. Indian, as we all have finally getting to understand Bharat, and more so, as I say, Akhand Bharat. Again, I would take I come from that part where Akhand Bharat had a capital called Patlipatra. So yes, It's all the way from Himalayas to Indian Ocean to Burma to Afghanistan. And knowledge, as we understand the spiritual knowledge, the religious knowledge, and the social law, that yam, niyam, pratyahar, etc. Yes, we have, and when we understand the system, the structured methods that we have used to classify, so IKS for science, IKS for technology and engineering, for maths and social sciences. STEM subjects I'm deleting because, as I said, I come more from business background. So this was something which and we assume, and I know already that IIT Madras, IIT Delhi pretty much are doing a lot of good work here. We are concentrating more on this. So implementing IKS, social and management sciences that we are trying to do at us, we further kind of divide it into 4 subsets: health, wellness, psychology, governance, and public administration. And one thing which I truly appreciate about NEP is either it is past wisdom or it is practical common sense emanating from stakeholders' current requirements. Period. It's as simple as that. So many times when we were busy making campus and we could not read NEP in detail, we still kept on doing all this good stuff. And when we opened up the books, we realized, oh God, it's all NEP. We started BBA program, which is an integrated course with multiple exit. We realized it was NEP. We started, post-corona, we realized wellness is a big space, and we realized that we need to do something about the wellness, physical as well as mental. And we collaborated with medical schools. We realized it was NEP. We created our own yoga, and we chose mindfulness as our core value, and we started capitalizing and big time working towards it. We realized it was NEP. So it's as simple as that. So yes, we've kind of divided it in 4 verticals, and there are a lot of videos available, good for us. So intention, as I said, I think that's the first stage with which you start. Intention has to be there. The worst thing is either the people who read too much, especially IKS, Indian Knowledge Parampara, they become very detached and they become silent. So then either you look up for them in Himalayas or in the monasteries, but they're not ready to come out and speak to the students. And the ones who are tom-tomming about it possibly have a very, very shallow knowledge about it. So how do we handle it in class is something. I am also using this August gathering. Please connect us with people who actually have the real knowledge. We have started pretty much a lot of courses, credit courses, because that's what students would value. Courses on emotional well-being, courses on physical well-being, science of well-being, courses on mindfulness, courses on emotional intelligence, and not just that. Like I'm a marketing professor. Even in marketing, we have sustainability. Okay, so that's it. Okay, thank you so much. So we've got a young school, and anyone ready to discuss it with us will be more than happy. Thank you so much.
I just want to remind our panelists that the panel discussion is on internationalization, and Professor Rangan Banerjee is worried that he will get only 1 minute. No. But jokes apart, you see in our recent G20 meeting, there were several issues on which we could get consensus, and these are all global issues. One of them is the failing economic systems, the uneven economic growth, the issue of extreme poverty, the issue of multidimensional poverty, and then the climate change, and how women and girls do not have opportunities to function at their full potential. No, these are all global issues. Now, to find solutions to global issues, we also should have global exposure. And that is what internationalization of our education will provide us. And that's the reason why we want our education institutions to go and open campuses there. We want foreign universities to come here. And as Professor Shantisri has mentioned, we also have 25% supernumerary seats You should form groups of universities, promote our universities abroad so that you can bring students and fill up these positions. So this kind of globalization in education should happen. And that's the purpose, objective of today's panel discussion, and how it will benefit India and also benefit the world together. So I now request Professor Rangan Banerjee to speak. And sir, you can take 6 minutes.
You give me 1 extra minute. Good afternoon. And it's such a delight to be here and to be the last speaker at the end of the day. I still see there are people there behind. I'd like to, first of all, compliment the organizers for linking Bharatiya Jnana Parampara and internationalization. If you look at the history of universities, there have been different phases of growth. The first universities, 600 BC to 1200 AD, were all Bharatiya universities, Takshila, Nalanda, Vallavi, Vikramshila. Today, everyone in the audience, do you all know what is internationalization? Raise your hand if you know what is internationalization. Okay, I think many people are not raising their hands for fear that I'll ask them, what is this? But in any case, as an academic, we usually define what is. So let me define internationalization from Jane Knight. Is defined as the process of integrating an international, intercultural, or global dimension into the purpose, functions, or delivery of post-secondary education. So this broadens the entire definition. So the question that we need to ask is, why should we have internationalization? And of course, we had a very interesting comment from our earlier panelists on internationalization. We can go back to that in the questions. From a student point of view, it will enhance the student learning experience. It will give global best practices. From the faculty point of view, it will expand, deepen, and enriching of the research collaborations, exposure to global best practices and problems, can provide access to high-end facilities, high-end computing which may not be there in your university, can have better peer review, can have greater impact of the work. And for the institution, we can have academic diversity in the classroom, we can have diversity on the campus, we can have access to bright students, researchers, and faculty from across the world. We can also enhance the perception of the institute. Today, almost everything is about, we are looking at improvement in ranking. For the country, we can enhance our soft power, and we can also provide leadership of thought. In summary, a lot of our knowledge and a lot of our problems actually cut across national boundaries, and we can build on prior knowledge and experience. Quickly, I'm going to give you some examples of what we've done, what we do in the modes at IIT Delhi. We have student exchanges, we have credit transfer, two-way exchanges, visiting student fellowships, faculty exchanges, visiting international faculty, joint workshops and conference in thematic areas, joint research projects, internal seed funding for international projects, joint PhD programs, including an academy with the University of Queensland. We have summer and winter schools. We have a PhD program with Taiwan in a specialized area. International centers of excellence. International faculty, not many, but some, contract for 3 years. And then, as per the government, we are now going out and we are setting up an international campus. Some examples, we have a master's program funded by the International Solar Alliance, where we have 20 participants from 20 different countries, only one Indian in that master's program. We have now a global, with Sorbonne, we have a virtual healthcare university. We have number of programs with the specialized 2-week, 4-week training programs in thematic areas with the Ministry of External Affairs. We also have a large number of interesting research projects where for instance, we've developed low carbon cement, which has been tried in 25 countries, and this is something which has been developed in Switzerland and India and a number of countries. So there are a number of different examples of successful projects. I'd like to just highlight some of the best practices, not just from IIT Delhi, but from across the country. Creating a buddy network, that means creating a network of students and alumni to work with the international students, creating a strong international office, adequate accommodation and messing cooking facilities, clear policies for credit transfer, flexibility for alignment with semester schedule and course adjustment. These are all said here, but they are very difficult to actually implement. Industry support for exchanges, celebrating diversity and multicultural practices, sensitizing stakeholders, heads, academic and admin officers to the importance of internationalization, getting a buy-in, conducting information sessions in universities to promote academic culture at the institute and life on the campus. Basically, India Days with the embassies in different countries, because people may or may not know about the Indian education system, conducting summer schools and short-term courses, timely response and dissemination of information to applicants and international partners. There are several challenges, and one of the challenges is sometimes there is a lack of clear and supportive policies for deep internationalization. Some of the mindsets, partnerships are often one-sided. I realize I've run out of time. But I'd just like to tell you, all of you who are in the academics, that think about why you want to internationalize. What are the things which are relevant for your university and what you would like to do? Do not just go for it just because it's a buzzword. There are many aspects of internationalization. You can look at curriculum, you can look at students, you can look at your faculty, and you must decide, and you must also see what is realistic given the resources and the constraints that you have. However, we are living in a globalized world, and we need to link up our international strategy with our overall strategy for our university or our institution. Think it out and look at it. This is something which we all need to engage with. Thank you. I'm sorry I exceeded my time.
Thank you. I think we had very serious comments from our panelists and also some lighter moments. Thank you, Rangan, for finishing on time. We have time up to 4:25. So we have 11 minutes. So a couple of questions. Dr. Mayur Shah, Registrar, Sardar Vallabhai
Yes, sir.
Global University.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
I represent Sardar Vallabhai Global University. We have just recently become a university. So as a new university, how do we leverage the opportunities related to internationalization of higher education?
So, Professor Rangan. Yeah.
So I think, you have to look at, as I said, you'll have to see, one is you get exposure for your faculty. In your university, you decide what are your themes or your strengths and see whether you want to think in terms of attracting students from some regions. But definitely look at, as we said in the definition, internationalization is also about looking at your offerings. That means the curriculum that we have. Is it relevant locally, nationally, or what is the global practice in this? So you need to have a group which looks at it. It's not a 0 or 100, there are all shades which are possible.
The next question is from Professor Dilip Maharaja Krishna Kumar Singhji, Bhavnagar.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I have two questions, one for Bharati Gyan Parampara and one for internationalization of universities. First one for internationalization, like many of our universities deal with tribal and rural students. Most of the students are first generation in their families who have entered into higher education. Now, how can these kinds of universities overcome resource constraints and limited infrastructure to effectively internationalize their educational programs. That is one. And if there are any case studies or some steps which we can get to deal with this point. Another for Bharati Gyan Parampara, many a time we see, we had a very good, both the presenters were very good, both the esteemed speakers gave interesting ideas about Bharati Gyan Parampara. Vinita ji can take this question perhaps because Shankaranand ji is not here. Many times we hear, both of your ideas were very good, very progressive, but we have seen under Bharati Gyan Parampara, people become very regressive in terms of regressive elitism, caste supremacy, patriarchal thinking. As an example, if I can give, I have listened to many of the experts of Bharati Gyan Parampara. They say that the best role for a woman is within the home, not outside. Women working outside is westernization of our, and it is breaking our family structures. So how can we prevent Bharati Gyan Parampara from fostering regressive beliefs and encourage a forward-looking perspective for our young generations? Thank you.
I think the questioner cannot be the panel chairperson. So let me decide who will answer. Professor Shantishri, could you please answer? Can you please answer the second question? Yeah.
The second question, sir, I wouldn't agree with you that we are regressive. I think India is the greatest feminist civilization in the world. Simone de Beauvoir did not bring in feminism. Draupadi was the first feminist. Sita, the first single mother. And Kannagi, the first citizen activist. So I would not agree with you because you take Indira's cabinet. Who are the most powerful ministers? It is, what to say, Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Parvati, Durga. Wealth, knowledge, and power. The men are known not as Lakshmi Pati, Sita Pati. You are not known as Vishnu Patni. So what ideas are you thinking? I think you have been brought up in the colonial Macaulay tradition. So please correct those views.
Thank you. So let me go to the first question now. Vinita ji, would you like to answer the first question? Okay, she doesn't remember. You go.
So I think, you know, if you look at in the region, whether it's forest produce, food produce, tribal cultures, customs, there are a lot of richness. You need to have a local context. There are many universities globally also who have local context, who have tribal affiliations. So we have to decide what is the goal of the university and where does internationalization come within that. So based on that, you will need to find your answer.
Absolutely. We still have some time. 6 more minutes. Anybody can raise your hand and put the question.
And just adding to what you were asking, many times, many foreign partners actually look for very tribal and very indigenous information from India. I know people from Gothenburg who are interested in sustainable practices which are there in tribes. So you just have to figure it out, whom do we collaborate with.
Right. So it looks like there are no more questions. Is there any question? Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
We are just going to follow the internationalizations and the dual degree, twin degree program, and that two of the professional courses like agriculture, then medicine, and law in the morning that we are selling. So in research and interdisciplinary composition, there might be an esteem essential to have the regulatory mechanism from the top side. And one upon time that you said that you can start from the research, that we had already started from the research. But from engineering point of view, for pharmacy point of view, for medical point of view, for law point of view, there is an India need to have some mechanism, that is a regulatory mechanism. That is what my question was. So is there any thought that is going to be happens in coming days? Please.
Right. In all disciplines other than law and medicine, the twinning, joint and dual degree regulations, they apply. But in the case of medical education, the regulatory bodies in other countries also have very stringent rules, just as we have here. So we may have to wait for some more time for such a possibility to emerge in medical field. Yeah. Please go ahead. Could you please pass on the microphone there? Yeah.
Professor D.J. Vyas, Registrar of MEM University, Nadia, with my Vice Chancellor, Dr. S.M. Gupta. Sir, we are just freshly born university in 22 only, but we have a literacy of 85 years old Ayurvedic medicine college. We are also running certain paramedical courses. But my basic question is that we are bounded by the rules and regulation of particular councils, mainly NCISMs and all, and INC. There is no room at all right now in the structure that we can implement all these ITS as well as the NEP immediately. So can you suggest some route, or can we have some direction to those councils so that it becomes easy to implement NEP 2020?
Well, it is very hard to answer your question because I don't deal with that domain, medical education. But there should be no harm if some of these courses are offered as electives to your students, just to broaden their knowledge. As long as the courses that are required for practicing of the profession, if you stick to that, outside that domain, you should be able to offer these courses as electives.
Hello, sir, this is Prashant Bokare, Vice Chancellor, Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, Maharashtra. Sir, I have one thing in mind regarding the Indian knowledge system. We are talking about the Vedic wisdom and all that in Indian knowledge system. But let me bring it to the notice of the House that there are many communities in India, and particularly I have witnessed in the jurisdiction of my university, that they are surviving without any resources, and they are surviving for years together. No society can survive without wisdom and the knowledge. For example, if you reach to Gundenur, there is no approach road, and that village is cut by outside world for 4 months during rainy season. How does that society survive? That society survives due to knowledge and wisdom. This should be made the part of the Indian knowledge system. And I would like to request you, when a university addresses such kind of issues, the accreditation and other agencies, they should give proper weightage to all these things, because they don't many times understand what is the importance of this thing when university is addressing all these
We
things.
are running short of time.
Yeah.
I have
Oh,
only
thank
10,
you, sir.
10
Thank
seconds to answer. We are revamping the entire accreditation system. So one fits all kind of scale will not be used. If some universities are working in specific domains with certain objectives, they will be evaluated based on the objectives for which they have been set up. So therefore, let us wait for some more time. So with those comments, let me thank all my panelists for sticking to their time schedule and for letting me to complete the program, our panel discussion within the time. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the last panel, I would like to thank the government of Gujarat, Vibrant Gujarat 2024, the land of Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and also thank the VC of MS University, one of the best universities in Gujarat. NEP 2020, after 34 years, was brought in by our revolutionary, dynamic Prime Minister after 34 years. Earlier, before independence, they used to say what Bengal thinks today, India thinks today, tomorrow. I would like to change it. What Gujarat thinks today and implements today, India does it tomorrow. Thank you, Gujarat, for your hospitality. Thank you all.
Thank you, esteemed panel member, and thank you, ma'am, for those real lovely words. Thank you, Professor Jagdish Kumarji, for wonderfully monitoring and chairing the session. There is a group photo, sir, the custom of Gujarat. Thank you, Professor Banerjee. Thank you, Professor Sahai, and everyone. We will now swiftly move to the valedictory session of the program as soon as the dais arrangement is made. And now I hand over the mic to my colleague, Professor Uma Iyerji. Thank you. This was Professor Bhavna Mehta, Dean, Faculty of Social Work, Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. Thank you. There is an announcement to be made. If Professor Karbhari Vishwanath Kale, Vice Chancellor, Professor Bino Paul, Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Parag Amin, NEP Coordinator, Dr. Shashank Dalvi, Dr. Lalit Bhushanji, Lalit Bhushan Vaghmare, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vaibhav Ajankar, and Dr. Meena Rajesh, kindly meet Professor Ketan Upadhyay at the reception counter. You are required information they need. Thank you. I once again announce the name: Professor Karbhari Vishwanath Kaleji, Professor Bino Paul, Dr. Parag Amin, Dr. Shashank Dalvi, Dr. Lalit Bhushan Vaghmare, Dr. Vaibhav Ajankar, and Dr. Meena Rajesh. Kindly meet Professor Ketan Upadhyay at the reception counter. Thank you. At the stall number 3, at the conference hall 3, sorry, not at the reception counter, at the conference number 3.
अच्छा Statue of Unity.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I request everyone to be seated for the valedictory address. Okay. Namaste. I request everyone to be seated. We are starting with the valedictory function. Everyone can enjoy the tea as well as listen to the valedictory function so that we can visit the Statue of Unity on time. Namaste and good evening, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the last session of the conference, the valedictory function of the Vice Chancellor's Conference on Implementation of National Education Policy 2020. On behalf of the Government of Gujarat, Department of Higher Education, and the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, I cordially invite all the dignitaries on the dais for the concluding session. The dignitaries on the dais are the Honorable Minister of State, Primary, Secondary, and Adult Education, Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, Shri Praful Pancheria, Honorable Chairman of UGC, Professor Jagdish Kumar, Honorable Principal Secretary, Department of Education, Government of Gujarat, Shri Mukesh Kumar, Commissioner Technical Education, Shri Banchinidhi Pani, Director Higher Education, Shri P.B. Pandya, Vice Chancellor of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Professor Dr. Vijay Kumar Srivastava, Dr. Chudasama, Registrar of the Maharaja Sayajirao University, Joint Commissioner Higher Education, Shri Narayan Madhu, and Advisor KCG, Professor A.U. Patel. Thank you, sir, for occupying the dais. We all had a fruitful, interactive 4 sessions with 8 themes, and now it's time to sum up the scientific and academic feast that we had today. I cordially invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vijay Kumar Srivastava, to give an bird's eye view of the technical session. Welcome, sir.
Good evening to one and all. Honorable Minister of State, Department of Education, Shri Prafulbhai, our Principal Secretary, Shri Mukesh Kumar Sir, Chairman UGC, Shri Jagdish Kumar Sir, all the dignitaries on the dais, and my dear fellow colleagues. गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरु देवो महेश्वरा गुरु साक्षात परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। इस श्लोक से मैं शुरुआत इसलिए कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि यहाँ पर सभी विश्वविद्यालयों के कुलपति उपस्थित हैं, जिनको कि आज के संदर्भ में हम लोग कुलपति न कह के उनको कुल गुरु कहते हैं, इसलिए मैं उन सभी गुरुओं को साक्षात प्रणाम करता हूँ। मैं जस्ट ये जो वाइस चांसलर्स जोनल कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू हुआ उसके बारे में आपको बताना चाहूँगा। यूजीसी ने एनईपी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए 5 जोन में पूरे भारतवर्ष को बांटा, नॉर्थ ईस्ट, साउथ वेस्ट और सेंट्रल जोन। और वेस्टर्न जोन में इसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की जवाबदारी हम लोगों को आई। उसके बाद मीटिंग्स में ऐसा तय हुआ कि हम लोगों का जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात का प्री वाइब्रेंट इवेंट है, हम लोग उसके तहत इस पूरे वेस्टर्न जोन वाइस चांसलर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस फॉर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ एनईपी 2020 को उसके साथ लेकर के चले। हम लोगों ने ये प्रस्ताव सरकार के साथ साझा किया और मैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात का आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि उन्होंने खुले दिल से इस प्रस्ताव को स्वीकार किया और आज हम लोग वेस्टर्न जोन की जो वाइस चांसलर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस है उसमें आज हम सभी लोग इकट्ठे हैं। जैसा कि शांति मैडम ने बताया कि गुजरात हमेशा से लीडिंग रोल प्ले करता है, ये बात बिल्कुल सच है। यहाँ पर जब हम लोग एनईपी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पर भी गुजरात एक अग्रणी भूमिका निभा रहा है। इसके लिए ये जो मॉडल है वेस्टर्न जोन का, जो कि यूजीसी ने जो भी अपने 38 इनिशिएटिव्स रखे हैं उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट ने अपनी खुद की एक एसओपी निकाली हुई है। उस एसओपी को आपको आपके जो किट है उसमें दिया गया है। यानी कि हम लोगों का जो लीडिंग रोल है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात का जो लीडिंग रोल है, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन का जो लीडिंग रोल है, वो आप सभी तक पहुँचे। इतना ही नहीं, हम लोग जितनी भी हमारी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हैं उन सारी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को आप सभी के साथ साझा करना चाहते हैं और ऐसा चाहते हैं कि ये जो हम लोगों का एक रोल मॉडल है वो पूरे भारतवर्ष तक पहुँचे, सभी लोग उसका अमलीकरण करें। दूसरी एक बात जो मैं कहना चाहूँगा वो एनईपी सारथी की है। एनईपी सारथी ये भी सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में ऐसे स्कॉलर्स को आगे लाने की बात है जो एनईपी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को विद्यार्थियों तक पहुँचाएँ, क्योंकि एनईपी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हम लोग वाइस चांसलर लेवल पर, एनईपी कोऑर्डिनेटर लेवल पर तो डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जो होना है वो विद्यार्थियों तक पहुंचना है। उसके लिए एनईपी सारथी भी होना आवश्यक है। और मुझे सर ये बताते हुए हर्ष का अनुभव हो रहा है कि अपनी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कुछ एनईपी सारथी भी शामिल हैं जो कि इसके अमलीकरण में पूरी तरह से मदद करेंगे। जब ये प्रस्ताव आगे बढ़ा कि कैसे हम लोग इसका अमलीकरण करेंगे, तो इसको फेज वाइज मैनर में करने के लिए डिसाइड किया गया। पहले यूनिवर्सिटीज़ अपने लेवल पर करें, फिर उसके बाद स्टेट लेवल पर करें, फिर जोनल लेवल पर करें, फिर उसके बाद नेशनल लेवल पर किया जाए। अभी मेरी यूजीसी के चेयरमैन सर से बात हो रही थी, तब हम लोगों ने इस बात पे सहमति जताई कि इस तरह के कार्यक्रम हम लोगों को हर वर्ष करने हैं और उनको फेज वाइज मैनर में करना है, और आगे आने वाले वर्षों में भी हम लोग इस तरह से जो भी हमारे बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हैं उसको हम लोग साझा करें। यूजीसी का एक और पोर्टल है जिसका नाम है उत्साह। उस उत्साह पोर्टल के माध्यम से सारे विश्वविद्यालय, सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ अपनी जो भी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस है उसको रख सकते हैं। इसका फ़ायदा क्या होगा, एनईपी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी क्या लीडिंग रोल प्ले कर रही है वो सभी को उस पोर्टल के माध्यम से दिख सकेगा। यहाँ पर उपस्थित सारे वाइस चांसलर से मैं ये रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि एनईपी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की दिशा में आप जो भी स्टेप्स ले रहे हैं, जो भी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस आप अपना रहे हैं, उसको निश्चित तौर पर एक पोर्टल के माध्यम से पूरे हिंदुस्तान की, पूरे भारतवर्ष की 1100 यूनिवर्सिटी तक पहुँचाएँ। आज जो चर्चा हुई, पूरे 8 सत्रों में हम लोगों ने अनेक विषयों पर बात की, अनेक थीम्स पर बात किया। पहला हम लोगों का सेशन जो रहा एक्सेस ऑफ क्वालिटी एजुकेशन एंड गवर्नेंस की बात किया। सेकंड सेशन में हम लोगों ने इक्विटेबल एंड इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन की बात किया। तीसरे सत्र में हम लोगों ने क्रिएटिंग सिनर्जी बिटवीन एजुकेशन एंड स्किलिंग फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क की बात की। चौथे सत्र में हम लोगों ने हॉलिस्टिक एजुकेशन थ्रू इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ स्किलिंग, इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट एंड एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी की बात की। पाँचवें सत्र में हम लोगों ने इनोवेशन एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात की। छठे सत्र में हम लोगों ने रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट की बात की। सातवें सत्र में हम लोगों ने इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन की बात की। आठवें सत्र में हम लोगों ने इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की बात की। क्या बात की वो मैं रिपीट नहीं करना चाहूँगा क्योंकि आप सभी लोग वो सारी बातें सुन चुके हैं। उसमें जो भी आपके सवाल जवाब थे उसको भी पूरी तरह से इंक्लूड किया जा चुका है। लेकिन लास्ट में अगर आप देखें, एन एजुकेशन सिस्टम रूटेड इन इंडियन इथोस that contributes directly to transforming India, that is Bharat, sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all and thereby making India a global knowledge superpower. The National Education Policy 2020 is poised to outline the vision of India's new education system with a view to achieve the aspirational goals of 21st century education. It aims to build a holistic and multidisciplinary higher education system, rolling out graduates having adequate knowledge and skills to combat various contemporary challenges such as climate change, growing population, resource depletion, frequent epidemics, pandemic, and their consequences, and such other problems. The importance of NEP 2020 is that it focuses on learner-centric approach, future readiness, quality education, and inclusive education. The expected emerging outcomes of it would be holistic learning, experiential learning, digital learning, flexible pathways, and teacher empowerment. The NEP 2020 emphasizes the importance of equitable and inclusive education and focuses on providing quality education to all, regardless of their socio-economic background of the location. The policy also ensures that the students are equipped to take on the future for the better job opportunities and preparedness to face the challenges in the professional domains. One of the main important goals of the NEP is to focus on critical thinking, creativity, and problem-solving skills. To achieve this, the NEP emphasizes the importance of teaching a variety of subjects, including yoga, arts, craft, sports, and vocational skills, along with the routine traditional academic subjects. The NEP therefore provides a diverse range of educational pathway which allows the students to pursue the subject of their interest, talent, and goals. It also promotes the use of technology, innovation, and educational research. One of the key thrust area of NEP 2020 is to encourage high research and development investment from government and also from the private sector. This will encourage innovation and innovative mindsets. For industry-led skilling, there is a need for strong industry commitment and partnership collaborations with the academia. This will lead a need-based research and development coupled with a future-ready cadre and entrepreneur and job aspirants. The National Education Policy envisages reforms at all the level of education, from the school to higher education. Western Zone Vice Chancellor's Conference was concluded with the education leaders resolving to work collectively for transforming India into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society. At last, I will conclude the national education policy with the 5 Sankalp Sutras, which I have especially framed for national education policy. I will just repeat those 5 Sankalp Sutras, which includes the inclusiveness of skill enhancement courses, ability enhancement courses, value-added courses, also includes Indian knowledge system and universal human values. These 5 Sankalp Sutras are शिक्षा के साथ दीक्षा, प्रकृति के साथ संस्कृति, भव्यता के साथ सभ्यता, ज्ञान के साथ विज्ञान, ज्ञान के साथ अनुसंधान। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय जय गरवी गुजरात।
Thank you, sir, for your key points and your 5 sutras. I am sure that the vision of the National Education Policy 2020 would be fulfilled in the years to come, and India would become a Vishwa Guru, a global knowledge superpower. The outcome of today's proceedings have been published as conference newsletter Itivrit. I request the dignitaries on dais to do the honors of releasing the conference newsletter brought out by the dedicated media team of the Faculty of Journalism and Communication, the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda. Thank you all. It is a matter of honor and pride that we have today our Honorable Minister of State, Primary, Secondary and Adult Education, Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, Shri Praful Pancheria, who sat through the entire conference. His dedication reflects how deeply he is involved in implementing and strengthening the national education policy at higher education. Sir, I request you to share your thoughts on today's conference.
वंदे मातरम। आदरणीय डायस, चेयरमैन श्री जगदीश कुमार जी, हमारे सचिव मुकेश कुमार, कमिश्नर टेक्निकल शिक्षण बच्चानिधि पानी जी, नियामक श्री पीबी पंड्या जी, हमारे मार्गदर्शक एयू पटेल जी, संयुक्त नियामक कमिश्नर श्री नारायण माधव जी, एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी रजिस्ट्रार श्री चुडासमा जी, आप उपस्थित सर्वे सामने बैठे हुए सर्वे गुरुजनों, उपस्थित एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर श्री, आप सभी कल से यहाँ बहुत बेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के साथ ये समिट पूर्णता के आरे पर आपने बहुत कड़ी मेहनत की। मेरा सुझाव तो नहीं है, लेकिन आपने काफ़ी सारे सुझाव दिए और मैं यहाँ सीखने के लिए आया हूँ, कुछ ले जाने के लिए आया हूँ। मेरी बात शुरू करते पहले मैं अपनी वेदों की प्रार्थना है, ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ओम शांति शांति। आदिकाल से ही हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में शिक्षा का बड़ा सा विद्या या विमुक्ति का मंत्र संसार की एकमात्र हमारी संस्कृति में मिलता है और इस तरह से हमारी संस्कृति ने सनातन काल से ही गुरु शिष्य की परंपरा के माध्यम से शिक्षा को जीवन का एक महत्वपूर्ण अंग माना है। इसलिए तो भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने गीता में कहा है कि तद्विधि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्न सेवया उपदेक्षन्ति ते ज्ञानम ज्ञानिना तत्वदर्शिना। आपके पास कौन आता है? क्योंकि आपने आत्म साक्षात किया है, यानी कि पूर्ण ज्ञान प्राप्त किया है, और शिष्य आपके पास आते, अपने जो प्रश्न है वो आपके सामने रखते, आप उसका सॉल्यूशन करते। तद्विधि प्रणिपातेन, ये भगवान की वाणी है। पूरी दुनिया में ऐसी कोई संस्कृति के महाविद्यालय नहीं है जहां गुरु शिष्य की एक दिव्य रिलेशन है, डिवाइन रिलेशन जिसको बोलते, ये हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में है। इसलिए आज यहाँ बहुत सभी गुरुदेव है तो मैं उसको नमन करता हूँ। विद्या विनय देती है, विनय से पात्रता, पात्रता से धन, धन से धर्म और धर्म से सुख प्राप्त होता। यही तो आखिर शिक्षा क्यों प्राप्त करते? सुख के लिए। पूरा दिन घूम घूम करके रात को हमें कभी सुख प्राप्त हुआ है? ये जो ऐसी शिक्षा प्राप्त होती है तो सुख ही मिलता है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है। यह देखकर खुशी हो रही है कि आप सभी वेस्टर्न जोन वाइस चांसलर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 की सफलता के लिए एक भव्य और सार्थक मंच पर एक साथ उपस्थित है। आशा है कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में विद्वानों और सभी हितधारकों के सामूहिक ज्ञान के कारण आज एक नई रोशनी प्राप्त होगी। हम सभी जानते हैं 1985 में एक बार संसद में शिक्षा के बारे में कुछ सवाल हुए थे, चर्चा विचारणा हुई थी। बाद में 2020 में आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी साहब ने एक बड़ा कदम, एक बड़ा फैसला लिया। 29 जुलाई 2020 को कैबिनेट द्वारा अनुमोदित किया गया ये नई नीति को। इस नीति का उद्देश्य शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में परिवर्तनकारी सुधार करना है। इसके अमलीकरण के लिए एक केंद्रित रणनीति और एक उत्कृष्ट पद्धति की आवश्यकता होती है। इसके प्रभावी अमलीकरण के लिए अब तक विभिन्न कदम उठाए गए हैं। यह सम्मेलन उसी श्रृंखला में आयोजन किया गया है। भारत की राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 का उद्देश्य मौजूद भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली में कई बड़े बदलाव लाना है। इसका उद्देश्य मुख्य रूप से बहुविषयक मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी और एक समान समग्रलक्षी शिक्षा का है। वैचारिक समझ, रचनात्मक और महत्वपूर्ण सोच पर जोर देना है और इसके माध्यम से प्रत्येक छात्र की अनोखी क्षमताओं को पहचानना और बढ़ावा देना। उच्च शिक्षा के साथ व्यावसायिक शिक्षा को एकीकृत करना, सीखने के लिए नियमित रचनात्मक मूल्यांकन पर ध्यान केंद्रित करना तथा छात्र अपनी रुचि अनुसार विद्या शाखा या विषयों को पसंद कर सके एवं शिक्षण संस्थाओं को स्वायत्तता, सुशासन और सशक्तिकरण प्रदान करने का उद्देश्य है। जो हमारे गुजरात में हमारे अग्र सचिव एयू पटेल जी, मुकेश कुमार जी और हमारे ऋषिकेश भाई पटेल जी के साथ मिलकर आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्रभाई पटेल ने फाइनल बोल दिया था कि आप कॉमन एक्ट लगा दो जो आपने दिया है। एक क्रांतिकारी निर्णय गुजरात की विधानसभा में हमने रखा था। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा 2020 का सार्थक लक्ष्य परिवर्तन लाना है। समग्र रूप से नीति के अमलीकरण के माध्यम से अपेक्षित परिणाम प्राप्त किए जाएंगे। छात्र के लिए मुक्त वातावरण बनाया जाएगा। योग्यता के आधार पर निरंतर मूल्यांकन की विधि होगी। शोध, संशोधन और इनोवेशन केंद्रित शिक्षा हासिल की जाएगी। आज केम छो बधाय? केम गंभीर થઈ ગયા એ મને ગમ્યું નહીં? છેલ્લા સમયની અંદર હવે અડધી કલાકની અંદર આપણે પૂરી કરીશું ત્યારે આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબે પહેલી વાર સ્ટેચ્યુ ઓફ યુનિટીનો એક વિચાર મૂક્યો હતો. ત્યારે હું ધારાસભ્ય હતો 12 થી 17 એમની ટીમમાં. એક વાર એમણે એવું કહ્યું હતું કે આપણે એક સરદાર સાહેબની મૂર્તિ બનાવવાની છે. ત્યારે અમારા દિમાગમાં એવું હતું કે મૂર્તિ એટલે નાની બનાવવાની છે, શું નિર્ણય લેવાનો છે એ ખબર નહોતી. પરંતુ દરેક ધારાસભ્ય અને મંત્રીઓને બીજા સ્ટેટની અંદર જવાનું કહ્યું ત્યારે એક પ્રેઝન્ટેશન તૈયાર કર્યું હતું. 182 મીટરની સરદાર સાહેબની એક મૂર્તિ બનાવવાની છે. ત્યારે અમને નરેન્દ્રભાઈના એ વિઝનનું આજે ખ્યાલ આવે છે કે ત્યારે એમને વાત કરી હતી. આજે આ ડેસ્ટિનેશન વર્લ્ડનું બેસ્ટ ડેસ્ટિનેશન બન્યું. તો આ એક સ્ટડીના માધ્યમ રૂપ પર આ એક સત્યનો બેજ છે. સરદાર સાહેબ જ્યારે મૃત્યુ પામ્યા ને ત્યારે 6 ફૂટના હતા. આજે 182 મીટરના થયા છે. આ શ્રેષ્ઠ કર્મની નિશાની છે, સત્ય છે. આજે દુનિયાની અંદર ભારતીય શિક્ષા પદ્ધતિ આપણે કંઈક નવું દુનિયાને દેવા જઈ રહ્યા છીએ. ત્યારે મૂળ એનો બેજ સત્ય છે, મૂળ બેજ એનો ટંગ મેનેજમેન્ટ છે, નમ્રતા છે, વિવેકી છે. દુનિયાભરની અંદર આદરણીય કેન્દ્રીય મંત્રીશ્રીને બહુ સરસ વાત કરી. આખું 6 મહિને તો કંઈક ને કંઈક ઝઘડા કરે. 1 વર્ષથી યુક્રેન અને રશિયા બોમ્બને મિસાઇલ ફોડે છે ને આપણે દિવાળીના દિવસે છોકરાઓને ફટાકડા ફોડવાની ના પાડીએ છીએ. આ વાસ્તવિકતા. તો આવું કેમ બને છે? તો શિક્ષા પાછળ મૂલ્યનિષ્ઠતા બેજ. તમે આંકડા, તમે બૌદ્ધિકતાથી જે પરિવર્તન લાવવાનો છો બધું જ કર્યું છે, પણ એના બેજ પર સત્યની વાત, દુનિયાભરના દરેક લોકોનો એક માનવીયતા અભિગમના સેતુ બાંધવા માટે એ શિક્ષા ખૂબ જરૂરી છે. અને એ ભારતીય પરંપરાથી, આપણી ઋષિમુનિઓની પરંપરાથી આપણે આગળ વધીશું. આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી જ્યારે કાકરાપાળ મથકનું એક લોકાર્પણ કરવા માટે આવ્યા હતા, એક બૌદ્ધિકતાનું સેન્ટેન્સ શું એ કહું છું. અહીંયા આઇન્સ્ટાઈનના સિદ્ધાંતો પણ મૂક્યા છે અને ભારદ્વાજ ઋષિમુનિની પણ વાત કહી છે. બહાર જે પ્રદર્શન છે એમાં નરેન્દ્રભાઈ એક લીટી લખી હતી. ત્યાં તમે મહર્ષિ ઋષિ કણાદની વિચારધારાને સાર્થક કરી છે કે અણુના ઉપયોગથી તમે વિદ્યુત ઉત્પન્ન કરો છો. એને બોમ્બ બનાવવાવાળાને અભિનંદન નથી આપ્યા. ત્યારે એ વાસ્તવિકતા સાથે અમે જ્યારે આગળ વધી રહ્યા છીએ ત્યારે અલભ્ય સાહિત્ય ભારતીય સંસ્કૃતિ પાસે એને મટાવી શકે એવું છે જ નહીં. જીવન જીવવાની કળાઓ. એક સ્ટુડન્ટ ગ્રેજ્યુએશન થઈને બહાર નીકળે, મસ્તિષ્કની અંદર એક જ વિચાર, જોબ ક્યાં મળશે, શું મળશે. પરાક્રમી વૃત્તિનો એ યુવાન રાષ્ટ્રને નવી દિશા આપશે. એ નાચિકેતી વૃત્તિ હોય. ઇફ યુ ગીવ મી 100 નચિકેતા એન્ડ આઈ શેલ ચેન્જ ધ વર્લ્ડ. દુનિયાને અમે ચેન્જ કરી નાખશું, અમને 100 નચિકેતા મળે. આ નાચિકેતી વૃત્તિ કોણ? બેજની અંદર પછી સાયન્ટિસ્ટ બને, ડોક્ટર્સ બને, એન્જિનિયર બને, પોલિટિશિયન બને, લોયર બને. એનો બેજ મૂલ્ય સત્ય હોવો જોઈએ. માનવીયતા અભિગમ, આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સની ટેકનોલોજી બધું આવશે, બધું સરસ છે. ટેકનોલોજીનો ભરપૂર ઉપયોગ કરવાનો, અતિરેક એ શરીર માટે અને બીજા માટે નુકસાન. આપણી સંસ્કૃતિની અંદર એક એક ચેપ્ટર એવા છે વેદો ઉપનિષદોની અંદર. થોરોએ એક સરસ વાત કહી હતું કે તમે અન્યાય નહીં સહન કરી લો, અન્યાય સામે. આમ તો અસહકારનું આંદોલન ગાંધીજીએ એમના વિચારો પર લીધું. પછી ટોલ્સ્ટોય, સ્પેન્સર, લાઓત્સે, કન્ફ્યુશિયસ, તાઓની વિચારધારા બધું જ ભેગું કરીએ ને અને એક એનો જવાબ છે, તેને ત્યક્તઈને ભૂંસિતા, ત્યાગીને ભોગવ. આ વાસ્તવિકતા છે. એક વ્યક્તિ બીજા વ્યક્તિના અહિત ઈચ્છે, એમના પર ખૂની હુમલાઓ થાય, ભેળસેળ કરે, મારી પ્રકૃતિને નષ્ટ કરે, ત્યારે પીપળામાં હું છું કૃષ્ણ ભગવાન. અમે પ્રકૃતિની પૂજા, ક્યાંય એવું નથી કે નદીને માતા સમજે છે, પર્વતોની કોઈ પૂજા કરે છે, પીપળાઓને કોઈ વૃક્ષની કોઈ પૂજા કરે છે. એ પર્યાવરણનું જ્ઞાન હતું, ખગોળીય જ્ઞાન. અમે ચાંદા મામા કે સૂર્યને દેવ કહીએ છીએ, બધા ગ્રહોની પૂજા કરીએ, પૂરા અંતરિક્ષની પણ અમારી વેદોમાં પ્રાર્થના છે. અમારી એવી પ્રાર્થના પણ હોવી જોઈએ. વિદ્યાર્થીઓને નાનપણથી આ શીખી, સમાના વ આકૃતિ સમાના હૃદયની વ, એક દિશા, એક ધ્યેય, એક વિચારો. કેટલું સરસ. અરે હું ઘણી વાર કહું છું, ગ્રેજ્યુએટ થયા પછી યુવાન જો જ્ઞાતિવાદ ને જાતિવાદ કરતો હોય ને તો એ એજ્યુકેશન સિસ્ટમ નકામી છે સાહેબ. એક ગ્રેજ્યુએટ ભણેલો યુવાન ક્યારેક આત્મહત્યા કરવા માટે વિચારતો તો કંઈક સંશોધન માંગી રહી છે. આપણે આ જ પાકેલા પોપૈયા જેવા નહીં, પણ પરાક્રમી એવા યુવાનો કે નચિકેતાએ કીધું મને આત્મજ્ઞાન આપ. એ પરાક્રમી વૃત્તિના યુવાનો કે અમે કોઈ પણ સ્ટેજ પર અમે મોહથી પેલું નહીં કરીએ. અમે એવી પરાક્રમી વૃત્તિ રાખીશું કે જ્યાં શું ત્યાં સત્ય અને મૂલ્યનિષ્ઠતા અને માનવીયતા અભિગમ સાથે મારા વ્યવહાર રહે. ટંગ મેનેજમેન્ટ બહુ જરૂરી છે. ગમે એટલી ઊંચી પોસ્ટ પર હોય ને બોલતા એની ભાષા રફ હોય અથવા તો કોઈનું અપમાન કરી શકતો હોય, વિદ્યા એ વિનયથી શોભે છે. આ એક બેજ છે. આ એક હાયર એજ્યુકેશન સાથે અમે બાળ મંદિરના પણ એવું વિચારી રહ્યા છીએ. બાળકના નાનપણથી જ એના બીજ વવાય ને, એ જ આમ તો 1 થી 7 વર્ષ સુધી આપણી સંસ્કૃતિમાં 16 સંસ્કારોની અંદર બાબતની એ વાત કર્યું છે. અને આવનારા સમયની અંદર એ 7 વર્ષ પછી તમે જે એને ક્રિએટ કરો એ પ્રમાણે આગળ વધતું જાય. સ્પેન્સર વગેરેના એ સિદ્ધાંતો છે. અલ્બર્ટ ફ્રોઈડે પણ એ બાબતની સાયકોલોજીમાં ઘણી બધી બાબતો વાત કરી છે. તો એ અમે હમણાં જ એક રાજ્યપાલ શ્રી દ્વારા દક્ષિણામૂર્તિના, ક્યારેક તમે જાજો ભાવનગર, બાળ મંદિર કેવું હોય, કઈ પદ્ધતિથી ચલાવાય છે. અમને પ્રાઇમરી પણ હું એ વિભાગ ચલાવી રહ્યો, મને ખૂબ હું એ ગયો હતો, જોયું મેં તો બાળ મંદિરથી પણ એ બાળકનું શિક્ષણ એ રીતનું થાય, હાયર એજ્યુકેશનથી એ રીતનું થાય, તો સાથે મળીને જ્ઞાન પ્રાપ્ત થાય, એક ખુમારીવાળી પ્રજાનું નિર્માણ થાય. એ શિક્ષણ પાછળનો હેતુ છે. પરિપત્ર નિયમો એ અમારા બધા બૌદ્ધિક સચિવશ્રીને કરી રહ્યા છે. પણ જે જોઈએ છે આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈને શું જોઈએ છે? દેશમાં એક નાનો એવો વ્યક્તિ એક સ્ટેટમેન્ટ કરે ને જ્ઞાતિઓ સામે આવી જાય. કંઈક શિક્ષણમાં આપણે ખોટું રહેવા દીધું. કોઈક મહાપુરુષના સ્ટેચ્યુને એક જણો કંઈક કલર લગાવી જાય, બધી જ્ઞાતિઓ સામે આવી જાય. આ શિક્ષણ પદ્ધતિમાં બેજથી શીખીએ, એક વિચારક બને. આ વિચારો અંત્યોદય સુધી લોકોને એકમેક સાથે, પહેલાં તારી પાસે નથી તો તું રે, આ મારી પાસે નથી તો હું તને આપું. આ આખા નિચોડ, આમ તો કહે ને મનોમંથન પછીનું નિચોડ છે. અને નિચોડ આજે આપ સૌ લઈ જઈ રહ્યા છો ને એ કરી રહ્યા છો. આમ તો ઘણીવાર આપણે કોઈનું ચકાસણી બહુ કરીએ, પહેલો કેમ કરીએ, એમાં આપણે સુધરી જતા હોય, એમાં આપણે એનું જોવા જતાં આપણે સારું લાગે છે કે એક 70 વર્ષના અંકલને એની તંદુરસ્તી માટે સન્માનિત કરવામાં આવ્યા સ્ટેજ ઉપર. કે ભાઈ તમે તમારી તંદુરસ્તીનું રહસ્ય શું છે? કે મેં ને મારા ધર્મપત્નીએ નક્કી કર્યું છે, જે ભૂલ કરે એને 3 કિલોમીટર ચાલવાનું. તો બરાબર છે ને, કે હું જ રોજ ભૂલ કરું છું એટલે મારે 3 કિલોમીટર ચાલવાનું. આંટી આવ્યા, એમના ધર્મપત્ની, એમનું તમે તો તમારી તંદુરસ્તીનું રહસ્ય શું છે? કે એ હારી જાય એટલે 3 કિલોમીટર ચાલે છે ને, હું જોવા જાઉં છું પાછળ પછી પાછા. એટલે કહેવાનો મિનિંગ બંનેને ફાયદો, હારવા છતાં પણ એ ફાયદો થાય ત્યારે આજે એ ગર્વની સાથે गुजरात ની અંદર सब बाहर से आए हुए अदर स्टेट से आए हुए सब ज्ञान उपासक हमारे वाइस चांसलर श्रीओ गुरुजनों, आपका यहाँ गुजरात में कई बार आप दूसरी बार भी आओ, आपका हार्दिक स्वागत है। आज अच्छा रहा, मेरे हिसाब से ये बेस्ट विचार विमर्श का एक प्लेटफॉर्म रहा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है आपसे मिलकर। कई विचारों हम गुजरात सरकार में इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। आप यहाँ आए और पूरा भारत के अंदर ये 2020 जो नीति है हमारी शिक्षा नीति, वो जल्द से जल्द अमलीकरण हो, ऐसी मैं आप सबको प्रार्थना करता हूँ। फिर से आपका आभार व्यक्त कर मैं मेरा वक्तव्य समाप्त करता हूँ। अस्तु भारत माता की वंदे मातरम।
So thank you for your guidance and motivated words. Lastly, the valedictory address would not end with the pleasant duty of acknowledging everyone for the success of the program. I request our Principal Secretary, Department of Education, Shri Mukesh Kumar, to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister for Education, Maniya Prafulbhai Pansaria Sahib, Chairman UGC, Professor Jagdish Kumar Sir, my esteemed colleagues on the dais, Vice Chancellor from the Western Zone. Yeah, I'm sure this entire day must be an intellectually stimulating day for all the members, and at the end of the day, I'm sure a new kind of a networking and opportunity which is not frequently available to the education sector. The department, when we're structuring this program, we're also going through very ups and lows, how to structure a program which makes a good case for Gujarat to put its strong foot forward in higher education sector. Not many, but we thought let's do something first. And we started, a lot of discussions has happened around NEP 2020. A lot of meetings have happened, task force was set up, a lot of seminar has happened, but really nothing has taken off the ground. So we were thinking, let's do something first, then we can, the right choice to anchor the Western Zone Vice Chancellor Conference, where we have got very strong footing. With the Honorable Chief Minister supporting, and Honorable Minister also said, we got very important Gujarat Public Security Act passed. Before that, we had a choice-based credit system starting from the current academic year. We again had an academic credit bank rolling up. My entire team has been working pretty rapidly in last couple of months. I'm just about 6 months old to this department, but I'm not new to education. Had some experience in setting up 2 universities in the past, about 8 or 10 years back. And then when we start rolling up, then we got an idea. Let's anchor event for the vice chancellors. We were struggling with the venue, where to have it. Because my team went to MS University, tried to see few locations here and there. Air conditioning was not good. See few hotels, the space was not sufficient. Again came on my table. We thought, let's go to Kevadia. We'll have a wonderful place, and I'm sure the place itself has got magnetic attraction in itself, where it will bring a lot of people, not only for the conference, but also to visit the Statue of Unity, which is one of the major attractions coming up. And let me tell you, this is a series of events happening here. 2 days later, we have got IS professionals coming up here with led by the Cabinet Secretariat. We had to adjust our timing accordingly. But I must thank my, from my bottom of my heart, presence of all vice chancellors who could make it up. At the end of the day, I can report we have got a participation of about 110 vice chancellors from the Western Zone, about 140 NEP coordinators from the respective states. And of all the speakers that we have planned, 22 speakers, only one speaker could not turn up, and all the speakers could turn up. I must thank all the esteemed and distinguished speakers. Without that, the quality of event would not have happened. And I'm sure, as we are organizing our Vibrant Gujarat Summit in January 2024. This is a series of events that we organize leading to the Vibrant Gujarat Summit. And we have set certain benchmarks for ourselves, our department itself, and MS University. In particular, I also thank the entire MS team for putting a brilliant performance last evening. I'm sure people who attended would have a lovely, memorable evening yesterday evening. And again, we are organizing a startup conclave in the first week of December. We thought, again, we'll take their services in our next program in Gandhinagar. This event was also, we made sure, was watched by as many people in academy as possible. We make the event live on YouTube and Facebook. And I got a report that over 1,000 people have seen it from the academic fraternity across the Western Zone. I must thank my team from the Directorate Higher Education, led by Director Higher Education, Mr. Pandya, the Commissioner of Technical, his team. Your small little details on your travel program, the design, the card, the stay, every little bit has been taken care of. And we made sure that as much as possible, we can provide your stay as much as comfortable as possible here. Again, I thank you for your taking time out of your busy academic schedule at your university and making it to the very important event. And I'm sure with this Western Zone conference will trigger many more such conferences in different zones of India and make NEP rolling as soon as possible, the way Gujarat has been doing it fast. Thank you again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To conclude the session, I would like everyone to rise for the national anthem.
की वंदे
मातरम। I would like all the dignitaries to visit the Statue of Unity, a pride for the nation.